There's no reincarnation or transmigration at all. Today's story is about a monster boss who jokes around but still terrifies humans. The Ancient Core is one of the 7 great dungeons that humans cannot conquer, known as the most monstrous of all dungeons. Yet that hasn't stopped ambitious people from coming to conquer it. A group of 74 people, including swordsmen, guards, and mages, took the lead in conquering this dungeon under the guidance of a great hero. You can tell how strong and dominant this person is just by the aura radiating from him. However, because this dungeon is extremely harsh, their group of 74 has now been reduced to only 43 people. Every day, many people get injured, exhausted, and collapse, unable to continue. In this situation, he constantly blames himself. He is the strongest and most trusted person here, yet he couldn't protect the other 31 people. Despite trying his best, he still couldn't save his teammates. The survivors simply managed to rely on their own strength. Finally, after many hardships and sacrifices, the expedition group reached the very end of the dungeon, the end point of the Ancient Core, and also gained a lot of treasures here. If lucky, this place could also contain humanity's greatest achievements called the 36 Masterpieces of Virtue. Not to mention, this is also where the dungeon's master resides in eternal rest. As they prepared to enter the end point, suddenly a loud rumbling sound appeared. Everyone was scared and quickly took up defensive battle positions, but shortly after the sound suddenly disappeared, just as it had appeared. To understand what was going on, a mage in the group created a bit of light to observe. Unexpectedly, what appeared before their eyes shocked them. They couldn't believe what they saw. It was Swallow the monster who rules this dungeon in a drowsy state after waking up. The rumbling sound and the sharp spiked circle were caused by him yawning. And yet that was enough to scare the heroes here into fleeing. After returning to the base, Batman, one of Swallow's associates in the dungeon, was extremely angry when he heard the news. A great boss of the dungeon fell asleep until humans appeared before him to wake up, and on top of that he kept yawning in front of them. This made him lose all composure, continuously nagging and criticizing Swallow. Patrick held his face helplessly, feeling this was completely disgraceful for a leader. He turned to ask Rhine, another associate of Swallow, how she felt about it. Contrary to Patrick, with a sincere love for the boss, Rhine responded with a face full of proud admiration. She was simply overwhelmed by how cool Swallow was. Just that yawn alone was enough to scare humans into fleeing, which was no joke. Seeing this, Batman lowered his head in helplessness. What kind of terrifying monster is this? This dungeon is really messed up. Briefly speaking about dungeons, most of the time, when humans go to conquer, they always end up victorious because of the relationships between humans. Those who can attack whenever they want and the monsters. Those who must prepare to defend always face unfair situations. Of course, everything in life has exceptions. Continuous wars have caused dungeons to flourish during that era, and countless conquered dungeons have given rise to difficult-to-conquer types. More precisely, they are called the 7 Great Dungeons. These 7 great dungeons have yet to be conquered by humans and are known as unconquerable. Among these 7 notorious ones, the Ancient Core is the most monstrous dungeon with many monsters guarding it. The dungeon's guards protect 3 different paths. The red path is guarded by a tiny person, the maid Rhine. The blue path is guarded by a skeleton warrior, the death soldier Patrick. And finally, the main path on the right is a filthy place guarded by hundreds of disgusting tentacles. Ultimately, the creature ruling this impregnable fortress is an ancient monster from the imperial mythology called Devar. That is the entire content and information in the book that Rhine wrote under Swallow's instructions. After the book was published, the number of people attempting to conquer this dungeon increased significantly. Swallow seemed very pleased and satisfied with this result. He feels that if there are too many mysteries around, no one would dare to come close here. Just give people a little bit of information and let them think they know a lot, and they'll rush into this dungeon like moths to a flame, not knowing that more than half of that information Swallow deliberately made false. Still, he didn't expect humans to come in such overwhelming numbers. All 74 heroes who went on the raid earlier are now just piles of corpses stacked on each other. However, this time there may be no spoils. Most of the weapons they used have been melted by those tentacles and are unusable. Rhine sadly blames herself, thinking if she had handled it, there wouldn't have been any damage. Seeing Rhine sad, Swallow hummed a few times, then transformed into the appearance of a gentle boy and lightly patted Rhine's head. She definitely can do it. Comforted by such warm love, Rhine felt very happy inside, like a flower blooming. But Patrick just found it annoying to see. Clearly they were in a meeting, but suddenly had to eat royal rice like this. The cheerful atmosphere between the two made him helplessly chuckle awkwardly. This sweetness made even a skeleton like Patrick feel like his teeth were rotting, even his skull was decaying. In Patrick's eyes, Swallow was nothing but a ridiculous clown. Just now, his transformation wasn't even done properly. He transformed into a human with 6 fingers. Not to mention last time he transformed into a human with 10 teeth. A smile that sent chills down Patrick's spine. He told the story while laughing, making his two jaws slam together, creating a noise that annoyed Ryan immensely. Seeing Ryan's expression and Swallow's teasing manner, the guard felt so fed up he wanted to quit the post and go raise fish and grow vegetables. Now that they've played and joked enough, it's time to get serious. Regarding the current situation, the raiding humans are starting to advance from the right side. However, the black tentacle guards there have been severely injured in critical condition. Swallow yawned and said there was no need to worry about them because those tentacles can regenerate very quickly. If it's not okay, they can watch them for a short time and then find other guards. Batman suddenly snapped out of it and suggested Swallow find 2 more guards so he could rest. But Swallow was firm. Given the current situation, humans will only enter the dungeon through the right entrance. Batman thought they could form another raiding team as predicted. Also, humans have recently been using communication spells to contact each other, so information about the right path will spread everywhere. After hearing this, Swallow slammed his hand on the table. He decided on a strategy and divided the tasks as follows. To put it simply, Patrick and Ryan will swap guard positions. In Swallow's terms, Ryan, who is guarding the red entrance, will move to guard the infection entrance. This way, the raiding groups will think that entrance is open and go in there. Ryan just needs to defend, no other action required. Patrick will take over the red entrance that Ryan was guarding before. When humans realize Ryan is no longer at the red entrance, they will redirect to that spot. Patrick will guard there. If they do this, they can defend against 2 waves of attacks. Patrick wondered what to do if humans enter the blue path instead. At that moment, Swallow suddenly went speechless and could only stay silent. Then it's all up to fate. If humans come straight to them, they'll just have to improvise. Just hearing this, Batman already thought this plan was ridiculous, but Ryan felt it was perfect. Consider the difficult problem solved. Now they just need to decide what to do with that special sword. Swallow asked curiously which sword. Batman said it was the weapon Byrne used. He also didn't expect humans to be so strong on this raid. Batman looked around for a bit, then pulled the sword from the body of a pile of people. The sword Byrne used is one of the 36 famous masterpieces of virtue well known to humanity. However, some of them are not weapons. The sword Patrick is holding seems to be number 14, called Tanabella. Also, the sword Ryan is using is one of those 36 masterpieces as well. It seems this time humanity's expedition used only rare and poisonous items. The important thing is that now all 3 of them have acquired the rare item but don't know what to do with it. If they give it to one of the monsters near the exit, humans will definitely take it back. That would be quite troublesome. So Patrick suggests Swallow should keep it. After all, he is the boss here. But Swallow jokes around and doesn't really need to use these things. He generously gifts it back to Patrick. Batman was a bit stunned upon hearing this. Didn't expect our boss to be so generous. Batman happily accepted it with a feeling of elation. Swallow said, if you've accepted the gift, quickly tear up that letter you've been hiding in your rib. You've been eyeing it this whole time. In the dungeon called the Ancient Core, which humans rumor to contain a terrifying dwarf maid, a corpse warrior radiating the aura of death, and a giant ancient sleeping monster. No one knows that in fact that is Rhine, a sunflower that only faces her master. Or Patrick, the only sane one in the dungeon who constantly complains about his boss, and a lazy ancient boss with a very joking lifestyle. The most precious sword was handed to Patrick, but there were still other weapons left unhandled. Swallow said to do it like always, using anything useless as bait for the next expedition team. Ryan happily obeyed the boss. The important thing is that the magical items in this dungeon have no special monsters that need to use them. Ryan suggested taking the mana stones attached there out and selling them. That would earn quite a bit of money. Swallow thought that made sense. It's been a while since he last went to the human village anyway. Batman and Ryan were shocked to death upon hearing about the transformation ability to look human 6 fingers, 10 teeth, or a visible tail. No wonder humanity would scream in terror on the streets. No other choice Devil had to compromise and let Ryan go this time. Also reminded her to bring back lots of delicious food. Ryan put on her coat and quickly set off. Standing under the blazing sun, she felt today's weather was quite nice. Then Ryan went to a shop that sold gemstone items. The shop owner examined the stones for a while and concluded he couldn't buy these. He took out a mana stone from the shop and placed it on the table. It's just that small, but a civilian would need about 15 days to afford one like this. Moreover, the stones Ryan brought were very large. Such stones can't be used unless you reach Royal Mage level or High Mage level in the Magic Tower. The shop owner suggested Ryan could go to the capital to meet the jeweler who has a contract with the Royal Palace, or a branch of the Magic Tower to sell these stones. Ryan thought about it and decided to go to the Magic Tower because the trip to the capital was quite far. Although not very willing, she tried to endure a bit for her master diva. Then Ryan turned and left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to leave the shop owner a mana stone as a tip for the useful information. The shop owner watched Ryan's figure leave, feeling the girl was somewhat strange. What human doesn't know this information? After a while, Ryan arrived at the Magic Tower branch. Under the guidance of the guard to sell mana stones, she had to meet the guildmaster for consultation. Ryan followed the directions inside. As she walked, she observed her surroundings. She felt the human magic tower's structure was similar to a dungeon. It was designed so that the tower's master resided on the top floor. After a while, Rhine reached the guildmaster's place. Her name was Rome. Upon meeting Rome, she felt Rhine was special due to her impressive mana reserves. She said she originally intended to ignore Rhine, but when Rhine mentioned a bunch of mana stones, she immediately changed her mind. Ayama said, with a slightly disdainful expression and tone, "I hope you bring high-grade mana stones worthy of our status." Seeing this, Rhine immediately dumped the pile of mana from her bag in front of AMA to intimidate her. Seeing them, her expression and thoughts changed. Unexpectedly, they were Rankamana stones, the highest quality stones comparable to the finest Rankamana stones. Clearly, this was not something a child could obtain. Amber took a closer look and noticed Rhine's silver hair. Among the 8 great noble families of the Empire, there is one family that has this silver-gold hair color. Amber suspected that perhaps the daughter of that family had run away from home and secretly brought mana stones here to sell. That was the only feasible and most fitting explanation Amber could think of in this situation. If that was true, then the person standing before her was a noble lady. This world is a dark and complicated place, so one cannot act recklessly. Thinking this, Amber's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. She offered to buy the entire set of rare mana stones here at the price of 50 gold units per stone and 80 gold units for the special high-quality ones. Hearing the offer, Rhine's mind immediately raced. She recalled what the shop owner had said earlier and started recalculating. A commoner earns 10 gold units per year, so 15 is 100 gold units. Just by listening, it was clear that Amber was trying to cheat and drive the price down. Seeing her trick exposed, Amber became flustered. She explained that these stones are truly very rare, and even using all the money from the branch wouldn't be enough to buy them all. Rhine replied, "Then they should just buy as many as they can." But Amber couldn't let these rare items slip away, so she immediately handed Rhine a dung with 2,000 gold units, then offered to provide Rhine with items of equivalent value to exchange for the remaining mana stones. Rhine skeptically asked about the quality of the items. "They have to be easy to sell for you to take them." Amber assured Rhine and then led her to a highly secret place. Normally, outsiders are forbidden here, but because Rhine was special, an exception was made. That place was the storage vault of the Magic Tower. All rare items were kept here. Amber sequentially presented valuable items, introducing to Rhine. This is a crown made from 4-carat diamonds with mana stones embedded in the center, making it more useful for mages. Next was a live black pearl which would emit crying sounds if the wearer came close. The poison was an alchemical creation. Hearing the word alchemy, Rhine instinctively stopped and stared at it with discomfort. Amber looked a bit confused and puzzled. Perhaps alchemy in this world wasn't a clean craft. Many people found it disgusting. Next, Amber showed Rhine a sparkling pink heart-shaped gem. It was called the Pink Love Stone, a gem that could make love come true. If you pour mana into the stone facing the person you love, the soul inside the stone will bring eternal love to the two of you no matter who they are. Just hearing that, Rhine's eyes lit up brightly. For a girl with a dreamy, love-filled soul like hers, she definitely wouldn't want to miss this rare item. Without hesitation, Rhine decided she had to get this stone at all costs. Seeing Rhine's desire for the Pink Love Stone, Amber pulled a bit of a commercial trick. She pretended to say that this was a rare item, and very hard to acquire because it could even snatch the Emperor's heart, so it was priceless. Rhine hesitated a bit after hearing that. In the end, though, reluctant to get the stone, she made a bold decision. She took something out from herself that made Amber pale just by looking at it. Rhine wanted to trade her weapon, one of the 36 masterpieces, to exchange for the Pink Love Stone. "Accept! Accept!" a voice called from inside the guild hall leader's quarters. Inside the room, a young man who seemed like an assistant stammered and asked her, "Are you really going to trade away the crystal?" The guild leader still looked optimistic and satisfied, not hesitant like the assistant. She paused and replied, "So what?" The assistant was alarmed by her answer. He questioned her, "Don't you know what that item is? If you chase that girl away like this, she will definitely die." The guild leader still acted as if nothing was wrong. She was fondling a small magnifying glass in her hand, saying, "So what?" The guild leader happily sat admiring the gems she had collected and said, "That innocent noble lady got the item she wanted. And it's really expensive." The assistant still felt uneasy but didn't know how to argue and just hesitated. However, the guild leader seemed to have lost patience with the assistant. She looked at the gem in her hand with an unreadable expression and said, "Hey, don't worry. There will be no problem. That unlucky girl will die right after the curse is lifted, and the person she likes will too. So there will be no trace left." At this moment, Rhine was on her way back. She held the item she had just exchanged with the guild master, walking and smiling happily as if she had found a treasure, unaware that danger was lurking inside that item. The assistant who heard the guild master's words seemed hesitant to continue questioning and only dared to add, "I don't know who they are, but I feel sorry for them." Scene shifts to Chait Castle. One of the 7 great dungeons surrounding the castle is shrouded in a gloomy, haunting atmosphere. Inside the castle at this moment, a woman was holding scissors and a comb. She said with an unclear expression, "Your end is death." Then she decisively raised the scissors and cut off a small lock of hair that immediately fell down. Ryan was obediently sitting facing the mirror, letting the red-haired woman cut her hair. She glanced at her with a guilty look and then said, "I'm sorry, I apologize for coming here without notice. I still owe you a lot. You always help me." The woman focused on cutting hair while listening to Ryan, saying that she immediately comforted the girl. Neighbors are supposed to care for each other, right? This woman is the dungeon boss of the Chait Express Battery Castle dungeon. She smiled gently at Ryan and then naturally praised her. "Besides, I also like seeing your cute appearance, Ryan." She kept using flattering words to speak to Ryan. "No matter what I do, you're still beautiful." These words made the girl blush shyly. Not knowing how to respond, she put down the comb in her hand and continued, "Really? Moments like this make me jealous of those dwarves." Erzbet hugged Ryan's small face. She never expected this beautiful face would never age. Being complimented, Ryan looked at Erzbet and praised back. "You look very young too, Miss Battery. Your skin is even whiter than mine." Since Ursula finished cutting Ryan's hair, she began tidying up. Hearing Ryan's words, she happily replied, "Oh my, you flatter me too much. Do you know how much blood and cosmetics I have to use every day?" Along with her words was a scene of pots and pans, stained with blood piled up in the corner of the room, looking extremely horrifying and scary. Suddenly, Ryan stood up from the chair in front of the mirror and called out to Erzbet, Miss Battery." Then she asked a random question that made Erzbet a bit stunned upon hearing it. "How do you think of Rhine now?" Regaining composure. Erzbet looked her over shyly and praised without hesitation. "Of course, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." Then she approached and gently patted Ryan's shoulder. "I guarantee it, Ursula." While speaking, she pointed at the image of the shy, blushing girl in the mirror. "No one would dare to refuse this appearance of yours." Hearing this, Ryan shyly chuckled and then continued tidying up. While cleaning by herself, she seemed to remember something and asked Ryan, "By the way, what's the occasion for dressing up like this?" But Ursula guessed, "Don't tell me you're planning to confess, huh?" Ryan was silent, gazing at herself in the mirror, then suddenly took out the heart-shaped gem she got from the guildmaster and held it examining it for a while, murmuring confess. "Huh." Then Ryan suddenly burst out laughing. She turned her bright, smiling face to Ursula and loudly answered her earlier playful question, "Yes, I will confess." The boss was puzzled hearing the girl say that and paused. Seeing Ryan happily to herself, she was silent, not knowing what to say. After regaining composure, she suddenly yelled in shock, "What, really? I was just joking." "So who is it?" When asked, Ryan's eyes became dreamy about Lord Devil. Raine's answers left Erzbet speechless. Part 2. She couldn't describe her feelings upon hearing that name from Ryan. Erzbet trembled in fear and stammered, asking Ryan, "Why are you joking with such a serious face? Is it because you're short?" Ryan's face full of determination. "I'm not joking. I'm going to confess to him." But Erzbet, imagining Devar's figure, sighed helplessly to relieve boredom. "What's so special about him that you like?" "I don't see anything attractive about him." But Ryan, on the other hand, was completely infatuated with Devar. "But I like many things about him. He's strong." And Erzbet could only helplessly agree. "Strong, uh-huh. I think he's the strongest person in the world." But recalling Devar's personality, she couldn't help but bad-mouth him. But his laziness ruins all the flaws that no one can stand. Ryan admired and adored his strength and abilities. "That's right. He's very big and huge. He eats like a whale. He sleeps all day and does nothing. He even snores. He's almost tactless. Recently, he's gained weight, too." Seeing Ryan's admiring expression, Erzbet couldn't bear it and sighed. "Oh, my God." She helplessly asked, "No matter what, you still like him, right?" Ryan firmly replied, "Yes." She confirmed with sincere conviction that no one could ignore, "I really like him." Hearing her so sure, Erzbet didn't question further, but encouraged her. "All right, I understand. I hope everything goes well, but honestly, you deserve better things, Ryan." Then she added, "If he rejects you, just come here." While saying that, she winked mischievously. Ryan, feeling supported and encouraged happily, thanked her. "Thank you, Miss Battery." Ryan whispered to herself, "I promise I will succeed." Then she hugged the heart-shaped stone tightly to her chest. Scene shifts to the wealthy, tearful capital of Huangjia. Lisa inside the meeting room of the Dungeon Conquest Alliance. A blonde man was reporting, "We believe the Dungeon Conquest team of Hero Burnistan has been wiped out." The blonde man finished reporting the news and fell silent. Suddenly, someone slammed the table and stood up. "What nonsense is this?" The one who slammed the table was a skinny man. He angrily questioned, "Didn't you say they easily defeated the guards?" Others, encouraged by him, immediately loudly questioned, Their bodies haven't been found yet, so how can you be sure? One after another agreed, yes. Mr. Byrne will never lose to those monsters. The arguments echoed continuously. Everyone thought they were right. No one gave in. The atmosphere in the meeting room gradually became chaotic. No, you're all wrong. The ancient core dungeon is neither large nor complicated. They can kill or be killed in just one day. No one noticed the person sitting in the chair of authority. He didn't speak, but seemed lost in deep thought. He recalled, "It's been 2 days since we last heard news about him." He dared not imagine the worst-case scenario. The words "burn dead" were deeply engraved in his mind. He gritted his teeth, looking at the people before him. That's what they were thinking now. He finally looked up and asked the blond man who reported, "So what about his 36 masterpieces of virtue sword?" The man was silent for a moment, then hesitantly reported that the magical communication was cut off when they reached the core of the ancient dungeon. So unless they can return there recovering the 14th masterpiece, Tannabella is impossible. The one in the chair of authority wasn't surprised, but still felt quite disappointed. "I understand." Hearing this, the others started to stir again. "Otherwise, we should hurry." A man with blue hair stood up and spoke his mind. "You can't enter the dungeon? Even Mr. Burns' army can't conquer it. It's best to just leave it alone so we don't lose more people." As soon as he finished, someone immediately objected. "No, we can't give up like this. If Mr. Byrne really fought the boss, he was brave enough to injure it. That's right, he's the hero, born, isn't he?" The others kept discussing. "Surely he's licking his wounds now, and the dungeon must be reorganized as we said. Shouldn't we have regrouped earlier and launched a punitive expedition against it?" The man in charge listened to the others' discussion and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat from the tension. He pondered, "We've lost one of the royal family's most precious heroes and the masterpiece, virtue. If the second team fails, surely the leaders will be dismissed." He pictured all the bad outcomes flooding his mind. If he just sat still, the royal family would get angry and point their swords at us. Suddenly, he remembered something, but hypothesized. What if Bourne hasn't been able to hurt that dungeon monster yet? What if the punitive team hasn't made any move against the dungeon? He couldn't help but think about the consequences if that hypothesis proved true. Then no matter how many times we challenge it. Before he could finish his thought, he slammed the table and stood up. Conquering the ancient core is impossible. Those in the room debating suddenly fell silent. Suddenly, a soft footstep approached, accompanied by a curious HM voice. "Oh, really? You think so?" Everyone's attention was drawn by this voice. When everyone turned to look, he spoke again. "Personally, I think conquering that dungeon is very easy." Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise. "Why is the Royal Magic Research Association here?" The speaker was the purple-haired man from the three-eyed Royal Magic Rescue Association. He asked again, "Don't you know whose orders we're following?" This statement, along with their identity, succeeded in making everyone present at the council worried and scared. "Damn, the royal family is starting to interfere." The purple-haired man walked around the room. He placed his hand on the chair of each person he passed, making the already uneasy group jump in fear. As he walked, he spoke loudly with threatening implications. "Our presence here means it's time for you to pay for your crimes." At this point, he lost the mocking smile he had before and angrily raised his voice in condemnation. "Your stupidity is unmatched. To make a respected hero sacrifice himself is not enough. You also lost one of His Majesty's precious masterpieces, virtue to the enemy. Truly unbelievable." His words struck a nerve deep in those men. Everyone was scared out of their wits, sweating profusely. No one dared to utter a word. They just hung their heads and accepted their fate. Then he approached a man and continued, "But if we kill everyone here, who will cooperate with the Empire's numerous other punitive teams?" The purple-haired man leaned close to the man in front of him and said, "That's why His Majesty proposed a solution to keep you alive." He straightened up and announced, "You will go conquer the ancient core once again." One person stammered, "But what if Bourne can't do it?" Suddenly a savage laugh came from somewhere. Then the purple-haired man suddenly mentioned a name, Knee Cream. He repeated, "We will use Knee Cream." This name caused a stir among everyone. What is Knee Cream? Did he just say? Knee Cream? The leader seemed to remember something and turned to ask him. "Wait, Knee Cream, if I'm not mistaken, is a solution with many issues, right?" The purple-haired man immediately corrected Nifrin is not a faulty product. It's extremely successful. After saying that, he slammed the table hard. "Now here's a question for you." He pressed his face close to the leaders. Why couldn't Burnistan and his team survive? Because they were weak, or because they were reckless? Before the man could answer, he turned and said, "Of course not." Then why, he wondered and answered himself. There's one thing Bourne and his team lacked. He emphasized just one thing. Everyone was silent, waiting for him to say it. And that thing is... The purple-haired man paused a moment, then said, "Knee-frame, that's it. Let's see how successful this punitive expedition will be." On the Swallow Dever's side, he was yawning tiredly. The surrounding space was dark, with only the echoing sound of his sneezes. Dever thought to himself, I have a bad feeling. I feel like there's going to be a big storm this time. He sneezed loudly again. It hit him right to his core. Am I coming down with the flu, or what? Swallow Dever lay writhing on the ground and lamented, I really don't want to do this at all. But those humans can rush over here at any time. If I keep delaying the patrol any longer, Patrick will definitely scold me. Speaking of which, he imagined Patrick's face in his mind. Although he's just a skeleton soldier, he still scares the hell out of me. Dever stirred and turned his body, mumbling nonstop. He's just a skeleton soldier, that's all. Beft. He pushed himself up, but probably from lying too long, he felt a bit dizzy. I don't even resist being bothered anymore. Finally, he had to get up to patrol as planned. Though very tired, he tried to remember a place he could go. I heard something about those humans. Lately passing by the sewer path, maybe I'll check it out. At a place called the Ancient Guard Corps with 16 tentacles. Devolver calmly walked among the huge tentacles writhing all along the way. Devourer saw something tightly wrapped by the tentacles, unable to escape, but he just let it be. It's a pity, but now I can't help it anymore, I can only wait, he murmured once, then continued deeper inside. When he reached room number 5, he saw the manager of room 5 named Anthropophago. Devourer thought silently, if he remembered correctly, walking on the tree trunk while recalling. The anthropophagi can regenerate themselves as long as their core body remains intact and they have enough nutrients to survive. To observe this creature for a while, then he bent down and said to it, Good news! The core body is still alive. They will recover on their own without my intervention. As soon as he finished speaking, it slowly closed its eyes. Devour pondered if that's the case. He leapt forward in a long jump, and as soon as he landed, he continued reasoning. The problem lies here. Devour paused a moment, looking out the door and thinking from rooms 1 to 4 where they had been massacred. He tiredly scratched his head. This seemed to be an issue he needed to report back to Patrick, then said so. Then he thought silently, But why do I feel like I'm going to get yelled at again? He always looked extremely tired, sluggish, lethargic, and unfocused. He opened his mouth to yawn loudly, thinking sadly he'd consider the remaining spots later. So now I can rest, right? He recalled the places he had patrolled to see if he had done enough to confidently go back and rest. I just checked the sewer entrance to room 5, and so far the results are pretty good. Thinking that, he happily bowed and headed back, thinking Patrick would understand. Not noticing something flashing and rushing from behind the cave door, Devolver was still excited about finally resting after finishing the patrol when suddenly something flew past his ear, making him halt. A sword flew past and stabbed straight into the rock wall in front of Devolver. Suddenly stopped, turning his mood from happy and excited to gloomy instantly. A fierce killing aura radiated from him, his face darkened, and his eyes sharpened to a terrifying degree. The sword thrower advanced inside, continuously threatening, "You worthless human trash." Devolver acted as if he didn't hear, and stood there yawning. Now that you've set foot here, she fully entered the room, weapon in hand, ready to fight to the death with Devourer. I will make sure you don't return alive. At this moment, Devourer looked outside the door to see who was coming in, thinking danger was about to strike, but it turned out to be Rhine. The girl suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, you are the Lord the Master!" She apologized and hurriedly ran toward Devour. "I'm sorry, I thought you were some sneaky human." She stopped in front of Devour with a guilty expression. "I really apologize." Devour did not expect it to be Rhine who arrived. Was it really her? He looked at Rhine, strangely sweating profusely. "Well, it's okay, I'm just a little surprised." Other than that, he looked at Rhine once more and hesitantly asked, "Rhine, are you that fashionista?" Rhine was extremely delighted when she realized he recognized her. She exclaimed, "You noticed I'm so happy, my lord." Then she asked again about his feelings seeing her in this outfit. "How does Rhine look now?" When asked, Devour stammered, looking like she was dressed up for a special occasion, right? Though he said that he was visibly panicked. She had already taken off the maid outfit. Don't tell me she's planning to quit before Patchy, huh? Rhine didn't know what Devour was thinking. She shyly played with a few strands of hair and replied to his question, "A special occasion." "Yes, exactly." Hearing this, Devour panicked even more. He was so worried he was breathing heavily, sweat pouring down his face. Then he heard Rhine say, "Lord Devour, could you spare me a little time?" Devour immediately agreed. "Okay," he silently thought, "anything but a resignation letter." Rhine then led Devour to another place, a part of the cave with light filtering down from above, creating a cozy atmosphere instead of a cold one, with an elegant table set right in the center. She excitedly introduced the place. "Welcome, my lord. As you see, this is Rhine's secret spot." Then she invited Devour to sit. "Please sit, I'll bring you some tea." At that moment, all he could think was, "Don't quit, don't quit, don't quit." Rhine carefully poured tea into Devour's cup. After pouring, she handed the cup to Devour to enjoy, standing quietly to the side, still holding the tea tray. Watching Devour savor the tea, she softly said, "This place used to be my secret, but now it will be a secret for the two of us, my lord." Devour looked puzzled, not understanding her meaning, so he calmly finished the tea and agreed. Ah, yes, it should be. Rhine wanted to continue, but blushed deeply and hesitated, unsure how to start. When Devour heard the word "and," his hand holding the teacup froze. He took it as a bad sign and started overthinking, repeating, "Don't quit, don't quit." Rhine then spoke again. "Lord Devour, you took me in 85 years ago, right? Do you remember?" Devour, sitting beside her, turned pale with worry. He put down his teacup. Yes, of course. He recalled the time he accepted Rhine 85 years ago. Thousands of years ago, thousands of dungeons were destroyed during the dungeon conquest fever at that time. Chaos was everywhere, and thousands, tens of thousands of people entered the ancient core. It was in those circumstances that Rhine received her title and began climbing the ranks. Devour seemed to relax and feel relieved when he saw she had no intention of quitting. "Really, you're not asking to quit?" He asked Rhine. "Right? You've been through a lot. Has your right eye gotten any better?" When asked, Rhine gripped her skirt tightly, trying to hold back her joy. He still remembered Rhine's eyes. She was very happy. Devour replied, "Of course I always remember." Then Rhine continued to speak from her heart. "I have been very happy to protect Lord Devour all this time. And I—" Devour couldn't finish Rhine's sentence. What suddenly he seemed to realize something. Pausing for about 2 seconds, "What do you mean by have been happy?" He started worrying again after hearing her words. "Isn't that what people say when they're about to say goodbye?" Rhine gently called him my lord. Devour could only silently pray, "Please don't quit. Please don't, no, don't, no." But then Rhine said something that stunned him. "I like you, Devour." Hearing this, Devour froze, not understanding what was happening. The playful Rhine repeated her earlier words. "I like you." She said it sincerely. For 85 years, Rhine had waited for this moment. Devour didn't know what to do seeing her like that. "Hey, Rhine?" "Yes, go ahead." He looked at the girl, confessing to him, and could only helplessly scratch his head. Finally, he could only come up with a few polite words. "Thank you for telling me you like me." Only then did Devour start speaking seriously to Rhine. But we are always hanging on the threshold of life and death. He looked straight at Rhine for a long moment. We never know when we might get hurt or die. These sincere and realistic words unexpectedly came from Devour's mouth. Neither of us wants the other to live alone, right? Hearing Devour, Rhine fell silent for a moment before timidly speaking. "I knew this answer would come. I know I pushed you a bit too hard." But then she continued, "But those feelings are too deep for me to keep locked in my heart forever." Rhine was still voicing her heart so Devour could hear and understand, yet she thought the Lord Devour would reject her and turn his back on her. At this point, she paused a little. How terrifying. Then she looked up and stared straight at Devour. She was already holding the heart-shaped stone in her hand. It seemed like everything had gone off course from the beginning. Rhine suddenly became stubborn. She kept babbling. Rhine wanted to be loved by the Lord at any cost. As she spoke, she clenched the stone tightly in her hand. By this point, Rhine could no longer keep calm. She suddenly kicked the table in front of Devour aside, making him jump in surprise. Kicking the table, she spoke with a determined tone. "So what I mean is," she directly shouted into Devour's face, "Rhine will no longer bow down." Seeing her like this, Devour panicked, unsure what to do. Rhine calmed down a bit. Then suddenly she respectfully held out the heart-shaped gem in her hand before Devour. "Look at this." Then she softly said, "With this my wish will be fulfilled, Lord." As Devour saw the stone before him, his expression immediately changed. That was when Rhine tried to persuade him, "Just put your male seal in here." Before she finished the sentence, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned dark and gloomy, completely different from the warm atmosphere just now. In the space, intermittent sounds kept echoing, sending chills down one's spine. Was Rhine about to— These sounds made her pale with fear. At this moment, Devour revealed his true form. His angry voice echoed with an accusation. "Were you just trying to kill me?" His words scared Rhine so much she screamed loudly. The gem held in her hand was unintentionally dropped. The gem fell with a thud to the ground. The impact was strong enough to shatter it into countless pieces. Rhine looked at the gem she had painstakingly exchanged and cherished like a treasure just to gain Devour's affection, now shattered, and the pain left her speechless. She was motionless, unable to speak. Only her eyes welled with tears. Her gaze full of pain, she looked at the broken gem and could only sob out a few words. "What is this?" Then something unusual happened. From inside the broken pieces of the gem appeared a black shadow that looked very frightening. It continuously emitted strange little sounds that sounded utterly savage. Dr. Chapnam laughed heartily, baring his perfectly white teeth. Flattery too much, no matter how the boss looks, he's still number one. Sir stands above Swallow Devour. He said, You're still not satisfied with driving humans away. Where has your conscience gone? Look to your side, is it here? Then looking to the other side, I don't see it here either. And now you're even driving Rhine away. Meanwhile, Swallow Devour covered his ears, pretending not to hear anything. Patrick's teeth clenched terrifyingly as he said, I'm so shocked by your blow that my jaw won't close anymore. You didn't go easy on Rhine at all. Swallow Devour weakly said, This brewed tea is still okay. Patrick immediately threatened him. What did you just say? Swallow Devour corrected himself. Nothing. He held his head in pain and said, Patrick, what should I do now? And Patrick sat down beside him and said, Why ask me when you're the one causing trouble? Swallow Devour sighed, holding the brightly glowing pink gem shards in his hand. Dr. Chap muttered, but in fact crushed the gem, adding, It's not entirely your fault either. Dr. Chap turned sharply to look at him. Of course you know what you did to me was your fault, right? Swallow Devour sweat with guilt. Dr. Chap lifted his hand and said, Why don't you listen? Then he panicked, eyes darting, stammering to deny, Me, I don't remember anything. The doctor calmly said, Oh, really? He continued, Should I help you remember? The doctor slowly recounted. At that time he rushed madly at Swallow Devour. Yellow glowing eyes in the dark enveloped the two, Swallow Devour and Rhine. Batman panicked and rushed over, wanting to stop him. He grabbed his head, shouting, Boss, calm down! At that moment, he had fallen into a state of not knowing anything. Batman tried to wake him, Boss. The girl's breath let out a deeply sad sigh. Irene Batshit turned back to look over her situation. Rhine knelt down on the ground with the bright pink gem in front of her. Tears streaming hopelessly trembling, she said, What has Rhine done? Batshit tried to comfort her. Rhine, calm down now. Leave it to me and get out of here. You're trapped in front of Swallow Devour. Damn it, I can't reach her in this condition. In this fiery situation, Batman racks his brain to think. If that's the case, there's only one way. He reaches for the sword behind his back. Batman swings the sword at Rhine, who is depressed, and takes the hit. Rhine coughs up blood. Batman thinks to himself, I'm sorry, Rhine, I couldn't think of another way. Now you can safely go back to face your boss. I've pulled her away already. Swallow Devour has now transformed into a dangerous monster. In the pitch-black night, only bright eyes and flickering lightning flash through the air, grabbing the person. What to do now, Swallow Devour darkly says you. Swallow. Devour stares at him hissing, trying to kill me too, and everyone knows what happened next. The doctor smugly recounts Swallow Devour didn't know what else to say, but pretended to be deaf and blind. He turns to look at him, smirking and repeating, You don't remember anything. Swallow Devour holds his head awkwardly. Damn it, sorry, doctor. Patting him cheerfully, he says, Hung, it's really good you woke up so fast. He comforts him. And I understand why you're like this. Looking at the sparkling rubble on the ground, he continues, It has to become bleep, bleep, bleep after all that. After calming down, Swallow Devour sniffles and says, I guess I have to find her, right? Batman glances at him. What do you want when you ask me such an obvious question? Swallow. Devour shakes his head softly, somehow hugging the diploma Patrick. I think this is my idea. Patrick, surprised, says, Why would you say that? You know how important she is to the dungeon. Patrick lists dozens of things Rhine has to do, from preparing food for the boss, to managing dietary plans for other monsters, cleaning and repairing the dungeon, supplementing monsters, resetting traps, receiving complaints from each room and resolving them, selling supplies and redistributing the budget. He's overwhelmed, and Rhine handles most of the other management tasks. Honestly, losing her would make the dungeon's condition worse than being destroyed. Swallow Devour is stunned like he's high on drugs. I don't know, but hearing all that is really shocking. Batshit says we should find her before it's too late. He rambles even if you have to kneel and beg her 6 times. Swallow Devour gradually shrinks while Patrick grumbles, Dude, even if you have to kiss her shoes, you have to bring her back here. Swallow Devour weakly says, All right. Imitating, he offers a bracelet to him, and if you go find her, take this. He adds, This is Demira, a bracelet that can help stabilize mana. Swallow Devour looks at it, emitting a green aura, and he picks it up. Imitating, he instructs him, You don't need to know the details, just know it's very expensive. Swallow Devour looks at this bracelet incredulously. The doctor continues, The boss's mana flow is very strong, so I'm not sure it will work on you. Though not much, it will at least help your body avoid the bad condition you just had. Swallow Devour absent-mindedly raises his hand and realizes he has 6 fingers. Then confusedly looks at Patrick, prepared to this extent already. Like you knew this would happen from the beginning. Disgusting. Where did you get that? Patrick firmly says, I picked it up off the floor. He lifts the bracelet with a blank smile. Patrick sweats and says, Please, I beg you don't do anything weird with it. It's very fragile. Swallow Devour puts the bracelet on his wrist, casually says, Hung, who knows? The doctor senses trouble and says, "Oh, please." Swallow Devour turns away, waving his hand, "All right. I'll try to take care of this place while I'm gone." The doctor frowns at him. "You're not planning to walk there, are you?" He reminds him you have 5 days to return. Humans will come back soon, and Swallow Devour says so. "You want me back before the raid team arrives, huh?" Batman replies, "Yes, boss." He feels down thinking about that chair. If I can't stop intruders while the boss is away, I don't know what will happen if humans get there. Imitating, he holds up 5 bony fingers. 5 days, I can guarantee it'll be safe for at least 5 days. Please remember that. Swallow Devour sighs and says, "All right." A black aura rises and wraps around him, forming a black cloak. He finishes, "I will return to Rhine within 5 days. The doctor kept reminding also, if you happen to appear near the human village, please don't draw attention, boss. Nothing good comes from monsters in the dungeon being discovered in the human village. After Swallow Devour finished speaking calmly. "All right. All right." He gave a savage smile and said, "If things go too far, I will destroy everything and return." Patrick heard this and angrily shouted, "Come on, stop acting cool!" After Swallow Devour left, Patrick sighed thoughtfully. He took out a paper from his coat. "Things are more complicated than I thought." Looking at the crumpled paper, Patchy lamented Rhine sold the severed claws somewhere and bought back the demon stone containing demons. And this caused the boss to lose control, nearly getting killed. He squinted and muttered, "I can see what's going to happen." Batman imagined a scenario if the boss finds out that news Swallow Devour will definitely chew the heads off those damn humans. Batman panicked, then calmed down, took a deep breath, and opened the next page of the newspaper. "It's not too soon for humanity to be destroyed." Batchick froze for 5 seconds. "Huh?" He widened his eyes in shocked disbelief. The newspaper read, "The Dungeon Purge Alliance is confident that this purge will reach the Relic Core within 3 days." Batchick desperately recalled what he had just confidently said. Batchick was utterly shocked, eyes wide as he looked closely again. 3 days. At times like this, I need to wear a confident smile. Damn it, the 7 gods accept my miserable fate. The blazing sunlight shone brightly again, dust scattering wildly in the air. Swallow Devour lay under 7 feet of earth, staring blankly at the sky. He groaned. "Damn it!" clicked his tongue. This was already the 2nd time he teleported to a random spot. Remembering Patrick's nagging before leaving the Mana dungeon, the boss's body is very unstable, so don't use magic. He pondered for a moment. Swallow Devour raised his hand. The shadow gradually dissipated. "Is this because of magic?" He dropped his hand, lay there, "Whatever, I'll just try one more time." Swallow Devour cast magic again. The shadow rose around him. He silently thought of the place where Rhine sold the Manala stone. A name popped into his head, Hastontown. Then he vanished without a trace. A voice both cold and arrogant echoed in the darkness. "You are just lowly humans, yet you've climbed this far. I must grant special favor to your tiny lives." A woman with horns and wings sat proudly on the throne and said, "How about a glorious death?" She lifted her head disdainfully at the humans daring to set foot here. Another laughed, "How funny demons acting so proud." He drew his sword arrogantly and said, "We are an experienced purge squad ranked 32nd in the entire kingdom." He pointed the sword at the demoness and said firmly, "Elite mercenaries of the Divine Tiger Brigade." He continued, "Remember this name soon. We will be famous across the continent. You don't deserve to sit on that throne. We are here to overthrow you." The demoness was indifferent hearing such flattering words. Ignorant fools. She steadied her seat and stood up. "I am the 17th descendant of Demon King Asmodeus." Her wings flared, radiating a mysterious purple flame that enchanted. She smiled sharply and introduced herself as Melgazalymph Agria, her strangely large eyes fixed on the humans. The demoness arrogantly said, "You've had the honor of knowing my name, now die." The man in the cowboy hat just sneered, eyes still showing hesitation. "I'll remember those words." He took momentum and disappeared in a blink. He was in front of the demoness, shouting, "And I'll give them back to you, Demon King!" The demoness calmly conjured a staff, spinning it to block all sniper arrows. The sniper reloaded and muttered, "She's blocking the way." The mage shouted, "Let me assist the captain," and fired several fireballs. The demoness swung her staff, weak and insignificant humans who don't know their place. In a blink, she created flames engulfing the entire room, targeting the mage and the sniper behind the commander. They couldn't defend in time and were instantly burned. Seeing the flames rush toward him, the commander bit his tongue, assessed the situation around, then stabbed his sword into the floor. He broke the floorboard just in time before the flames could reach him. Suddenly, fragments of blue light fluttered around the air. The commander startled ice shards. He looked up in panic. Before his eyes was a dazzling blue light. He was stunned beyond belief. The female demon raised her staff, creating a large block of ice spikes. Had she just cast a new spell in mere seconds? Looking at the debris still floating in the air, the commander clenched a stone, focusing power into his arm. "You think he'll fly straight to you? Do you think I'll let you be?" Then he shifted his weight onto the balls of his feet and leapt again toward the female demon. Seeing this, she sneered, raising her hand to control the ice spikes to shoot forward. "Are you digging your own grave, fool?" But her ice spikes couldn't reach him and shattered upon hitting the yellow shield wall that had appeared around him. She was completely shocked. She had clearly dealt with the mage, yet she turned sharply to see the two mages and the archer who had been burned by her still charging forward. They shouted, "Charge, Captain!" The female demon seethed, chanting a spell in her palm. "You pests!" She charged at the same time as the commander. The two prepared to collide. Suddenly, the ground exploded, breaking into small fragments just as they were about to crash. A massive blast shook the entire room. The commander had no time to react and was thrown to the floor. The black female demon was blasted backwards, slamming into a beam. They both coughed up blood. Surprised, how the hell dust and smoke rose as stones tumbled with a clatter, something new had appeared. The commander's teammates rushed to help him up, worriedly asking, "Captain, are you okay?" He cleared his throat, staggered to his feet. Don't worry." The commander frowned, looking towards where the explosion had just happened. "Who's that?" "I wasn't informed any other scouting teams were coming here." On the female demon's side, she was dazed, struggling to get up. Damn, gritting her teeth, they're stronger now. If they have the strength to break through the Demon King's fortress, that's a big problem. Looking at the shadowy figure hidden behind the smoke, wondering who it was. A voice rang out, "Hey, Swallow Devourer, show yourself." Confused. "Do you know where Huston is?" 7 mercenaries looked baffled and helpless, not understanding what he said. Arya also stared blankly at him, speechless. Immediately, both sides angrily shouted in unison, "What the hell did you just rush in to say?" Devourer, still calm, beckoned with his hand and responded with a single sound, "Ah." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, "They look human, but you'd better stay away from that Demon King." Hearing this, he turned around in surprise, glancing at them with a menacing look. The Demon King here. Lymph Agria radiated anger and killing intent. One hand covered his mouth, the other gripping a weapon, motioning to how many people were present. "No matter how many of you there are, you won't defeat me." He raised his hand to his chin, looking toward her, imagining the Demon King as a tall, powerful man. That demon is the Demon King. Feels completely different from the Demon Kings I've met before. Is this a generational gap? "Humph," Melgazalymph Agria angrily shouted at Swallow Devar. "You bastard, you'll pay dearly for daring to destroy my castle." Let me show you the taste of my damned minions' blows." Suddenly, a group of people stormed into the castle. A mercenary reported, "Commander, reinforcements have arrived." The commander immediately ordered, "Good, let's take down that Demon King together." Amid the chaos, Swallow raised his hand as if to say something, then a gust of wind swept past. "Wait, you guys are rushing in recklessly to attack." Shouting loudly, "Ignore me and see your magic can't harm us." Attacks surged from all around. Rocks flew at his head, but he stood frozen, only uttering, "Hostin Melgazelim Agria." Seeing the mercenaries charging fiercely, he said, "Humans sure talk big." Both sides kept attacking relentlessly. Purple sparks flew everywhere. The mercenary commander kept motivating the troops and ordered, "We have reinforcements, don't be afraid. Push forward and leave Devar all alone." Speaking in despair. "Can someone show me how?" But only received a loud shout back, "Advance." The two sides continued fierce fighting. Around them, destruction spread and the castle seemed to tremble. She cursed, "Let those scum taste pain, you lowlifes." The crowd didn't fall or give up, replying, "This place will be your grave, Demon King." It all made him uncomfortable. He held his head side and sat down. "Ha ha!" His stern face suddenly changed to anger, frowning as he said, "I'm pissed off now." Suddenly he stood up, gazing at the sky thoughtfully. "I have to find Rhine quickly." He didn't care, turned around. The mercenaries thought talking to those guys seems impossible now. Then he put his hands on his waist and head thinking sadly, "Patrick is going to chew me out soon." Thinking, "My head already hurts." The rude crowd shouted, "Hey, come here and help us check," probably scared not letting them finish speaking. Swallow Devar turned his head, revealing his eye and 2 more glowing like a monster's. Purple energy radiated as he said, "Shut up." Then a huge dark shadow covered the crowd. Black mist surrounded them, frightening the mercenaries. That large shadow turned out to be a black monster attacking the mercenaries, making them scramble away as it absorbed them. Moments later, the dark shadow shrank until only Devil was seen calmly chewing and strolling. Melissa Agria stood there witnessing everything, terrified to the extreme. Her face pale, eyes wide, sweating profusely. You just burped," which made her turn pale and jump in shock. She gripped her staff tightly with both hands and asked, "What did you just do, sir?" Melgazelim Agria walked slowly closer, speaking in a way that made Devar confused and puzzled by her actions. "Impressive you're so strong. Maybe you're even stronger than me." Suddenly her eyes sparkled. She smiled widely, showing 2 upper fangs. "I'm very interested in you. I want to learn more about you." Instantly excited and curious, she moved around Devar, touching him, lifting his shirt, looking for the monster from before, shocking him. What is your identity? What was that huge thing that just appeared? Where did you put it? Oh, and what's your name? What's the secret to your power? Devar showed obvious annoyance, staring at the Demon King in front of him. She was startled seeing his expression. In the castle, light filtered through cracks, casting shadows inside. Now she regained composure, clearing her throat. Sorry for my rudeness, allow me to introduce myself. Melgazella Magria spread her arms and stepped forward, continuing, I am the great famous Demon King, the 17th descendant of Asmodeus. She posed coolly in front of the monster, loudly shouting her name. The girl glanced at him. So what's your name now, Devar? Seeing her ridiculous actions, his face darkened, teeth clenched. I hate all this nonsense. Though annoyed, he reluctantly raised his hand and stammered an introduction, thinking, but if it's for that, yeah, I'm Swan. He froze, and she exclaimed. Suddenly, Devar stiffened, thinking, Wait. Patrick told me if I reveal my identity, the news will spread everywhere, right? Patrick wouldn't want that to happen, and it's not necessary to reveal it now. He started saying the middle part of the forest name, reminding himself, I don't need to reveal my identity now. Devolder smiled with a worried look as he introduced himself. My name is Swandor Runier. In his mind appeared a blond man with a bright smile, the image of a handsome young man. Swandor. Runier, 32 years old. Single. Suddenly, he remembered the man's name and liked himself, silently thinking, damn, that name sounds awful, but it's the only one I could think of. After learning her name, his eyes sparkled excitedly, quickly asking, Can I call you Lord Swando? Devar, sweating, replied, If you want. Arya expressed her feelings. All right then, Lord Swando, first of all, I sincerely thank you for saving me, even though it was a bit unnecessary. He quickly interrupted, one hand holding his head, the other waving refusal, saying, Enough Jesse Lim's trick. Agria frowned, puffed her cheeks, sulking. No, without your help I'd be embarrassed to admit it, but they could have attacked me, so you did save me. But it's not like I need you to save me. Arms crossed, smiling confidently, she asked. So I want to help you too. Do you want my help? Devar was thrilled, as if hitting the jackpot, urgently asking, Do you know the way to Haston? She also replied, Haston. In his heart, Ha was delighted. She knows killing those humans for her is also a righteous act. Just a moment later, Rhine curiously heard the name Melissa Lymph Agria. So what is Hastine? After eagerly expecting an answer that left him speechless and very irritated. Inside, Devar fell into deep thought. What is Haston? Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know the way there. But she doesn't know where Haston is. Devar's inner shout could echo all the way to the desert. No way, I just asked someone who doesn't know what Haston is. Devar helplessly broke into a sweat and pressed for a little more information. All right then, where is the nearest human village? Melga Salymph Agria blinked and asked back, a human village? She pondered her memories. From what I know, the city named Lisa is the closest. He felt like he was in crisis, holding his face. Lisa, the royal capital, Lisa. He continued, Wouldn't it take 2 months by horse carriage from Haston to Lisa? Right after saying that, he collapsed and rolled onto the ground, shocking her. What's wrong? Lord Swando, is something wrong? He barely responded, too far. At that moment, she didn't understand what was wrong and said again, Far. I see, so you want to go somewhere far, then how about using the teleportation wheel? Devar, hearing about the wheel for the first time, turned to ask her, what wheel? She asked back, You don't know, it's something humans created using magic and alchemy. Currently, this device can teleport people through space. He became a bit interested and sat up. Where's that thing? She put her hands on her hips and replied, You want to go? The teleportation wheel is in Lisa. The scene switched to the ancient, beautiful city of Lisa, and Swallow looked around and said, This is the center of Lisa. She excitedly replied, You're right, there's no better place to gather information. Looking around, he felt gloomy inside. Maybe I won't find Rhine here, but I have to search for clues because I don't know if she went to Haston. At that moment, a sweet voice echoed in his ear. You said you want to find a silver-haired girl, right? He gloomily admitted, Yes. She smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll help you find her. He tilted his head, confused, and asked her back, Aren't you the master of the Demon Palace? What about your palace? Mayo Ray blushed and laughed. Are you worried about me? That's commendable but unnecessary. A terrible power instantly radiated around her as she said, I am the Demon King, born in this ultimate body to rule the palace. That doesn't matter. Wherever I am, that place is the demon realm, and all the demons around are my soldiers. Qualo showed curiosity and continued, Is that the Demon King's power? Can you summon demons at will? She was satisfied and said exactly. But then she said something that made him grimace. Though I've never tried. Mel J exclaimed, "My father did it, so I'm sure I can too." He replied, "I understand." At that moment, Mel J's expression suddenly darkened and said, "Oh, also." Her tone was gloomy. "The Demon King's palace that my father passed down to me has been partially destroyed, so I have to accept it." He scratched his head. Sorry. Mayoj felt touched and said, "It's no big deal if not straightforward humans always cause chaos." Mayoj shouted loudly in the center of Lisa, "Even a demon king like me struggles while the human capital is right in front of my palace." Mayoj changed her attitude 360 degrees and cheerfully said, "Enough pitying. Let's gather information." Swallow stammered, but replied, and thought he had a premonition. "The two of them walking side by side, is trouble about to happen, or am I just overthinking?" A loud voice shouted, "Here are 2 beers for you." Swallow looked at the beers and thought, maybe I'm not overthinking. Mel's spoke to Mel J, but she started drinking her beer. "Mel's, you still have a long way to go. What am I doing here?" But she was satisfied drinking beer. Mel J spoke while wiping her mouth. "It seems you don't understand human villages. The beer tavern is where people share and seek information." She pointed to the humans happily drinking and talking. "Just listen around. Every story is precious information you can't get anywhere else." Mayo Ray rested her chin and smiled with narrowed eyes at him. "You just need to choose which one you want to hear." Swallow also looked around and wondered, what does choosing mean? "Swallow, what is that over there?" Some people were gathered at a board with many papers. He and she went over, and Mel J exclaimed, "I didn't expect this to be here. This is the information I mentioned." He teased her. "It mentions it too." Melj replied, "Yes." Swallow took a paper and read, "This," she explained, "is a list of expedition teams currently operating in the dungeons. I heard that allowing many teams into the same dungeon causes chaos." He tacitly admitted, "Yes, there can't be 2 groups at the same time." Mayo J continued, "If there were more than one team, dividing up would definitely be a hassle." She frowned and expressed her view. "The more lowly humans there are, the easier success is. Look at them ready to rush into the fire, blinded by greed." Opening his eyes, Swallow let go of the paper and said, "Anyway, this is good news for us." Melj asked again, "Why do you say us?" She kept asking, making him sweat. "Are you also a demon in the dungeon?" "Melj." She opened her eyes wide and stared at him, fearfully interrogating him. "Thinking about it, it's strange. I'm the lord of the Demon King Palace, so how can you be free outside if you're a demon?" He hurriedly said he was too lazy to explain. "It's a very complicated matter. Can we just drop this?" She let him off and stopped asking. "Swat. You really have many secrets. Fine, I won't force you. Surely you have your own reasons." He seemed to find something interesting. Mayo J noticed a paper on the board and thought it was her dungeon list. She walked over from afar and grabbed the paper. Luckily, the list of expedition teams was empty, so there's still time. Mayo J suddenly shouted, "What's that? Don't look at it alone." Let me see. Trying to act all high and mighty, petty. He took the paper and placed it in front of her, saying, "All right, here you go." Mayo J's eyes lit up excitedly as she looked at it. She said it was a promotion for the 7 Ancient Core punishment dungeons. Swallow asked her, "You also know about the Ancient Core?" Melj answered, "Of course, those are the 7 great dungeons. Each dungeon contains all kinds of terrifying powers. It makes even foolish humans admire that strength." He asked curiously, "Wait, can you take the dungeon flyer like that?" Melja sat down and looked at the flyer thoughtfully. "This is every demon's dream. Among the 7 great Ancient Core dungeons, the strongest one. The ruler is the Lord of Creation, the God's guardian, the punisher of those blinded by greed, the supreme being of all demons in this realm." She clasped her hands, eyes shining, and said, "Lord Devil." He looked at her helplessly. Swallow lowered his head, holding a beer glass, thinking it sounded more like a landlord. "Am I always troubled by demons?" Melj said gloomily, looking at the flyer and confiding, "You know my favorite dungeon is the Ancient Core." Her gaze darkened somewhat. "I want to become stronger." The two sat facing each other. The atmosphere quieted a bit. "If I get stronger, I might be able to meet Lord Devar." After a long pause, stiffening as he thought she's talking to him, she continued, "Sounds amazing, right? I want that unparalleled power, too." Mayo J frowned, looking at the beer glass, and said, "Of course my father is strong, too. He is the true Demon King, very worthy of that title. Unlike me, just a human, there are stronger people. He has a young hero named Burn or something." He asked Melj more about that person, but Swallow was the one who swallowed that person whole while yawning. "Is he the hero who defeated the Demon King?" She really didn't want to get close to him. She added, I don't want to spend my whole life managing dungeons like my father. Melji spread her arms and said, I just want the demons to be able to build their own dungeons. She smiled happily and told him, that's why I have to become stronger. How about that amazing right? Swallow said, smiled faintly at her, and thought how wonderful youth is. Once again his heart filled with past regrets like waves pounding memories. Swallow said, I used to be like that long ago. So long ago that I don't even remember. There was a time I was full of vigor, leading a powerful army to dominate the continent. I tried to master every knowledge in this world. I was more serious than anyone. The flickering flame in the night gave him small bursts of warmth. I helped the unfortunate, they moved me. Many times I gave them everything. Then Swallow's eyes shifted, growing fierce. There have been many times I gave them everything. Then Swallow's eyes shifted with a bit of fierceness. But in the end, I realized everything was pointless. Now my goal is to sleep all day, such is my determination. But she had already collapsed from the alcohol. He was still shocked. He asked her if she was asleep. Really asleep. The beer bar continued with the conversations. Oh, there's a mission to conquer again? Yeah, there was one just yesterday. But why did I forget to post it? Posting it now. What kind of dungeon is this? He was carrying her on his shoulder, asking people in the bar if there was a resting room here. Someone said this way. A flyer was just pinned to the board with a voice saying, wait a moment, I'll hang it up right here. Everyone can take a look. Another person asked, you never change it, do you? If the inspector finds out, you'll definitely have to pay a fine. Someone replied, I'm changing it now. A flyer was pinned on the board titled Rank 7. Great Ancient Core Dungeons. Limestone caves underground located in the Grapinia Forest near Hastine, west of the kingdom. Warning, only those recognized for their abilities are allowed to participate in conquering the Supreme Dungeon officially ranked S or higher. Caution, extremely dangerous. The conquering teams currently participating are the conquering team Fimor from Fimor du Belay, 31 members. Captain Ni Fim. Conquest duration 7 to 2 hours from the announcement date at 9 in the morning. Gentle sunlight. Fresh air. Sunlight shining through the window along with a soft breeze. The Demon Queen was awakened and squirmed. Meo J sat up and groaned, holding her head. Lord Swallow also came over, yawned, and asked if she was awake now. She replied right away. Lord Swallow, I don't remember anything. He answered, yeah, yesterday. Swallow panicked and collapsed to the ground. Seeing that, she asked, why did you get so startled? Lord Swando, nothing. He widened his eyes suspiciously. Are my eyes broken? Swando exclaimed suspiciously. Why do you look like a child? Hearing that Meo J was surprised and said what? She immediately retorted, I'm not a child. He still surprised, teased Meo J, so you're a teenager. He made her blush bright red and she threw a series of punches at him saying, don't you think that's rude? Lord Swando's reaction made him chuckle. Swallow continued teasing while she punched him in the face. Who told you to suddenly be so small? I'm just surprised. Ouch, that hurts. Melja prepared for the next punch and said, I'm not getting younger. He still exclaimed, that hurts, stop it. She spoke slowly while still punching him. Then Melj began to explain that her appearance yesterday was her second version, so that humans wouldn't underestimate her. Meo J pointed at herself and firmly said, my current appearance is the first version. After being punched to a pulp, Swallow gradually understood the situation. So you mean your appearance yesterday wasn't your real look, but this one, right? She answered immediately. No, it's not like that, Mel, G said again. But why does your face look like that? Did you have a midnight snack without inviting me? Swallow could only laugh awkwardly. Mel J continued explaining magic. Transformation is still magic. It allows the user to take on the appearance of the future. Meanwhile, he was indifferent. She shivered and laughed loudly, saying, or in other words, when I grow up, I'll look like my beautiful second version. Swan, uninterested, replied, let it go, all right. Mio-Ri pointed straight at him and said, got it, Lord Swan. He replied, all right, all right. She was displeased with his indifferent attitude and snapped, you're not answering sincerely. Swallow changed the subject. Looks like we need to buy new clothes first. Mio-Ri angrily said, don't treat me like a child. He said, all right. She warned him, I won't forgive you. In the Count Haston territory, the sound of horse hooves clopping a warrior loudly said, Count Haston, here, open the city gates and welcome the conquest troops immediately. We come from Leah to conquer the ancient core. The majestic image of warriors with war horses, a voice echoed from a room. Who sent these documents? Here. Another voice responded, it was just sent yesterday under the name of the 3 labels, sir. Fingers tightened on the corner of the paper. The Lord of Hastine region, Count Itak, squeezed the paper with an angry face, silently thinking the 3 labels of the association under direct royal management. He slammed the paper on the table. He continued thinking, for dungeons above level B, they can only be infiltrated with the permission of the territorial lord. But before even asking for permission, did he just send me a notice? This is an order from the royal family, so I can't just throw them out. He grumbled, face annoyed, and said to the servant, "Do you think this expedition team can infiltrate the ancient core?" The maid shook her head. He continued, "You think so too. They're too weak to be an expedition team for the ancient core, and the commander of the expedition army is Nifrim. I've never heard that name from those 3 labels. What are they thinking?" He glanced out the window and thought, if they mess with the ancient core half-heartedly, like that, won't my territory be in crisis? Better to request a stronger expedition team, right? The nurse covered her mouth, thinking to do that I need a reliable expedition team. The maid spoke up, "Sir, you can find the answer closer." "You think so?" He grasped the key point closer. "I think so." "Then what about the winged magicians?" "Yes. If it's the winged magicians, that's entirely possible." He fell silent, pondering. "I heard lately they've expanded a lot because they collected high-quality mana stones of unknown origin. Of course, even with such rapid development, an A-rank mage intending to conquer the ancient core is crazy. But if the rumors are true..." Thinking of this, he laughed proudly. The only remaining monster at the right entrance where there are no guards is the monster that defeated the expedition army of hero Bon Swallow. Lord Y. Tack sternly pointed and ordered, "Send someone with the commission to the winged magicians. I promise in my name to bring them a large sum of money and great fame. So tell them to conquer the ancient core first." A loud voice shouted, along with a rough door opening, "You cannot just storm in there." The nurse and the maid were surprised and asked, "Who is it?" 3 people made serious faces and said, "Are you Lord Whitack?" He suspiciously asked, "Who are you?" The girl answered, "Nifrim, since you didn't open the gate. No matter how many times we called, we took the liberty to enter." Nifrim boldly sat down while the nurse asked, "Why did you come here without notice?" She replied, "Didn't you already receive the papers from the royal family?" The other party widened their eyes at him and said, "What reason do we have not to come?" The nurse hesitated and answered none. He thought she looked bloodthirsty and very young. The girl next to her said, "Hey, we're guests, right? What's with that face? Smile, smile. I want something sweet to eat. Give us some tea and light snacks. And some for Miss Let, too." His hand on the table clenched, then relaxed as he ordered quickly prepare for them. The maid nodded in understanding. Itachi also sat opposite them and began to ask, "So why did you come to see me?" Nifrim answered, "What do you mean?" "Of course we came to conquer the ancient core. He said the papers were only sent here a day ago. You're fast. So, when do you plan to go?" She replied, "Actually, we planned to leave today, but something urgent came up, so I was thinking of leaving tomorrow." "Is that okay?" Tack interrupted. "So early tomorrow? Since this is an important mission? Wouldn't it be better for you to go after you recover?" "I will provide accommodation, just make yourself comfortable." And Nifrim interrupted him. No, if you don't care about us, that's fine too. We'll stop by the wing magic and leave immediately." The nurse immediately questioned, "What are you going there for? Do you know anyone there?" She answered, "It's not for that reason." Nifrim gave a creepy smile and said, "I'm just going there to kill them." The nurse asked again, "What do you mean?" She tucked back her hair, exposing her ear, and said, "With such poor security, eavesdropping by magic is very easy. I ran out on the way here. So you intend to assign the reconnaissance to magic?" The nurse was shocked to hear this. Nifrim propped her chin and smiled that strange smile again and said, "We also came to this border to scout. So you think we'll just obediently give up? We will eliminate anyone who causes trouble." She continued to ask him, "This benefits you too, doesn't it? Because whichever team is stronger between us and the wings will conquer the ancient core." Itak said, "I apologize, I won't ask for any more teams, so just start conquering whenever you want." Nifrim took a cookie. "Is that so?" She bit the cookie and said, "Thank you. I'm very glad to be favored by the Count." The space was pitch dark. Strange statues, a skeleton wearing armor and holding a sword cutting down those statues. That skeleton said, "They're coming soon." Taking 10. Swallow Devar and Melgezalim, Afria, to scout the street. She looked around with great curiosity and interest. He looked at the scene ahead and thought it looked familiar. The two stood in front of the city gate, and Agria said, "Sir Swat, we have arrived." Devar stepped forward and asked the people around, "I want to get to the teleportation gate." The soldier replied, "Oh, you mean the wheel axle? That's still very far." You asked how far. The soldier answered, "This is the city gate. The wheel axle is in the castle on the right of the royal palace, so you still have a long way to go. You still have to go through 3 more gates." The soldier explained while drawing the position for him to understand that they were outside the city gate and had to pass 3 more side gates to reach the teleportation gate. After a long walk, Devar asked disappointedly, "How long will it take?" "Let me see," the soldier said. "If you walk, it will take at least a week." He didn't hear clearly. An hour later, both Devar and Agria exclaimed in shock, "A week." The soldier was confused and asked if there was a problem. He stared blankly and thought it was too late. At this rate, forget about finding Ryan, the doctor will have left home too. Lymph Agria whispered to Devar Sir Squat, "Should we use the teleportation spell?" He frowned and said no. Devar continued, "If we use mana, people will notice." He pondered, "Suppose I release mana, who knows what will happen?" The two whispered back and forth, bumping heads, confusing the soldier who didn't understand anything. From afar, a man approached and asked, "Hey, are you two in trouble?" He said sorry for eavesdropping. "You want to get to the teleportation gate?" Agria replied, "Yes, but who are you?" He introduced himself. "I'm the pilot Belver." She wondered what a flying vehicle. Belver smiled and pointed to his flying vehicle. "Oh, right," he introduced this as a fourth-generation homunculus prototype. It is the result of a plan to produce artificial angels carried out by the kingdom. Its body is white with a perfectly round head, large eyes one above the other, and wings on its back from swallow. Devar muttered, "I see." Agria shivered and said, "Ugh, it looks disgusting." The homunculus lightly touched Belver's hand, who then patted its head and said, "It is very healthy, obedient, and can fly, but was discarded because it couldn't destroy the church as originally intended." Then she asked if the human homunculus experiments had ended. He said no, that would never happen. This kingdom will never give up that kind of power. There's also a strange story that they are mass-produced through a large-scale process. While speaking, Belver played with the homunculus. Devar wondered how aren't they usually kept in giant jars. Belver helplessly said, that thing is from long ago. The first-generation homunculus started using that technology 155 years ago. Along with that was the contemptuous look from the homunculus. He silently thought 155 years ago is a long time since Ryan was born. Then Agria leaned on the flying carriage trying to climb up and said, "It looks sturdy, I don't think he's lying. If we go by this, how long will it take to reach the teleportation gate?" Belver smiled happily and replied, "You really have a good eye." He began calculating the flight would take 3 hours plus 1 more hour for customs totaling 4 hours, because even flying requires inspection to pass through the city gate. Devar asked about the price. Belver smiled brightly like it was New Year and showed 8 fingers, "You two, 8 ounces of gold." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Agria were shocked and horrified, silently calculating 8 ounces of gold meant 800 ounces of silver. The inn's lodging fee was already 8 ounces of silver, and this is 100 times more expensive than yesterday's lodging fee. Agria quickly turned her back and said, "Sorry, sir, I don't have that much money." Devar helplessly said, "Do you think I have that much money right now?" He reached into 6 pockets of his coat and heard a rustling sound, pulling out a piece of paper. Then Devar opened it to see inside was gold us and a small note from Patrick to the clumsy boss. "Someday you'll have to be grateful to me, Patrick." Finally, the two of them boarded the flying carriage and flew with Belver toward the teleportation gate. Agria called out, "Yes, sir, SWAT, what's up?" She admired the scenery below while asking who gave you so much money. Devar yawned and replied, "Oh, that subordinates in the secret dungeon pocketed it for me." Agria bored sat and wondered, then answered herself, "Acquaintances, huh? You're a monster in the dungeon, but why are you wandering around?" Devar glanced at her and said, "Just say I got kicked out of there, okay?" Agria asked again, "So your subordinates were expelled too?" He answered vaguely, kind of like that. Suddenly Agria's mood soured a little. She said enviously, even after leaving the dungeon, "You still take care of your subordinates to the end. I wish I had someone to accompany me like that. I want to live a life like yours with people who care for you and you care for them. That's happiness, isn't it?" Agria's expression when talking about happiness was very gentle. She really wanted to have a warm happiness of her own. After a while, Devar said, "Is that so?" "Because on the prosperous road of this universe, the houses here look very similar. White walls with yellow tiles." At the teleportation gate, Devar's voice rang out, "So you mean we can't use the teleportation gate?" The guard replied, "Sorry for the inconvenience." Agria sadly said, "I didn't expect this to happen. I'm very sorry, Sir Squat." Then the guard explained the solution. "If not urgent, come back at 8 p.m. tonight. Today, the teleportation gate is temporarily closed to ensure security for the auction today. After the auction ends, VIP guests will use the teleportation gate, then the superiors will allow it." And he handed over a piece of paper saying, "If you're interested, take a look." He took the paper and asked, "Closed because of the auction?" The guard replied, "Yes. This time there is a very rare item. Item 34 of 36, the decapitating claw masterpiece. It was only discovered a few days ago. We have to close to prevent misuse of the teleportation gate to infiltrate the auction house." The paper contained information about the decapitating claw item. Agria curiously clung to his sleeve and pulled it down to see. So that's the detailed blueprint. Meanwhile, he was silently thinking, I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. After a while, Devar realized and exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't this exactly the weapon of my subordinate?" The guard heard him say that and asked, "Sorry, are you mistaken?" Devar replied, "Mistaken. No way it's identical. Isn't this the thing that when gripped tightly transforms into a big sword and goes slash like that?" He demonstrated a series of moves so the guard could understand. The guard whispered, I'm not sure, but you're probably mistaken because there is only one decapitating claw in the world. That statement made Devar freeze. He was so shocked he didn't even blink. Unique. That phrase kept repeating in his mind. Devar, with a doubtful look, touched his head and silently thought it must be Rhine's weapon. Standing beside him was Agria. Seeing his reaction, she spoke up, "Sir Swat, you keep thinking, but why would it be in human hands? Could it be that Rhine was captured by humans?" Deep inside, Devar's face twisted into something terrifying. He thought of Rhine, her cold gaze staring straight ahead. No, even the bosses of the other 7 great dungeons must fear Rhine. Humans don't stand a chance against her. Rhine is very strong. It's not without reason she's called the sword-wielding maid. Rhine. He looked at his hand and thought, did she take the sword when she left? Devar's mind recalled the moment Rhine walked away. Her outfit didn't even have a place to hide a weapon, and she even threw the sword at him, mistaking him for an enemy. So how many weapons does Rhine have? When fighting humans, would she use fewer than 5 types of weapons? Without the sword, this doctor could still manage, but if he used the sword, he would be stronger. But Rhine is different. If the sword-wielding maid is disarmed, what does she have left? Devar was lost in his thoughts, feeling terrible. In reality, Agria's face showed worry, and she called out fearfully, "Sir, Swat!" His hand clenched into a fist, veins bulging from the tight grip. Devar's anger erupted, so Rhine was killed by humans, those lowly beings, these inferior humans who kill without mercy. If Rhine was dead, that strange demonic energy inside him surged even stronger. He screamed in terror, "Swallow!" Devar was about to continue when an ordinary old man shouted again, "Don't! Don't come near, monster!" His eerie voice kept echoing, "Then it's only right that I kill every bastard here." Moments later, that wretched man lay writhing on the ground, foaming at the mouth in despair. Swallow Devar had now appeared. Do you see it? At that moment, giant yellow eyes appeared. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Sir Squat!" But he coldly replied, "Do you agree, Rhine?" Sir Swallow Devar seemed to be losing his mind. Voices of reassurance kept calling out, "Sir Swat, calm down! Wake up!" At that moment, a slender, weak arm grabbed his sleeve. It was Melissa Lymph Agria. She grabbed Swallow Devar's arm, anxiously asking, "What the hell is going on? Answer me!" But he turned to glare with a terrifying eye and replied, "I'll only answer you once. The head-chopping claw, one of the 36 masterpieces of virtue. Only one exists in the entire world, right?" Melissa Lymph Agria was stunned by this. She looked at him sweating profusely and answered, "As far as I know, yes. But why are you suddenly asking that?" Swallow Devar replied, "I've been searching for it for a long time. It belongs to a friend of mine. I have to find it." Then he pulled his hand away from hers and coldly turned away. "You don't need to help me anymore. Thank you, Melissa Lymph Agria." Frantically reaching for him, Sir Swat, he continued, "Now I know how to get to Haston. From now on, I can go there myself." Then his power began to flare up again. "So it's best if you stay away from here as fast as you can. Is that the friend you mentioned?" Hearing this, Swallow Devar's steps faltered. Melissa Lymph Agria hurriedly said, "The demon with silver hair, a warrior who uses the head-chopping claw, one of the 36 masterpieces of virtue." Swallow Devar's face became colder than ever. Then he hissed each word with that expression, "Sword-wielding maid, Miss Rhine Melgezalim Fagria." Seeing his expression, she hugged herself trembling and said, "Judging by that reaction, it seems to be true, Sir Swallow Devar." Still seriously warning that's no longer a joke. Then his eyes flashed as he asked in a dangerous tone, "What do you want to know?" Then Melgezalim Agria laughed, haha, and replied, "No need to tell me the whole story. Even if you use that scary tone, it won't frighten me, especially since I already know who you are." At that, her face clearly showed sparkling excitement. She continued, "Miss Rhine is the guardian protector of the great ancient core. She holds the highest status among the highest. So if you confirm that Miss Rhine is your friend, then Sir Swallow Devar surely has also turned back to listen to her speak." Melgezalim Agria's voice rang out again, "The master of the ancient core." Sir Swallow Devar was quite surprised to hear that. His face returned to its usual calm, no longer showing the loss of control from before. After a moment, he closed his eyes helplessly and replied, "Yes, I am Devar." But suddenly Melissa Lymph Agria interrupted him. Her face filled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Your servant Devor must be her." Outside Swallow, Devar sighed helplessly at a loss for words. But inside his expression twisted in displeasure. Still, she paid no attention and continued laughing loudly. "Look at your face, I caught you red-handed. Don't worry, my deduction skills are top-notch." Melgezalim Agria hesitated a bit before continuing. "I don't know what dangerous thoughts you have, so I will help you, and you can't refuse." Swallow Devar asked skeptically, "For someone who claims to be almost equal to the Demon King, are you sure you can deduce things simply?" She confidently smiled and replied, "A demon with logic can't become king. But the words of the demon who becomes king, that is true logic. Seeing her confidence, Swallow Devar thought despondently, this is going too far. Meanwhile, Melgazelimf Agria couldn't help but exclaim at his miserable face, "Ah, that face is when you're really Swata, right?" Hearing that, he looked at Melgazelimf Agria in surprise as she gestured vividly. "Now, you're super scary. Just a moment ago, some strange things appeared behind you here." Then she quickly changed expression to laughter that brought tears. "So I'm very glad you're back to normal from now on. I'll help you, so don't worry." After hearing Zelinf Agria gently grab his robe and say, "And please don't use that tone anymore, promise me." Quickly, the day of the auction arrived. The entrance ahead was bathed in sunshine, casting light down on the world. Everyone attending the auction wore masks to hide their identities. At the same time, at the back exit, a soldier leaned against a pillar thinking, "I guessed it before, but I didn't expect there to be no demons at all. Really, what's the point of guarding?" Feeling bored, suddenly a voice called out, "Hello!" It was Melissa Zelimf Aria. She now appeared with sharp makeup, fashionable hairstyle, and flashy clothes. Behind her was Swallow Devil, still dressed exactly as usual, looking quite clueless. She politely asked, "We want to participate in the auction. Can we enter through this door?" The guard, confused, stammered, Yes, this way, but first I need to know your identities." Hearing the question, she calmly introduced herself. "I am Males from the Agria family, and this is my servant." The guard replied, "Please wait a moment." Then he began searching in the records for the name Agria. After a while, the guard awkwardly said, I'm sorry, but the young lady's name is not on today's guest list." But she covered her mouth and laughed, "Oh my, how strange." Then Melgazelimf Agria turned and asked, "Swat, did you bring the invitation?" The guard nervously asked, Invitation. Swallow Devar stepped forward and said, "Ah, yes, here it is." The guard looked confused and said, "Wait, no invitations were sent out, right?" But just as the last words were spoken, the guard took a punch to the face. Before the guard appeared a cold face with a sinister smile, raising a fist, saying, "This is your invitation to the next life." After dealing with the guard, he turned to Melissa Lim Agria and helplessly asked, "More importantly, can't you wear something else?" She calmly replied, "Why are you afraid my stunning appearance will charm you?" But Swallow Devar concernedly said, "You're a child, don't dress like that." She indignantly retorted, "Don't call me a child." Yeah, whatever, let's go." But Melissa Lymph Aria still refused and angrily tapped his head, scolding, "Take back what you just said, quickly." Cut to the Chait Castle. A sharply pointed building emerges against the sky. The surrounding space is engulfed in blood-red hues. But Rhine couldn't help but be in a room where someone was lying there murmuring. That someone was Rhine. She was lying hopelessly on the bed, tears flowing automatically. Rhine suddenly exclaimed, "Back to the ancient core again, except 12 revert to 85 before." In a forest, a catastrophic fire is blazing. Everything is burning. Within that destructive fire is the Grapenia forest. Everything is gradually disappearing into thin air. Cut to another space. In a room, a voice echoes, "I'm sorry for what happened. I never thought humans could do such things. But won't this forest recover and be filled with joy immediately?" A hand marked with demonic traces rests on that garment. "Anyway, I've already avenged them." A terrifying figure appears. Blue hair with 2 horns, one of which is cut off. Sharp claws of the figure rest on the face of a person frozen in terror. This is the owner of the Grapenia forest, nicknamed the Earth Spirit Witch Grapenia Swallow Devourer. Standing nearby, thinking, the ancient core has used the forest as its natural fortress. So I need to make a good impression on Grapenia. All those who burned the forest are dead now. Once the area is cleared, Grapenia's anger should gradually subside. At this moment, his 2 feet stood in a pool of flowing blood as he thought, "Still, what should I do now?" It seems unrelated to this matter. The more I look, the more interested I become. Is it called a dwarf? A non-human creature created by humans? The image of Maid Rhine locked in a very shabby cell appears. Swallow Devourer observes, then calculates, should I kill this thing too? Leaving a witness isn't good either. But all right, he made his decision and spoke, "This is your master's final wish. Now you are free. Go wherever you want." Hearing this, Rhine was stunned into silence. Meanwhile, Swallow Devourer felt dissatisfied with himself, feeling he was acting erratically. After thinking, he clenched both steel bars and said, "However, I won't help you escape from here." At this moment, he transformed into a demonic form. He gently bent the iron bars, then coldly continued, "Whether you die trapped here or escape is up to you." Leo Lo, hearing this, was extremely shocked again. "Your master is looking for a maid named Leo Lo, and since there are no other maids around, it must be you. My curiosity-driven mercy ends here," saying that his body turned into a dark mist and vanished into the air. Rhine remained sitting there, stunned. A non-human creature created by humans, her eyes were still vacant as if she hadn't accepted the truth. After a while, she stood up and murmured the name Leo Lo. Leo Lo is the name of a maid who serves the master and a title given to the most talented maid. Leo Lo is currently the head maid. Rhine stepped out of the gap where the bent iron bars had been, But this petite maid had never been called or used that name because objects like her had no name. But because of that, Rhine stood there looking up at the light pouring down from the large hole. The light shone on her beautiful yet pitiful face. Tears unconsciously flowed. She read the name Leo Lao again. Cut back to Chite Castle. The atmosphere was less gloomy now. The blood red had faded considerably. Rhine sat on a mound of earth looking toward the castle. Suddenly, someone called Rhine's name. A fully covered figure appeared from behind. Rhine spoke. "I heard the Imperial Conquest Army is heading straight for the ancient core." "So that's the Earth Battery," Rhine replied. "Even if Battery says so, I won't go back there." Earth Battery stepped closer and said, "I'm not asking you to go back there. I truly respect your happiness, Rhine, but I prioritize your right to choose, and your happiness even more. Shouldn't you make sure you've resolved all your issues first? If it's those two, I think they're looking for you everywhere. If they find out you've been deceived by humans here, what do you think Swallow and Patchik will do? If you keep living like a wandering ghost, erase all your traces forever." Those words succeeded in stirring Rhine up. Her expression now looked extremely confused. Then Earthbound Battery returned to a normal tone. "You don't have to be perfect. It's okay to be clumsy. Batman will understand your intentions and handle things. Since it's a conquest team, the Ancient Core will be busy dealing with them for a few days. If you want to get married, just do it." But Rhine was still tangled in complicated thoughts, not knowing what to say. After a long moment, she fiddled with the hem of her dress called Battery, then decisively stood up and continued, "Rhine plans to go somewhere far away to breathe some fresh air." Battery was surprised and asked, "Wait a minute. Your right eye is a bit blurry, right? Is it safe for you to go alone?" Rhine responded determinedly, "Rhine is fine. Thanks for worrying about me, Battery. Where's your sword?" Back to Swallow's side. Devil was strangling someone up there. He slammed him against the wall, cracking it. He questioned, "I'll ask you one last time. Tell me everything about the claw." The man's head was squeezed tight until foam appeared at his mouth. Struggling, he said, "It was sent to me by the Heston Wing Demon Tower. I really don't know anything else. Please believe me." So it was Haston. "Swallow," Devar thought, then coldly asked again. "You said it's the Demon Tower of the Haston Wing, right?" After hearing what he needed, he released his grip, causing the man to collapse to the ground. Politely, he said, "Thank you for telling the truth. I'll let you live." Then he turned and left with Melissa Zalim Agria. But the man was still not afraid of death and muttered, "Damn it! That bastard almost killed me. I'm just a guard. What did I do wrong? Go to hell, bastard!" Suddenly, Swallow Devil appeared behind him with a grim expression and replied, "That's right. You did nothing wrong." This terrified the man. In his eyes appeared the familiar eyes of Swallow Devil. He continued in a voice like it came from hell. "You did nothing wrong, but you were just unlucky enough to catch my attention. When you stepped into my territory, what did you say again?" The man stammered back, "Are you a monster?" At that moment, he transformed into a dark black mist radiating around. Those terrifying voices continued, "Massacre or slaughter, no. You use pretty words like conquest or subjugation." Then all the furious eyes of Swallow Devil appeared terrifyingly. "Do you feel guilty for the creatures you killed? Did they do anything wrong to deserve death?" At that moment, the man looked up in extreme horror and despair. Swallow Devar continued answering his own question. "No, neither do I. You are my enemy. That's why I do this." Scene shifts to another space. At the auction room, voices rang out. "Someone bid 35 billion gold, 38.4 billion, 39.8 billion, 50 billion, 60.7 billion, 70 billion. The scene was very lively. Those with money eagerly raised their hands, hoping to get that item. 70 billion. We already have 70 billion. Anyone else? At this moment, two people were whispering to each other. Boring. Should we bid together? Just bid for fun. The other startled and asked, "What?" "Be serious, Miss Gwyn. We're here to ensure the auction's security, not to participate in it." This blue-haired girl is the commander of the Black Tiger Legion Hero Win History. Win History then smiled brightly and said, Looks like I can't joke with you, Garou." The pink-haired girl is the deputy commander of the Black Tiger Legion Detective Garou. With a serious expression, she said, "Don't forget why we're here. But let's finish this quickly and go eat something delicious." Suddenly, a bald man pointed and asked, "Is there no one there?" But the two girls were still discussing the meal salmon sandwich or pumpkin pie. I want pudding too." Meanwhile, the auction host upstairs spoke, "I will present the third card and end the auction." Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out. "Who said that?" Immediately, a spray of fresh blood accompanied by terrible screams, "Ah!" Swallow Devar appeared at that moment. The auction host then spoke in a hellish tone, "I will be the one to end this auction for all of you. Gwyn Historia." Seeing this was extremely shocked and called Garou. Garrett also responded anxiously. Yes. Swallow Devil appeared in a strange transformed form, hands aflame, advancing like the Grim Reaper speaking, "You're all here to buy the severed nails, right?" Chap 13 explains a bit about the warrior. There were 3 warriors of the Empire, after one of the Burnistan trio died fighting. The ancient core public criticism arose against the warrior who had the duty to protect the Empire's people, but died while raiding a dungeon for personal gain. The image of those warriors surrounded by countless accusing fingers appeared because the criticism was not only directed at one side, but also at the 2 remaining warriors among them. One of them felt that, as a warrior, maintaining the trust of the Empire's people was necessary enough to suppress survival instincts and inspire their fighting spirit. At this moment, Gwyn Historia's legs trembled violently. She clenched her teeth in anger, ready to rush forward, but was stopped by the remaining Garou. Historia Garrote shook his head, signaling he must not go. Though extremely worried, Garrote could only grit his teeth helplessly and said, "You absolutely can't do anything. That thing is beyond dangerous." The image of Swallow Devil approaching like the Grim Reaper appeared, yellow eyes with swirling patterns, scanning around, moving up to the auction floor. Swallow Devil placed his hand on the item, then lowered his head and said, "This symbol might just be a hunch, but it really looks genuine." At the same time, he felt the changes inside the item and thought, "I can sense a strong trace of Rhine to consider it fake." As expected, Rhine was attacked by lowly humans. Hearing this, he decisively bit off the glass cage, picked up the item, and examined it more closely. Swallow Devil then said, "Although this situation is quite complicated to explain in detail, this item actually already has an owner, so I will return it to its rightful owner. What a shame it would have sold for a high price." His words and demeanor silenced those below. Since you all saw it while he was about to continue, some reckless guys pointed and shouted at the guards, "What are you doing? Stop that bastard immediately!" At this point, Swallow Devil's anger truly ignited. "It seems you have no intention of sending me off politely. Fine. I feel the same." After saying this, Swallow Devil grabbed the item approaching while hissing, "I will tear you all to pieces." His face increasingly showed resentment and a vow to bury them with his sword. Suddenly a shadow appeared with a loud shout. "Do you think I'll allow that?" Swallow Devil angrily turned his head to see it was Gwyn Historia, who rushed forward to attack him. "Hey, quick as a flying squirrel!" With great movement and combat equipment, but seeing Gwyn Historia attack, he assessed, "Unfortunately, you have no talent for this." In an instant, Swallow Devil easily dodged to the side, and she missed. "You have no other weapon besides those gloves." Swallow Devil glanced at Gwyn Historia's movements and continued his assessment. Meanwhile, she tried to steady her footing and turned around. Gwyn. Historia continued swinging her iron fist. "In this case, I will tear your arm apart and crush those gloves into pieces." Swallow Devil stared at his opponent with extreme malice. "Even so, for a human, that's pretty impressive." Gwyn Historia swung her fist again and shouted, "Crush it!" When the iron fist came, Swallow Devil gently caught it with his bare hands. But when their strong hands met, Gwyn Historia's power surprised him a bit. Immediately, he was punched, flying straight into the wall behind, causing a huge explosion and debris to scatter. Gwyn Historia stood there panting with some satisfaction, but at that moment, a calm voice echoed, "Ha, ha, so you're not an ordinary human, huh?" The voice came from the rubble, startling Gwyn Historia. She was filled with anxiety. Is he still alive after that move? Impossible. That technique wiped out an entire dungeon boss without leaving a trace. Gwyn Historia's face showed clear fear. Even the Apocalypse clone, said to withstand any 3 hits, was defeated with just 1 strike from that skill. Her iron arm dropped to the ground at that moment. Gwyn. Historia began to evaluate him again. The black liquid isn't a gas, so he's not human, but he's not an ordinary monster either. Then what exactly is he? While Gwyn Historia was confused, Swallow Devil gave a sinister smile, then his whole body emitted a dark aura as he wildly shouted, "What a pity!" His vision blurred, and he couldn't see anything. An endless darkness was engulfing Gwyn Historia. Suddenly a voice called out, Gwyn Historia." She quickly turned around to Garrote, calling out to him. At that moment another iron hand appeared, and from Garrote's arm crackled bolts of lightning power. Gwyn Historia shouted to stop Garrote, "Don't come any closer." But Garrett charged forward his power, attacking Swallow Devil as he shouted, "Stay away from us!" Cut to another space where someone is sitting amid a pile of rubble. "Lord Swallow, are you still safe?" I was very worried. He reassured her, I'm still fine. But she was still panicked to the point of tears. "Are you really okay? I thought you had died after that magic attack." He looked at his hand and wondered himself why he was still alive. He recalled that attack. It wasn't something a human could unleash. It felt like it hit my heart. I wouldn't be surprised if that attack exposed my true form. That thought made me uneasy. Swallow Devil sweat nervously thinking about that image. And if I was exposed, the doctor would definitely aseka me. I don't even want to think about it anymore. I might have died because of that. But more importantly, he looked ahead, remembering those two. Swallow Devil's gaze looked far into the distance. Not just one, but two red-haired flying squirrels, the special ones. While I focused on the blue-haired one, she evacuated the people here and cast multiple protective spells on the blue-haired one, then quickly escaped my magical fangs at the same time. Recalling that face, he couldn't help but smirk and say, "You guys are interesting." Chap 14. Something just fell here. Shouts echoed along with pieces of earth breaking apart. What the hell is going on? Hey, is anyone here? Are you awake? At this moment, Gwen Historia was thrown down into a deep dent in the ground. People surrounded her. An old man hurriedly called out, "She's seriously injured. Should we call the guards? Call the healer." Gwen Historia thought to herself, "Although I'm a warrior, I was defeated by an unknown monster with just one strike. Is everyone in the auction house still safe?" And Garrot. As she prepared to stand, people reminded her to get up slowly. Garrot suddenly responded, "If you whisper like that, I can hear you." Gwen Historia looked up in surprise. Garrot smiled, pulling her sleeve. "Gwen." Historia seemed to feel a burden lifted and happily exclaimed, "Garrot, you're still alive." Garrett pinched her cheek and laughed, telling her, "When you should quickly thank me. Without me there, this day next year would have been your death anniversary." When? Historia opened her eyes. Garrot? Her arm revealed it was a bloodied, amputated arm of Garrot's. But she still smiled brightly and optimistically said, "Don't worry, it's not life-threatening." But Gwen Historia was not like that. Tears streamed down her face as she hugged Garrot and cried, "I'm sorry because of me. Garrot, I really am a failed hero. Garrot, I'm sorry." Suddenly a shout rang out Gwen Historia. Garrett wiped Gwen Historia's tears and reassured her, "Calm down, you are a hero after all." Would anyone like it if the Empire's hero cried all her tears out? Then she leaned close to Gwen Historia's ear and whispered just one arm. "It's okay, isn't it? Don't you know who you're facing? Gwen, that monster is the ancient core's master. He is Swallow." Hearing this, Gwen Historia sank into confusion, unable to believe this truth. What are you saying? Don't joke around, there's no way a monster like that would be here. Garrett seriously said, "I don't know why either, but I'm sure he really is Swallow. That dark, cruel disaster is the ancient monster Swallow. The monster's leg bears the mark of Hero Burnistan. It seems the mark is still fresh, less than a month old. This is more serious than I thought." Gwen's face clearly showed worry. If this continues, the Empire will collapse. Gwen Historia fell into despair after hearing this. After regaining her senses, her face showed panic as she said, "If it really is Swallow, we must try to stop him. This is human territory. We have the upper hand." But Garrot placed a hand on her shoulder to counsel her. "When this isn't something we can solve with our strength. You've directly felt that overwhelming power already. Right now, we can't defeat him. We need to turn to the Demon Clan Alliance for support and report back to the royal family. So I will act alone first. In my current state, I can't teleport both of us, so Win, please stay here." As he spoke, Garrot used the light whisper to heal, and those sparkling lights began to mend Gwen Historia's wounds. Garrot continued, "It's not a full recovery, so don't wander off. Wait for me here, okay?" But suddenly Gwen Historia jumped up saying, "Wait, but we don't know when that monster will go berserk again." Garrot reminded her again, "It's better to wait here, please." After saying that, Garrot's body began to glow. Gwen Historia panicked and called after him, "Wait, Garrot," but Garrot decisively vanished into the air at that moment. Cut to Swallow Devil. He has been deeply troubled, lost in thought. Should I let go of the one who escaped and head to Haston or chase after him and eliminate all risks of being discovered here? What should I do? Swallow Devil turning left then right has even confused Melgezalymph Agria beside me, even though I'm safe and have retracted my claws tight around his head. Forget it. Besides, I have a goal to find Rhine, and I must not forget that. At least I have to find Rhine's body. After calculating, he turned back and called Mel's to get ready. Her face showed some worry. Swallow Devil noticed and asked what was wrong. Lord Swat thought for a moment, then she decisively revealed her worries. "You are truly powerful, I know, because I witnessed it back at the Demon King's castle. But the more I learn, the stronger you seem than I initially thought. Although you say you're Miss Rhine's friend, it seems you're even stronger than her, right? Or is Miss Rhine stronger than I thought? Please tell me, Lord Swat, who are you really?" Swallow Devar froze for a moment upon hearing this question, then helplessly scratched his head, laughed, and suddenly tapped the girl's head. After that, he patted her head, making Melgezalymph Agria look up confused. Swallow Devar said, "Why worry, kid? I'm just Lord Swat." Little Melgezalymph Agria just looked up at him, then smiled and continued. "Once everything is settled, I'll tell you the truth. Okay?" She smiled reassuringly. Swallow Devar then boosted Melgezalimphagria's morale, saying, "Now let's get this done. Show them the power of a demon king," he said. She cheerfully replied. Later, the cloak fell off, revealing that little Melgezalimphagria had transformed into a girl with a strong, hot figure. Glancing over, she said, "All right, Lord Swat." Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck a circular shield structure. Soon after, a massive explosion erupted, obscuring visibility. People below, seeing the massive smoke, panicked and exclaimed, "What is that?" What exploded Gwyn Historia looked up in horror toward the auction house. Damn it, an attack in the heart of the capital. The frightened citizens shouted, "Ah, our home! Do those damn creatures care how many people are in the capital? What should I do?" She stood up and started walking. But then Gwyn Historia remembered Garot's advice. "Don't wander off, wait for me here." At that moment, Gwyn Historia clenched her teeth in sudden anger. Then a small hand tightly grabbed hers. A little girl worriedly held Gwyn Historia's hand while crying, "Sister, my dad is over there." Gwyn Historia's iron grip tightened. While everyone was panicking, a voice rang out. "It's okay. Don't worry, everyone. I will handle this." Saying that, Gwyn Historia decisively stepped forward. As she walked, she thought, "I am the hero Gwyn Historia. I won't run from a monster like this." Chapter 15. Above, gray smoke continued rising into the sky. Below the ground was a wide field of rubble. A foot stamped down on the debris, and Swallow Devar crawled out from the pile of bricks and wood. He called out, "Hey, Melis, what was that magic you just used? Why did that high-level magic cause the ground to collapse like that, right?" Melgezalimphagria spread her beautiful wings and flew above, smiling as she replied, "Everything's settled now, right? Everything's basically gone." He asked again. That magic really shouldn't have been used here. She responded immediately. "Please don't interfere with my business, okay? It's only just begun, but I've already finished them all. Everything's neatly done, so what else do you want from me now?" Sparkling lights radiated from Melgezalimphagria's body, causing Swallow Devar to feel frustrated. Then she said, "Why are you still complaining? If magic stops in a situation like this, it's better. Why didn't you tell me?" Swallow Devar helplessly replied, "I thought you could do the right thing in this situation." Suddenly, a voice echoed through the hazy space. This isn't good. Using magic here will bring a lot of trouble." Swallow Devar glanced back then. After thinking, he asked, "Do you still remember the way to the center near the teleport gate?" Melgezalimphagria replied, "Yes, I remember that place now." Hearing that, he urged, "All right. Let's get out of here quickly. Those heroes and guards will be coming soon. This is quite troublesome after the magic user. We need to get to Haston quickly." After saying that, he turned away. She was a bit confused, but didn't dare to ask more. But she couldn't hold back and asked, "You keep talking about Haston, but where exactly is it?" Swallow Devar stumbled at her question, then with a frustrated look turned back. "Do you even know where the ancient core is?" Melgezalimphagria laughed. "Ha, yes, I know. It's one of the 7 great dungeons I admire." Swallow Devar said that town is nearby. Melgezalimphagria's cheerful mood faded. She poked her finger. "Actually, I only read about the ancient core in a few books." He said helplessly, "All right, let's go." Melgezalimphagria took off flying and said, "All right, I will protect it, don't worry." Swallow Devar waved back at her and replied, "Okay, I'll be there soon." After parting with Melgezalimphagria, he walked alone through the chaos, speaking as he went. "We've made it here. How many people are here?" In the smoke, a large army appeared, standing opposite Swallow Devar. They heard him ask and responded, "We are one of the 9 pillar clans of the Empire, the Lamb Hack Expedition Group." At that moment, a scar-faced man with a mask spoke. "I'm the captain of the expedition group. Asking you, who are you?" Swallow Devar silently thought humans always have to work in teams. "I don't get why they're so stubborn about that. But when they gather like this, it's quite troublesome. They seem to be guards protecting the auction. But no worries, they're just soldiers. No hero has appeared yet." After thinking, Swallow Devar finally spoke. "You want to know who I am? Let me think if I should tell you." Then immediately his eyes turned cold yellow as he said, "I am your enemy." Instantly, eyes and mouths appeared clearly and terrifyingly on his body. At that moment, a voice echoed in the ancient core Nifri. "Everyone says no one who enters this dungeon leaves easily. If someone dies here, their soul wanders and cannot be released." The blue-haired girl Sylvia kept fluttering around Nifri, chattering, "Should we turn back now? This place is too scary." But Nifrim angrily said, "Come on, don't cause trouble." Sylvia pouted a bit in frustration. "There's nothing here, it's boring to death. That's why I do this for fun." Suddenly, she looked to one side and said, "But I think there's a lot of strange things in this dungeon." Nifrim was alarmed and glanced toward the first room we passed earlier, full of monster corpses, but this room is different. It's too clean. Someone must have cleaned here already. Her eyes showed seriousness. Then she turned to ask everyone, "What do you think?" The man remained absent-minded and confused. Then murmurs spread, "There's no way the Hitler last expedition army cleaned here. The monsters aren't smart enough to do that. Or maybe there's a highly intelligent monster doing it." Wait, Didn't this dungeon get destroyed up to the 5th room already? Only the boss room remains. There's no way a monster could clean this whole place. Suddenly a voice rang out. What are you talking about? Then why didn't it clean the corpses in the 1st room but here? Hearing that, Nifrim looked alarmed and quickly glanced behind her. Then Nifrim shouted, Monsters, stop fooling around here! Are you trying to trick us? Then panic erupted. Oui. Suddenly a gloomy voice echoed, You're making too much noise, it tires me out. My bones ache even more. I'm not trying to trick you. I cleaned this place because it was too messy. Also, I guessed someone would come to conquer the dungeon. But you're too noisy, so I feel quite annoyed. 2 bright eyes in the darkness looked out. Nifrim hurriedly turned to Sylvia and said, Sylvia, the light. Sylvia quickly responded immediately. Sylvia reached out and created a beam of light in her hand. The voice rang out again, too tied up. Are you really a bunch of fools? Why do you have to come here? Isn't dying so much enough yet? Welcome to the ancient core. It turned out that the voice was Sir Patrick. Nifrim panicked and thought to himself, Scotland. Then he had to speak up and ask, So you are the Knight Patrick, Sir Patrick. Hearing that, blurted out angrily, Since you know me, I don't need to introduce myself anymore. People had prepared a grand introduction, but now forget it. Truly a bunch of fools wanting to come here and find death. Calm down a bit, don't overreact like that. Lower your weapons, let's talk. Little sorceress, don't be so defensive. And you soldiers, step back a bit. Huh, isn't what I said right? While Sir Patrick was speaking, a burst of pure energy passed by. It turned out to be Nifrim's small sword. She angrily stabbed with the sword while shouting, Die! Enough talking. But Sir Patrick gently blocked it with one arm. Then he squinted and said mockingly, Humans really behave rudely. Already attacking without warning. Nifrim then continued using ice magic. A large block of ice under Nifrim's control attacked Sir Patrick. Immediately there was an explosion, dust filling the air, making it impossible to see. Outside, flashes of light flickered in the sky from the clash of their techniques. Fighting again. This is too familiar to me, not fun at all. Facing anyone is the same. In the end, I always win. Sir Patrick calmly received Nifrim's attacks. Nifrim's eyes burned with resentment as she swung her sword down. Sir Patrick remained calm. Then he released a sword aura from behind him. Sir Patrick thought to himself this was a boring fight. Then he said to his opponent, Oh, you seem to have some strength, quite different from the others. But now, Nifrim gave a bizarre smile and started unleashing many moves at once, increasing power. A sign of the Radiant Void's silent blood law, for the brave. Different formations appeared behind her. Sir Patrick reached out and grabbed his sword stuck in the ground and said, You have a lot of magic-enhancing effects, so you're so strong. But he thought to himself, the effect probably won't last long, probably just a minute. But he didn't have long to ponder. Then came a series of moves that caused paralysis. The lightning strikes caused Sir Patrick to be a bit alarmed. Oh, not these again! Nifrim now jumped on him and said, Say that again. Who will win? Nifrim's whole body radiated a strong aura, pointing the sword down. Sir Patrick tilted his head and said, Not bad. Didn't think you had enough strength to pressure me like this. Sylvia stood timidly beside with her sword. Whispered voices rose. Not over yet. Ancient core guardian monsters aren't that many. Suddenly, Sir Patrick said, Looks like I need to eliminate that little blue-haired sorceress first. Sylvia heard that and broke out in a cold sweat. Tension and fear rose. Nifrim, hearing this, stomped angrily, then shouted, Shut up! Sir Patrick seemed quite pained. Nifrim thrust her sword down with all her strength, hissing, Die! But then a bony hand gently reached out and grabbed the sharp sword tip. Then a loud laugh rang out. Ha 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 ha! Sir Patrick, lying on the ground, felt happier than ever. Really, it's been so long since I've enjoyed acting like this. I'm sorry it's been a long time since I've been this happy. I should have taken you all down quickly. Nifrim felt both confused and resentful at that expression. Sweat started pouring out non-stop. The undead doctor continued, but it's been a long time since a purifier has come here. That's why I was a bit bored. So I decided to try the feeling of failure by tricking you all. Thank you all for giving me this joy. After saying that, the undead Patrick's eyes flashed a blue light as if wanting to devour everything. Next cut to 16, a dark place where nothing is clearly visible. Nifrim suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, Ah, ah, ah! She pushed herself up and cried out, It hurts! Yeah, what just happened? At that moment, a voice startled Nifrim as she looked over. Oh, you're awake. The undead doctor, still sitting there, said it only took me a few seconds to summarize everything after you passed out like that. You better take a look yourself, he said as he raised his hand toward a pile of bloodied corpses in a horrific state. Patrick. The undead continued. All the people who have confronted me, the Death Knight. Patrick, has anyone survived to this day? I thought you'd know these things since you know my name, but it seems all you know is my name and nothing else. At this moment, he was holding Sylvia's head, but dealing with this blue-haired mage is quite tough, said Patrick the undead as he threw the corpse back to Nifrim. Nifrim screamed in panic, Sylvia. She trembled in front of her best friend's corpse. The undead doctor continued, just thinking about using holy magic makes my bones itch. He couldn't hide his joy blooming all around. After all, you are Nifrim, right? That mage kept calling your name until the very end. The image of Sylvia barely breathing appeared. She kept calling out, Nifrim, Nifrim, Nifrim. The undead doctor went on. She called you so desperately. But now Nifrim fell silent in despair. Still, the doctor kept taunting. I was hoping for a more emotional reaction, but you're quite disappointing. Turning to Nifrim, he said, You're so heartless. Now it's time for some tough questions for the survivor as he drew the sword embedded in his body. Even though Nifrim is a fool, he couldn't have sent only 30 people. Honestly, I'm sorry to say this, but this conquest force is too mediocre. Tell me what you're hiding. Now the sharp sword was pressed against Nifrim's neck. The undead doctor continued, Since I'm a kind and generous skeleton, I'll give you some choices. If you answer willingly, raise your right hand. If not, raise your left. But Nifrim raised one hand and he said, Oh, wise choice. If you tell me everything you know, I'll grant you a clean and painless death. But suddenly Nifrim pulled back all her fingers, leaving only the middle finger raised as an obscene gesture. Patrick the undead got angry. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm cursed this way. Then he stabbed the sword down and said, I'll respect your decision, die slowly. Immediately a stabbing sound signaled the sword had pierced down, blood dripped drop by drop from the sharp blade. The undead doctor turned away, complaining, when will I ever clean up this place? But I guess it'll be easier than before. Nifrim, with the sword pierced through, bowed her head down, still placing her hand on Sylvia's body as if comforting her friend. Suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. She's gone. Nifrim was not dead yet. Suddenly she opened her eyes with a resentful look, then her gaze fell with sorrow. She couldn't say or think anything, looking at Sylvia's cold face. Sylvia remained with her head bowed for a long time, as if bidding farewell to her friend. Nifrim couldn't bear the pain and blurted out in her heart, I'm sorry, but I... Suddenly she opened her mouth wide, thinking she had to survive. Then terrifying sounds of biting and tearing echoed. Patrick the undead, hiding behind a large rock, noticed the issue and thought, Damn, what an annoying sound. I knew it, there's something hidden behind this. So eating corpses makes her stronger and heals wounds right. And the power increases with each meal, not just limited to human corpses. What is the origin of this power, alchemy, or magic? The undead doctor still stood there watching the gruesome scene. Many corpses here too. I should take some time to experiment. Anyway, I wonder where the boss is and what he's doing right now. The doctor, a death warrior, clasped his hands together and thought of Swallow the Devil, hoping he wouldn't do anything strange in some strange place. The scene shifts to Swallow the Devil, who is currently fighting a group of people. He stands on a huge burning flame, and beneath him is someone else. Swallow the Devil, while burning those people, turns around and asks, Did you come here to die too? The footsteps keep coming closer, and the voice replies, No, it's Gwyn Historia. She grits her teeth, preparing to fight, saying, I am Gwyn Historia, a hero. But he coldly replies, I never asked who you are. Well, I like your soul, but you can't defeat me. Gwyn Historia resolutely charges forward, thinking, even if that's true, this makes Swallow Devil a bit surprised. Gwyn Historia is determined to stop him immediately and throws a deadly punch, her whole body emitting strong energy, but Swallow Devil casually raises his bare hand to block her iron fist. He switches to offense, grabs Gwyn Historia's arm, and fiercely says, Sorry, but you can only attack me this one time. Swallow Devil leans close to her ear and continues, Go ahead, try to break free again if you can. Gwyn Historia is completely stunned and overwhelmed by this absolute power. Her vision blurs as Swallow Devil slams her to the ground. Gwyn Historia's thoughts arise. I can't defeat him. Fresh blood spills from her mouth, but at least I've bought some more time, right? I'm a hero. It's my duty to protect everyone. Despite the intense pain, Gwyn Historia still thinks of the civilians out there. Moments later, blood flows from Gwyn Historia's mouth and eyes as she closes her eyes weakly. Swallow Devil lifts her arm and, surprised, says, Is that it? Suddenly her voice rings out again, I am the hero, Gwyn Historia. I cannot... Gwyn. Historia slowly opens her blood-filled eyes. Can I really fall like this? At that moment, half of Swallow Devil's face turns into darkness. Strange eyes appear. Gwyn Historia continues to emit her power, then says in broken words, I won't let you touch my kind. She throws all her strength into a bare fist and yells as if to gather power. That fist punches straight into Swallow Devil's chest. She continues, I'm a hero, so I must protect the innocent. Then her fist starts to prepare again. Swallow Devil's voice echoes, Congratulations, you didn't die. He releases Gwyn Historia's hand limply. He steps away and coldly says, Gwyn Historia, I will remember your name, but I'm not sure for how long. With all due respect to your courage, I will give you a painless death. Then, Swallow Devil raises his foot. Just as he's about to stomp down, a sudden burst of power flashes past him and under his foot, shocking him. Swallow Devil hurriedly glances over and sees a group dressed in royal attire appearing. One of them quickly rescues Gwen Historia from under Swallow Devil's foot. But he's a bit annoyed, rubbing his neck and turning back to say, "Are you guys sausages or what? You keep coming like a string of sausages." One of them politely replies, "We had to take strong measures to save Lady Gwen. Please forgive our rude actions." Hearing that, he's even more irritated. "Would you forgive someone who says sorry after hitting you on the back of the head like that?" A polite voice sounds again. "Allow me to greet you, though it's belated." He realizes this person is ignoring him. One man among them has black hair and dangerously red eyes. He bows respectfully and says, "I am the evil god Thorbry's Gal Leviathan, a member of the Black Tiger Legion. Thorbry's is honored to meet the almighty Lord Swallow." But Leviathan raises his hand to his chest and bows deeply, showing respect. "You are mistaken. I would never dare. We have no intention of opposing Lord Devar. We only wish to make a deal with you." Hearing this, he twists his face even more. "What? Make a deal with me when I have nothing left to regret?" At this moment, his form grows increasingly grotesque and terrifying. A deathly voice rang out, "You better watch the situation. If you dare insult me, you won't die peacefully, humans." Livestein remained calm, standing there before the huge, grotesque eyes and mouths looming over him. At that moment, he thought this was a gamble, a bet on the fate of the Empire. Then Livestein spoke. "The original owner of the severed claw is still alive." Hearing that, the grotesque form quickly withdrew and focused on listening. Levi Stan looked up confidently and continued, "I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to reclaim the masterpiece of virtue. We came here to offer you help." Hearing that, he stepped down from the rubble and asked again, "And what if I say I don't need it?" His hand slipped into his coat pocket. Swallow Devar coldly asked, "What will happen if I retrieve the severed claw just out of boredom, but with the real purpose of destroying humanity? What will you do?" At this point, he pressed his forehead against Levi Stan's, making him sweat nervously, but he still calmly continued, "If you always destroy everything, then whether there's an offer or not makes no difference, right?" Swallow Devil retorted, "Ah, so you want to avoid humanity's extinction." Then Swallow Devil suddenly lost control and shouted, "Then go find the owner of this item immediately!" And the grotesque form began to emerge again. Levi Stein replied, "We will do as you say." Then he turned to call Garrote. Garrote quickly responded, "Yes, sir." Swallow asked sharply, "You've met her once, right?" Garrow answered cautiously, "To find someone, I need to see something they once used." "Will you be okay if I borrow the severed claw?" Louis Devore presented the item with a warning, "If you do something foolish, you won't just lose an arm." Garrote stepped closer and said, "Yes, I understand." After observing, she spoke, "I see traces of a few people here, too, standing on the map near 3 main points: the magic headquarters at Hastin Meow's tower, the Demon King's castle, and Lisa's capital." Garrote detailed, "That person is too far to pinpoint exactly, but someone is moving west opposite Lisa's palace." Swallow Devore was amazed and thought, "West towards Hastin." Then he said, "That information is enough." Then he thought of Rhine's bright, sweet smile when calling the Lord, "You can bear the burden in your heart," meaning Rhine was still alive. Then suddenly Swallow Devil sighed, making everyone uneasy. Then he walked past the two and said, "I owe you. I will remember you both." Levstand replied, "It's an honor to be of help to you." Swallow Devar moved forward, causing everyone around to scatter to clear the way. He said, "Go." Cut to another scene. Then a voice called out, "Sir Swat!" It was Melissa Zelimf Aria. She was standing before a pile of corpses, looking exhausted, and said, "You're a bit late." Swallow Devar stood silently before the corpses, deep in thought. Meo Jezalimf Agria, her face covered in wounds and blood, still smiled brightly and said, "Look, I kept my promise. I defended the teleportation gate." With her bloody hand, she released her grip on her weapon. She continued, "I think this is enough to say welcome back." At this point, Melgazalimf Agria collapsed from exhaustion. Swallow Devar carefully caught her with several supportive turns and praised, "Yeah, that's enough, you did well." Melgazalimf Agria then transformed back into a small girl sleeping deeply from exhaustion. Then he stood before that item again, wondering, "All right, how do I use this?" "This takes you to Hastin, and if I channel my mana into a giant glass tube containing a green item inside." Soon the glass showed signs of cracking, which shocked him. After it shattered, the items inside poured out. Swallow Devil stood calmly there, astonished. At this moment, many question marks filled his mind. What, it can't handle my mana? I was so confident after stabilizing the transformation. Thinking it over, Swallow Devar raised the ring on his wrist and looked at it. If I use Demira's mana just to channel magic, I wonder if I can teleport safely. Probably the transformation will fail again. But if so, wouldn't that announce my existence? At this point, he was truly puzzled, not knowing what to do. Damn it, I've stepped onto a path with no way back. Suddenly, an image of Patrick appeared in his mind, saying, boss. He pressed his lips tightly, closed his eyes, and thought, it's too late for a peaceful ending. It's over. Swallow Devar also decided to remove the ring. From behind him emerged terrifying black tentacles. That power was extremely dark and demonic. At that moment, he thought, sorry, Patch. Everything began to shake. Thunderous noises rang out, followed by cracking sounds. Immediately, the wall shattered into many fragments. Debris fell below under the power of Swallow Devolver's true form. At Hastings' coordinates, he opened his half-lidded eyes. Magic Tower. Scene shifts to a pointed castle. Above appeared a gloomy sky. Then a cheerful male voice said, "Welcome to the Magic Wind Tower. Your identity and origin will be confirmed after some simple procedures." The person appearing was Rhine. She coldly asked, "Human, can you use teleportation magic?" The gatekeeper eagerly replied, "No, our magic tower hosts countless people from everywhere, so you cannot enter without identity verification." "Well then." Rhine drew her weapon, startling the gatekeeper. Rhine said coldly, "Looks like you can't escape?" Then she decisively eliminated him. Fresh blood splattered. Stepping over his body, she thought, "When I first came here, I thought the human magic tower was nothing but a dungeon. Surely the magic tower is a dungeon made by humans." Her thought ended with a massacre carried out gently by Rhine as she stepped over bodies and blood dripping down. Behind Rhine were only weak monsters. Scene shifts to a later time where a pair of bloodied feet appear. Rhine climbed the stairs while thinking, "I killed all the humans I saw on the first floor. What's left is the top floor." At that moment, a pair of red lips spoke. "Oh my, I was curious who my opponent would be. Isn't this the noble girl from before?" Appearing was a red-haired sorceress. She arrogantly asked, "So you're not human?" Rhine coldly asked, "Where's its severed head?" The red-haired sorceress casually replied, "That's my property. No reason for me to tell you, but I'm curious." She bent down, staring deeply into Rhine's jade-green eyes. Then with those vile lips said, "How are you still alive?" Rhine was now ready to fight. Her face was full of caution and determination. The sorceress sneered, "Oh dear, you're holding a weapon that doesn't suit your small face. Do you really think you can fight me, the master of the magic tower, with such a tiny knife?" As she spoke, she conjured a magical shield to protect herself. Still looking down on you. What do you plan to do with that knife?" Suddenly a beam of light shot out, cracking the shield pieces. The sorceress broke into a sweat and panicked, "Impossible! Just one strike and the shield is broken. This brat has terrifying power." Rhine narrowed her eyes, refusing to acknowledge her. Yet the sorceress remained confident, thinking, "But that's okay. This tower is built on an infinite mana spring. So if I harness this infinite mana, I can defeat Rhine." Then she asked again, "Where's my severed head?" "Speak quickly, you bastard!" Her face impatient as she shouted and charged forward. The sorceress raised her wand and smugly said, "Too bad that item's no longer here. I took it to the auction." She then used her magical domain. Instantly, a powerful energy circle appeared in the air and shot downward. The red-haired sorceress placed her hand on her weapon and said, "You seem pretty strong, so I'll use all my power to fight you." Then she transformed that power into a sharp spear to continuously attack, shattering the sacred shields. Countless magic circles rained down on Rhine. The red-haired sorceress proudly shouted, "Take all my attacks!" Rhine's gaze grew serious. A loud boom near the tower's peak erupted in a massive explosion. The view was a haze of smoke and dust. Then a voice rang out, "Good." The red-haired mage spoke up, "Indeed, if you a monster daring to challenge humanity, then you must bear the consequences." Emerging from the smoke was Rhine, pierced by countless power spikes all over his body. She still stood firm before collapsing, coughing up a large amount of blood. "This is truly one of my high-level magic spells. Only a few powerful dungeon bosses could endure this." She broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "But I never expected a girl like her to still be standing." Suddenly, her two hands disappeared. Fresh blood gushed out wildly. The red-haired sorceress collapsed, screaming in pain. "Ah!" She clenched her teeth, both panicked and furious. "It hurts so much, how could my hands be gone?" But Rhine's footsteps now seemed possessed, otherworldly. Standing next to her, despite blood flowing profusely, she calmly warned, "Those were just my two arms. Don't make a fuss like you're dying human." Now the red-haired sorceress was truly scared and begged, "I don't want to die, please spare me." But Rhine quickly kicked her again, causing her to scream in agony once more. "Ah!" Tears streamed down her face. Terrified and in pain, she looked utterly pathetic, no longer arrogant like before. She started screaming, "Help! Help me!" then collapsed to the ground at Rhine's feet. At this point, she thought it was over. All traces here had been completely erased. Then Rhine wondered what she should do next. Her legs gradually grew unsteady. Rhine leaned against the nearby wall, thinking about everything what was left after all that had happened. "I'm so tired, I want to sleep." As she thought this, her body slowly slid down. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Leader!" This quickly brought Rhine back to alertness, and she opened her eyes wide. At that moment, a blue-haired sorcerer ran over to support the red-haired sorceress, anxiously asking, "How could this happen?" "Please wake up. You have to live." The red-haired sorceress cried out in pain. "It hurts so much." "Heal me, but first kill that girl." The blue-haired sorcerer then glanced at Rhine. Rhine was also very cautious, eyeing him carefully. The blue-haired sorcerer took out a blue stone and said, "Please take it slowly. You're losing too much blood. Do you know what this is?" "Is that so?" The red-haired sorceress looked up and replied, "I can't see it clearly." The blue-haired sorcerer asked, "You don't recognize it?" Then his expression darkened as he said, "This is a mana teleportation stone. You can use it to escape from here, but right now I don't have enough mana to activate it. You need to use your mana to activate it." Rhine also noticed the stone with the strange symbol inside. She frowned, thinking it looked like the stone she had seen before. The feeling of discomfort seeing it rose again. The stone was pressed to her forehead. After feeling sufficient energy, she said, "All right. Thank you. Now I can—" But suddenly her eyes turned horrified. At that moment, dark power streams enveloped the red-haired sorceress, causing her to scream in pain, "Ah!" The blue-haired sorcerer stood there with his hands behind his back and said, "Ah, what a dream! You already have too many enemies. You really have lived poorly. That's why Rhine came here to punish you, everyone in your clan. The Gromans clan, you must have offended them a lot. So they sent me to eliminate you." His expression was extremely dangerous. Then he glanced back at Rhine and said, "Isn't that right, Rhine?" Rhine only watched him silently on alert. While the red-haired sorceress was tormented by dark energy, the blue-haired sorcerer placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully to Rhine. "I appreciate what you're doing right now. You saved me the trouble. Looks like you're not ready to stop yet and have set your sights on me, huh?" He opened his dangerously sharp eyes. But by now, the red-haired sorceress's body had turned into a grotesque mass of mangled flesh. The blue-haired sorcerer said, "This will buy me some time to escape. Goodbye." Then a tail appeared bearing an eye. Then the face of that red-haired sorceress turned into a bizarre monster. Rhine calmly stood there calculating. "I can't see it clearly. That monster has quite a strong aura. In this state, it's hard for me to confront it. It seems that's enough for me, you ugly monster." At this moment, it rushed to attack Rhine. Then it seemed like it wanted to give up and uttered two words, "Tired." "Everything I've done is over now. I will leave here. All traces of me will completely disappear." But that familiar silhouette appeared again. Then Rhine reconsidered. But at this moment, she clenched her teeth in fury and hissed at those bastards. "Don't you dare lay your filthy hands on Lord Devil." Her power flared up. Rhine stabbed her weapon into an eye and shouted, "Even if I die, I won't forgive you." Immediately after, Rhine was struck hard by a tentacle. In pain, she clenched her teeth. Thinking later, if Lord remembers Rhine, will he be sad? From outside the castle, one could see the big explosion continuously erupting. Luckily, the dark power, along with those familiar eyes, appeared right after, accompanied by a warm voice. "Are you okay, Rhine?" Utterly stunned by this situation. When Rhine was first saved by Lord, it was almost the same. A huge hand firmly caught Rhine. Everything was almost completely exhausted. Rhine couldn't have lived without Lord's rescue. Rhine was none other than Swallow Devor. At this moment, Rhine, both joyful and touched, called out, "Lord Dever, Swallow Dever." Then she was placed on the ground. She sat there, staring at him, wondering why he was here, and Swallow Devil silently said, "Wait for me a moment." Then he stood up and turned away. Rhine still couldn't believe this truth and thought, "Is this my illusion?" Then he approached that ugly monster. Next, two cold yellow eyes appeared as he declared, "Bastard, you're too bold. You will pay for your actions." Then his distorted form began to reveal a wide, demonic mouth stretching endlessly in the dark space. Black smoke covered the space. Waldo Devor lunged forward and split the ugly monster in half. His body grew more terrifying as he hissed, "Die," followed by disgusting blood spurting out. His power turned into sharp spikes piercing from inside out of the monster, causing it to scream in pain. But this monster began twisting itself, trying to deform. Those things tried to attack Swallow Devil, making him feel disdainful. Then he decisively lifted the monster up and slammed it onto the ground, causing it great pain. Strange, painful cries came out, "Kee, kee, kee." The ugly monster was now smashed flat and powerless. Swallow Devil grabbed it once again. Its two small tentacles clung to his hand. Swallow Devil angrily cursed, then decisively slammed it down again, hissing, "That's really awful!" Immediately, a blinding explosion erupted in the air. Strange blue blood splattered on the ground. His hand was stained with blood. Swallow Devor said, "I understand now. I finally understand your regenerative power." The ugly monster lay in a large dent, its body continuing to sprout small, fresh flesh lumps, looking extremely disgusting. Then it continued with a distorted posture, standing up to face Swallow Deaver. He had also concluded that the infinite mana source from that mana spring must be a stream of powerful light, along with other streams of power connecting there. Swallow Deaver still stood there calmly and said, "All right." Then he began to open his mouth wider than usual and said, "Then it's simple." Immediately, a huge mouth appeared beneath the ground where the monster lay as if wanting to devour it. Beside it were still the huge, angry eyes. A shockwave rang out. Then the monster was gone. Turning away, it sneered, "That was really hard to swallow. Disgusting taste, everyone you know, Lord, has swallowed that monster. It's a bit creepy for you, really." After walking a bit, he stopped thoughtfully and saw the small girl sitting curled up, hugging her knees, looking very pitiful. He couldn't help but call out to Rhine. Then Swallow Deaver sat down, leaning his back against hers. Only then did he open up. "I have so much I want to say to you, but your mind is completely blank right now. This is my fault." Swallow Deaver hesitated a bit, scratching his head and asking, "Before I met a blue-haired girl when I came here, I killed her. That probably doesn't affect anything, does it?" Rhine kept her eyes tightly shut, silent. Swallow Deaver still looked distant and called to Rhine, "I'm very sorry for what I've done." This made Rhine even sadder, to the point of tears welling up. Then she bowed her head and replied, "You don't need to apologize to me. It's all my fault." Swallow Deaver was silent for a moment and said, "Don't say that. The ancient core really needs you, and Rhine, you are very important to me." This made her a little confused and flustered. Then she asked, "Weren't you very angry with me?" Swallow Deaver thought for a moment and answered, "No, I'm not. You don't hate Rhine anymore. I don't hate you." The silhouettes of the two sitting back to back were clear in the darkness. Suddenly, Swallow Deaver stood up and said, "I have something for you." He handed over the item she was searching for and said, "This is what I recovered." Seeing her familiar item, tears streamed down Rhine's face, and she was speechless. She tightly hugged the item to her chest, unable to say anything more. Oh, Rhine was scared of those pure tears falling. She cried and panicked, saying, "I was afraid you would hate me. You won't abandon me, right?" He cheerfully denied, "Don't say that." Then he gently reached out his hand to Rhine and said, "Let's go back to the ancient core." Cut to a different scene. Perhaps this was the moment when the two first met and communicated. Someone's voice asked, "Is it a dwarf? I met the girl during the fire last time in Grappenia, but then I saw her in the laboratory." Swallow Devil yawned as he answered. Tiny Rhine sat slumped next to Swallow Devil, who had reverted to his original form standing beside her, and also Patrick the Death Knight boss. Swallow Devil continued, "It seemed fate that I brought the Death Knight doctor along." Observing her, he asked, "So this small body holds all the information and knowledge of the dwarves, huh?" Yet in his mind, he evaluated, "Moreover, she remains very calm even while in the dungeon of the strongest ancient core boss. A place also called the Devil's Lair because it carries dense, dark energy. That means her mental strength and physical ability can face anything." Rhine also paid close attention and stared intently at Patrick the Death Knight. At this point, he asked the boss, "What do you plan to do with this child?" Swallow Deaver drowsily replied, "Let her live here. This kid seems very talented, so first I'll teach her how to fight. If I can't teach her, then just let her live peacefully day by day. After all, she used to be a servant. Cooking and stuff can be left to her." Images of Rhine practicing swordsmanship, flying, and cooking as he said appeared. Batman the Death. Knight was sweating, unable to keep up. Wait, boss," he said reluctantly. "Are you serious? Who would want to teach her?" "Swallow." Devore casually pointed at him and said, "You, of course." The clear expression on his face naturally shocked him completely. Swallow Devore said, "Cheer up." He still tried to refuse, but failed. "Why me?" Baiti. Swallow Devore rested his chin on his hand and said casually, "Come on, don't pretend to be cold anymore. You're bored out of your mind anyway." Patrick the Death Knight was helpless and stammered, "Well, that's true." But in his heart, he continued to think of Rhine as a homunculus, so her physical ability would be above human, and he still held some subconscious resentment toward humanity. He thought a bit unlucky. Then he turned and asked, "Hey, do you know the girl's name?" Swallow Devore flopped on the ground, confused, and replied, "Yeah, what was it? I remember hearing it vaguely the first time I met her." Suddenly, a voice sounded overkill, imitating the Death Knight. Hearing the voice showed a clearly surprised expression. "She can talk." Rhine then tried to pronounce her name, L.L. The Death Knight imitation asked in surprise, confirming her full name, just one Leo Lo. Swallow Devore sighed. "What more do you want? I can't hear you." Then he suggested, "You're her master, so why not give her a new name?" At this, he scratched his face thoughtfully. Me. Let's see. Then he came up with a good name, Rhine. Hearing the name Rhine, her eyes suddenly brightened with a bit of sparkle. Patrick the necromancer praised, "That's good." So the child's name is Rhine Leo Lau. But by then, Swallow Devil had already fallen asleep again, leaving him helpless. He's asleep again. Then Patrick sat down beside her, calling out, making her a bit surprised. "All right, Rhine." He used 2 bony fingers to gently push up the corners of her mouth and cheerfully said, "First learn how to smile." Back in the present, Patrick's face looked quite scary. "Wow, you're still smiling in this situation. What the hell are you doing in haste and that the ground is shaking like this? Are you standing in the middle of the village doing the cha-cha-cha or what?" Swallow Devar wiped sweat helplessly and said, "Patrick, the life of monsters is always full of exceptions." The necromancer pointed at little Melgazelimf Agria in his arms and asked what that exception was. He replied helplessly, "It's a long story." Then the necromancer wiped his sweat and shouted, "Wait a minute, boss! Did you kidnap a child?" Swallow Devar gently put down the sleeping girl and replied dryly, "Do you really think I like inviting trouble?" Hearing this, he asked again, "Where is Rhine? Why did you bring this child here?" Swallow Devar then slumped on the ground and said sadly, "Batshit, look at my face reflected in the puddle and then I'll tell you. I met Rhine in a human village." The necromancer suddenly fell silent, then asked with concern, "So you've met her. Is she hurt?" He replied sadly, "She looks very tired. Maybe we have disrupted Rhine's life." The necromancer turned away and said, "Well, if you're being rejected, just say it straight. Why be so sentimental?" Then he hesitantly made a suggestion, "From now on, you'll have to wear a maid outfit to manage this dungeon." As he said this, Swallow Devil winked playfully, "Hee. Meanwhile, Patrick the necromancer confidently pulled out a piece of paper and said, "I've been ready for this from the start." Then he sighed and asked, "So what are you going to do now?" Swallow Devil calmly replied, "There's nothing left to do, but I will wait. Probably because no one knows when she will return." Saying this, he lay down in frustration. The necromancer nodded. "Yeah, I understand." Thinking to himself, he started walking away, thinking it's best to leave her alone in this state. It might be very sad, but after a while, suddenly his footsteps stopped. Then a hurried call rang out. "Boss?" Even as he lay down, he perked his small ear to listen. Seeing a figure emerge from the dark dungeon, Patrick the necromancer exclaimed, "She's back." Swallow Devil was startled and asked, Who do you think the one you've been waiting for?" He hit the mark. Then Rhine appeared wearing a cute maid outfit, but one of her eyes had turned bright yellow, looking very special. At this, she shyly called, "Lord Swallow, haven't you eaten yet? If not, would you like me to prepare some dishes for you?" The necromancer also noticed her yellow eye. Then he turned as if to ask the boss, but saw Swallow Devil still turning around confused and observing his expression. He thought, did he really go crazy and give her that thing, or did he actually give it to her while not fully conscious? Flashing back to when they first met, he asked, "Rhine, your right eye is completely destroyed, isn't it? If you can still see, you must know. I told you if you still hold on to that stone and those feelings, I don't care." At this, Rhine still held her injured eye, and he raised 2 fingers to his own eye, thinking carefully. Then he placed them on Rhine's eye and said, "Then give me your love next time." Anyone looking would know what this guy was doing, huh, guys? Back in the present, Rhine, with her 2 colored eyes, smiled brightly and said, "From now on, I will always be by your side." Cut to some time later, raindrops fall dripping onto Melgazelimfagria's forehead, making her cry out as she wakes up. Rubbing her eyes, she wondered where she was and what had happened. After seeing Death Knight Patrick sharpening his sword nearby, Melgazelimfagria was startled and terrified. The little girl trembled and cried out, "Am I dead? Are you the Grim Reaper, or is this hell?" Death Knight. Patrick immediately explained, "No, sorry, this isn't the underworld. This place is the ancient core." Hearing that Melgazelimfagria was amazed and exclaimed, "Oh," the girl pointed at him and said, "So you're not the Grim Reaper, but Patrick." He replied, "You're quick-witted." Then Patrick stood up, turned away, and said, "I don't know if he's awake yet." Then he decisively kicked hard and called out loudly, "Boss, wake up, Swallow Devar!" Only then did Swallow Devar yawn and wake up, replying, "Batik, I was sleeping well, what now?" Seeing Melgazelimfagria, he said, "Oh, you're awake." Melgazelimfagria was shocked when she saw his true form and cried out, "Oh, you are!" Then she couldn't help but rush out of her nest, kneeling down and loudly saying, "Master of the ancient core, incarnation of creation, guardian of the gods, punisher of cowards, supreme ancient monster, you threaten us." But Melgazelimfagria kept sweating nervously and continued awkwardly, "Your Majesty, no, pardon me, please allow me to introduce myself." Then both she and Swallow Devar read aloud the same information, 17th descendant of the Demon King Asmodeus. Melgazelimfagria calmly said, I already knew that Iteguastukachi." Hearing that, she was alarmed. "How do you know my name? Did Swat tell you?" As she spoke, the girl recalled the image of Swallow de Verre when he was human. Then Melgezalymph Agria kept searching around and asked, "Hello, by the way. Have you seen Swat? I remember he punished humans in Lisa and reclaimed the claws." But Swallow de Verre, seeing there was nothing left to hide, helplessly replied, "That was me." Hearing that Melgezalymph Agria became confused again. "What de Verre, what did you say?" Swallow de Verre then rested his chin on his hand, looked at her, and said again, "Once more I am Swat." Melgezalymph Agria was shocked, shifting from amazement to horror, sweating profusely. Deep down, she felt like screaming, "I'm dead. Does that mean I've been disrespectful to you, de Verre?" While Melgezalymph Agria was lost in thought, Patrick called out, "Boss, boss, the Demon King!" His eyes shone fiercely with dissatisfaction and grievance as he questioned about the punishment of humans. In Leah. Why hadn't he said anything? I know. Swallow de Verre was sweating profusely again, unsure how to reply, then finally said, "All right, come with me," saying that the two entered a tunnel. Scene transitioned to Grappenia Forest border of Haston territory. This is a dense forest with lush plants. Suddenly a voice laughed, "Ha ha, what's this?" They said no entry, but nothing happened. A person walking ahead was picking herbs excitedly, saying, "There are many kinds of herbs and mushrooms in this forest." Suddenly a sound caught the person's attention. Someone's here and badly injured too. Before them lay a wounded person face down on the ground, barely breathing. The herb picker hurriedly set down his lantern and said, Wait, I have herbs here." Suddenly the injured person gasped, "With this and these herbs?" It turned out to be Nifim. She suddenly lunged and grabbed the herb giver like a wild beast, and fresh blood splattered on the lantern, signaling someone had died, a kind soul who was mistaken for another. After recovering, Nifim wrapped herself up completely and walked down the road like a ghost. Approaching a city wall, she muttered, "I have to go. The 21 dungeons are battlegrounds. To survive on the battlefield, one must have many qualities." Suddenly, a voice said, "If you are the true Demon King, then behave yourself, males. One of those qualities is calmness." It turned out the voice belonged to Rhine, who raised her hand to signal Mels to be quiet. Then she whispered, "Rhine has told you many times in Lord Devar's room silence is the most basic rule, but it seems Mels doesn't like that." She was very annoyed and frowned, retorting, "No, I won't. I'm a free monster." She said loudly then, "Before becoming the Demon King, I already lived in the ancient core. I'm here to talk to Lord Devar." The two girls lunged at each other, struggling. Rhine emphasized again, "I said Lord Devar is resting." Hearing that, Mels confidently pointed at herself and arrogantly replied, "That's exactly what I need. I intend to stay by his side and keep him warm until Lord Devar falls asleep." On this matter, Rhine was conservative. "That's too passive." Then she pointed at Rhine disdainfully, "So old-fashioned." Rhine froze, then trembled with anger. She just said, "Is Rhine old-fashioned?" This really fired up Rhine's spirit. She grabbed her weapon and chased after Mels, angrily cursing, "Die, I'll take you down!" Mels wasn't scared at all. She stuck out her tongue and laughed at Rhine. "Ha ha ha ha!" Rhine's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. She growled, "Come here quickly!" Teasing Rhine made Mels laugh happily, Nyanya keeping their rivalry at a low level. Patchett listened to the noise outside and was speechless. He thought to himself, "This really feels like hell." Devar, lying weakly behind him, said, "Batik, they're so loud I can't sleep." He immediately replied, "You have no right to say that. Someone is causing all that chaos outside." Devar slowly turned his head. He wondered, why is it so bad? This answer didn't satisfy Patrick much. "You haven't read the newspaper I gave you, have you?" Still, he explained to him, "It seems like the troops are being deployed to strengthen defenses in some border villages that monsters are destroying." Devar sighed after hearing this feeling down. "The doctor also said there's more. Lord Haston has already committed suicide, so now Haston is completely paralyzed." Devar listened thoughtfully. "That's really serious." He held the crumpled newspaper in his hand. The doctor continued slowly. "And also, I've checked all the newspapers for the past 3 weeks, but only found 3 articles about Haston." Then he stared at Devar. "Do you know what that means?" He blinked and answered, no." His words made Patrick angry. He couldn't do anything but tightly grip the newspaper in his hands. Then he scolded him, "Do you even think before you speak? Well, then I'm submitting my retirement request." Only then did Devar really panic and hurriedly stopped him. Sorry, I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Patrick." After a tiring pause, Devar sat up and yawned widely, asking, "So what do you think, Patrick?" He replied, "I'm not sure because we don't have enough information yet to confirm anything." He also speculated based on the current situation. "I guess Haston might have been cut off from outside contact. Are you the monster destroying the village? So you still remember how much damage you caused, right? Devar broke out in a cold sweat. Then, pretending to be innocent, yeah, the doctor obviously knew you'd react like that. So he continued, a village being severely devastated suddenly goes silent. That's definitely not good news, but the ancient core needs Haston. Because if we can keep an eye on Haston, we'll know the number of the recon forces and when they'll attack us. Batich imagined the map of the ancient core with Haston separated by the Grapinia forest. His eyes suddenly lit up. The only way you thought of is like that, so we have to get to Hastin quickly. Waiting any longer will have unpredictable consequences. Devar felt that made sense. Lying down, he slowly replied, right, safe travels, don't push yourself too hard. And silently prayed, please go alone, just go alone. He thought Patrick would make him go along. But no, he just left like that, not forgetting to tell Devar. Then I'll return as soon as possible, sir. He didn't expect him to say that. After all that fuss, he thought he just had to send him off and then he could finally sleep. Then as he lay down to sleep, Patrick's voice rang out again. Oh. He turned his head and stared coldly at Devar, saying, but don't you think it'll be really tough if I go alone? I think having at least one more person would be better. He was so scared he jumped up, stammering, what? Huh, hey, oh wait. Then he accidentally saw Ryan and Mel's fighting. Mel's Zalymph Agria candidate number 1 looked confused and asked, what's wrong with you? Devar thought to himself, meow, very dangerous. If she's like magic, she's like explosive magic. If she used magic like when she was in the capital, the whole village would be destroyed. Thinking this, he felt uneasy and shook his head. Then next was candidate number 2, Ryan, and she smiled and said, let Ryan go. Mel, standing beside her, blushed and complained, Ryan, let me go. Devar immediately broke into a cold sweat, remembering Ryan fighting with a sword. No, it's better if you stay here. Ryan's explosive magic is already helping me by staying put, so please stay here. At this point, Patrick spoke up since he didn't know how long it would take. How about you come with me? He said with a heartfelt, affectionate tone. Devar found himself in an awkward situation, headache, and deep in thought. Maybe because he waited too long. Patrick hurriedly urged him faintly like a boss. He imagined himself as a fish being caught by Fisherman Patrick's net. He cried in despair inside. I'm trapped by him, no way out, I've been dragged along. Then Devar came up with a plan. He excitedly said, looks like I'm the best choice in this situation, but unfortunately I can't transform because I accidentally broke that Demira bracelet. The doctor slowly replied, oh really, it's true that without the bracelet, you can't come with me. Devar's face lit up with joy upon hearing that. He happily thought, that's right, it worked, I don't have to go, I get to sleep. But in the end, Devar still transformed into human form and went with Patrick. His face dark and powerless, he spoke, Turtle, are you sure he will have to die in pain? Uncle Chich laughed, shaking his body when he saw him like that. Though he cursed, I regret that I was already dead. He replied tiredly and dejectedly, isn't that enough? Uncle Chick looked down at the bracelet on his right wrist and said, you said it yourself, without the Demira bracelet you can't go. Say if you have something else, you could leave immediately otherwise. Uncle Chick lovingly answered Devourer, who shouted helplessly, that's not what I meant, you bastard! Finally, the two arrived at the village. Uncle Chich spoke, we're here, boss. You've caused a big problem. The two pushed open the door and entered. He then said, boss has 4 ways to tell how a village is doing. Devar asked curiously what they were. The doctor replied, the first way is to see if the market is crowded. He whispered, deserted, I'm leaving. Then he continued, the second way is to see how much smoke is coming out of chimneys. I should have checked before humans ate dinner, but I was too late. Hearing that, Devar bargained, since it's late, I'm leaving. Seeing him about to leave, the doctor irritably stepped forward, grabbed his shirt, and pulled him along. The third way is to see how many patrol teams are listed on the patrol mission board, but since Haston doesn't have that, skip it. Devar grumbled, then go ask for it. Finally, the inn and tavern. He dragged him to a nearby tavern. The doctor said, today we... Then he looked down, but didn't see him anywhere. Hat-to-Hat Devourer walked forward and said, what are you waiting for, doctor? Let's go. He tiredly thought, what kind of person just walks into a tavern, pushes the door open, and loudly says, innkeeper got a room for customers. At the same time, he also said, okay, but I think we shouldn't get our hopes up. In front of the two was a mess. Uncle Chich cursed, damn it. His eyes became sinister and deadly. This is the worst case. This village is no longer a normal village. Elsewhere, the corpses of the villagers lay scattered all around. They died in extreme pain. Suddenly, a raindrop fell. In an instant, a heavy rain poured down like a flood onto the corpse pile. The rain increased. The corpse decay worsened severely. A person stood high above, looking down, and said, everyone well done. With a calculating gaze and mysterious tone, he declared, after sweeping Hastin, we will move to Lisa capital, the enemy's central territory. Humanity is weaker than ever before in the face of the Black Calamity. A blinding white lightning struck down strongly. The light illuminated the area. His terrifying face became clear. This is the perfect time to destroy the empire of the 22. At the deserted inn, tables and chairs were scattered severely. Who would have thought the inn would be this empty? The armored man said, "Looks like Haston is isolated." A mysterious man replied, "I am the owner of this inn." Uncle Chick was surprised and stood up to leave. The innkeeper curiously asked, "Who are you?" He was scared, his hands trembling tightly, holding the knife at his waist. "What is your purpose here?" Seeing the innkeeper's fearful expression, Uncle Chick softened his voice. I'm a knight of the Black Dog Patagian Patrol from Netranri," thinking silently that he suspected they might come to attack him. Seeing the innkeeper still wary, Uncle Chick added, "I want a simple meal and a place to rest to ease my fatigue." The innkeeper then relaxed and warmly welcomed a customer. "Sorry." The innkeeper slowly descended the stairs. "But we don't have enough food for a night. Actually, not just here. There's no food anywhere in this village." Uncle Chick heard this and his head spun. Is this because of that Black Calamity? The landlord saw Batrick looking shy and scratched his head. So you know about that too." The landlord broke into a sweat. "Sorry, but my inn doesn't have any rooms available now. I hope you understand." Batrick rubbed his chin, thinking silently, "Well, in this situation, the water bill might be even more expensive than the room rent." Ending his thoughts, Patrick generously tossed the landlord a gold coin. Taking it, the landlord quickly grabbed the coin. "Sorry, suddenly you—" Patrick reminded him, "Aren't you going to prepare the room quickly?" He opened his hand. The landlord was surprised to see the gold coin shining in his palm. Receiving the gold coin, the landlord became respectful. "Sorry, please, this way upstairs." While bowing, the landlord's eyes suddenly showed a scrutinizing look. He asked, "Excuse me, but is the person behind you Min?" Seeing the landlord's scrutinizing gaze, Min showed attitude. "What's it to you?" Bachik turned around to explain, "He's my servant." After speaking, a voice shouted, "Hey, you're talking!" Bachit ignored Min's confusion and continued explaining to the landlord, "I say servant, but he helps me a lot, so I treat him well." Standing nearby, annoyed, "Hey," Bachit continued, "That's why I let my servant share the room with me." "Right, where was our room again? Tell me." Finally, the landlord led them into the room. Entering the room, the main character excitedly said, "Oh, ho, ho, the room's better than I thought." The main character quickly claimed the bed next to it. "I'll take this bed, it's much better than where I stayed with Mayo and Liaz." Patrick happily said, "That's right, the room's great. Okay, I'll leave it here." The main character saw Patrick fiddling and got curious. "What are you doing?" "Now that I think about it, back then you really couldn't think of anything better than servant," Bachit advised in a gentle tone. "It's not that I couldn't think of anything better. Obviously, even I thought the same. The outfit you're wearing is the most comfortable for you, right? If you keep dressing shabby like that, people will treat you like a beggar. Sometimes being sulky might even get you treated better than a beggar." Bachit teased, "If you were a beggar, you wouldn't know when someone's looking for a fight or how they'd beat you up. But since slaves are their owner's property, it's not easy for others to mess with them. Since you don't even bother seeing your own clothes, I'd say you're a very reasonable slave, right?" At this point, Patrick seemed to remember something and shouted back to his master, "Why do you go on missions like you're not even going?" Then angrily yelled louder, "Forget it, next life I'll reincarnate as a rock." Patrick gently arranged things. "Then it's best if I say whatever you want to hear. You say only yes, master." Bachik turned and walked out. "I'll go out for a bit to rest, master." Men lazily replied, "Bachik, it's only the first day. I advise you not to push too hard." Bachik stepped out the door, then turned to wave goodbye. "Men, you don't have to worry too much about me, master. Anyway, it's late at night now. We can roam wherever we want, right?" Under the silent, starry sky at HRST, Bachik stood deep in thought. The reason the dark disaster is descending on most of HRST is because the royal family is furious about the impending catastrophe, and surely they need someone to take responsibility for the failed ancient core conquests. Harold Stein stood atop the Lord's castle, hands on hips, well destroying it beautifully. After speaking, thoughts rushed in, but when the royal family intervened in time, the Lord of Harry Styles, Count Etag, had already passed away. Bachik looked at the book he was reading. "So who is currently the Lord of Harry Styles?" Curious. Meanwhile, Bachik rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Clearly, the royal family has missed their chance and will target the clans to vent their anger. If that's the case, will Count Etag's descendants inherit his title? Bachich put on his hat, thinking maybe I should go see what the new lord looks like. Bachich had just arrived at the castle when he encountered soldiers guarding the gate. Trouble. The guards patrolled every corner. Bachich thought the security here was stricter than he expected. Bachich hid behind a wall. I could kill or knock them out, but doing so would only cause more trouble tomorrow morning, right? After thinking it over, Patrick decided to leave. That's enough for today. Haste makes waste. Patrick hurried off. I had planned where to go when I arrived here. He ran while pondering. It seems humans can't sense it, but I can. Standing before a dark cellar, Patrick froze. Who would have thought the corpse's scent would be so strong here? I'll head out first. Scene shifts to where the main character lies. Tea in the dungeon is refreshing and sleep is good, but sometimes coming out here isn't bad either. While chilling, someone knocked on the door. The main character silently cursed, "But they never let me sleep in peace." Outside came a voice. "Innkeeper, Sir Knight. Sir Knight, are you in there?" Men found the innkeeper persistent and got up to talk. "No, master, just out for a late-night stroll." "Oh, I see. Can you come downstairs for a bit?" "It's a little earlier than usual, but I've already prepared dinner." The innkeeper smiled. Every landlord knows letting guests starve is something no innkeeper would do, especially since the knight paid generously. So at least I have to reciprocate with my heart. Speaking of which, we haven't properly introduced ourselves, have we? "My last name is Novin. Just call me Novin." Men replied, "I'm Squad." The two walked and talked. "Right, Squad. I hope you won't be disappointed when you come downstairs because there isn't much food left, so this is all I could make." Wondering if the situation here was really that bad, the innkeeper looked sad. It really has to be like a disaster for people to call it a disaster, right? Those who witnessed the plague firsthand immediately went mad. The innkeeper's face darkened. "Right after that happened, the Lord took his own life," he continued. "And then, as you've seen, all communications between HRST and the outside were cut off. No one could get in or out. Outside the city walls, starving dead bodies lay scattered all over the streets. I don't know why you came here or what you're looking for, but you'd better leave as soon as possible." Honestly, I was about to do just that. As he went down the stairs, the innkeeper continued. "Swat, you surely understand better than anyone else, so go." Then silence followed, unsure of what would happen next. Scene shifts to somewhere else. A small, skinny pair of legs climbing through a window as a person cornered a little girl with orange hair recklessly stands on the window ledge ready to jump. Chap 23. Rosalina quickly jumped through the window into the room, moving cautiously and quietly. She grimaced. Good. She looked deep into the room, thinking, if they saw the village's condition and still chose to stay, they must be from outside. Moreover, this is the most expensive room in the inn. She clenched her fist and smiled slyly. They must have a lot of money. She glanced at the bed and said, "I have to take everything I can sell for money." Then she lifted the shirt on the bed. The foul smell made her uncomfortable. Is this clothing or a rag? Are the guests here not rich? She took the shirt and left, clicking her tongue. Well, if I keep it, I can use it to wrap things instead of a cloth bag. She opened the chest. It was empty. She exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Why is it completely empty?" She grit her teeth and frowned. Not good did they take everything and leave already. Without hesitation, Rosalina lunged at the chest, suddenly discovering something. She said, "Well, they can't have taken everything, right?" She held the item up in shock. What is this? Scene shifts to a room where Swallow Deaver lies on the bed. A corpse approached and said, "I've returned, boss. I went to scout the Lord's castle." "What are you doing?" Swallow Deaver replied, "I've been the same since earlier, my master." The corpse took off his mask and said softly, "I intended to sneak a peek at the new lord, but the guards there were stricter than I expected, so I had to come back empty-handed, boss." "Did you discover anything?" Swallow Ever replied, "What else do you expect from me? I was just asking out of habit." Then Swallow Ever continued, "It seems Hastine has been isolated from the outside world. Besides that, even the innkeeper doesn't know much." Upon hearing this, the soldier shouted, "Oh my God, what's going on? What's wrong with you? If you really did something, I'm totally shocked." Then the soldier rushed to the bed excitedly. "So that's it, Hastine has been cut off from the outside world. Tomorrow I'll go find out more about this, boss." "Go by yourself," he replied coldly. The soldier kept talking. "We have to go together, don't we?"
Sure.
Then the soldier turned to the window and reminded, "Oh, right, boss, please close the windows as much as possible when I leave." Only one window was open now, both are open. At this rate, someone might sneak in and rob us. He was surprised. "What are you talking about? I didn't touch the windows at all." The soldier laughed awkwardly. "Ha ha, come on, boss, you can't say that. The wind couldn't have opened the window." "Do you really think it was a ghost?" He shook his head. "I don't know whether ghost or thief, someone must have opened the window." The soldier was shocked, then rushed to open the cabinet. Swallow Devil came running in, surprised. "It's gone, my cloak isn't here anymore." Rhine said that cloak was made by her. The soldier was also stunned. "It's gone, my stuff has been stripped clean, too. Did you see what I put inside the drawer?" Then Swallow Devil turned and asked, "What did you lose?" The soldier answered sadly, "It's my rib bone." Outside on the street, Rosalina was running fast with the stolen item on her shoulder. She was panting. Whew, this should be enough now. Suddenly, someone stepped in front of her, calling her name Rosalina. Tot spoke arrogantly, "Kid, where are you going out so late like this?" He said sternly, "I told you not to wander around after dark." Rosalina replied, "I have a good reason. This time it's for everyone." Tot laughed. "What? For everyone?" He pointed angrily. "Are you really wasting your energy uselessly and making yourself hungrier for the sake of everyone? But that's not it. Take this." She hurried to explain. At that moment, the leader stepped forward and said, "Tot, don't be so harsh." Rosalina saw him and said, "Leader, you're awake." Tot continued. The leader pulled out a chair and said, "Thieves shouldn't be afraid of the dark. There's no need to be angry about this." Tot replied but said nothing else and wandered off. Clearly, that was a mistake. The leader also spoke. "This situation is chaotic enough. You have to think before acting, because if you keep doing whatever you want, it will cause trouble for others." He emphasized, "This place isn't like your old home that warmly welcomed you." She replied, "Yes, I will be careful, leader. I think you understand." The leader said. Then she added, "Wait a moment." She spread out the rib bone and said, "Look at this." The leader asked, "You stole it?" "That's right, leader. I felt I should contribute some effort for everyone," she answered. He frowned and asked, "Where did you get it?" She excitedly responded, "You know it's from the inn on the main street. I got it from a super expensive room. It was very clean and carefully stored in a cabinet, so it must be a valuable antique." The leader rubbed his face helplessly and said, "Rosalina, this is..." He emphasized, "a human rib bone." She was shocked hearing this. "Wait, this is a human rib bone. I don't know, really." Tot asked again, "Could it be you were grave robbing?" "No way," she shouted. The leader held up the rib bone and said, "It can't be from a grave, otherwise you wouldn't be proudly showing it off like this." She replied, "That's right." The leader explained further, "This bone is either for some cruel hobby of someone or related to dark magic." Tot asked, "Does anyone collect human rib bones?" The leader said thoughtfully, "This world is full of scum who chop off slaves' limbs as decorations. We can't be sure if these are human bones or bones from someone who was once human." He asserted, "If it belonged to someone trained in summoning or dark magic, then it's even more dangerous." He touched the clothes and said it's definitely suspicious not to mention the clothes. Just by looking, it seems like rags worn by a beggar. He picked it up in surprise, but it's made from the highest quality fabric. He looked into the bag and exclaimed, "This kid Rosalina is so careless she didn't even check inside the bag." He pulled out a pile of gold coins. She was surprised. "How much gold is there?" The leader hesitated. "This amount of money is..." The leader shouted, "You fools, this is no time to be having fun. But I went through so much trouble to get it." A voice echoed from outside. "This time we came to the right place, boss." The leader kept thinking, a guest at a luxury inn in a ruined village I should have noticed earlier. The voice continued, "Looks like the valuables are still intact." The leader thought human ribs clothes made of expensive fabric, a large amount of gold. We've stirred up something unpredictable. At this moment, Swallow Ever appeared slowly. The Death Knight beside him spoke, "Greetings, thieves. We have come to reclaim our property, Squad 24. Swallow and the Death Knight spoke softly. "I must say we've been looking forward to meeting you." Looking at the cloak, he said, "First of all, it seems our belongings are still safe." He breathed a sigh of relief. "I survived." The Death Knight beside him replied, "Is that the cloak Ryan gave you?" He thought to himself, "Thank goodness if Ryan gets angry again, I don't know what would happen." Then the leader ordered everyone stand still. The leader hurriedly spoke. The Death Knight laughed and said, "So you're the leader." "Leader! Hoai Ni, how did you find us?" The Death Knight answered, "I don't know, just looking at these items, they really long for their owner." Swallow whispered nearby, "I'm tired, let's finish this quickly and go rest." The Death Knight thought silently, "I'm just letting this slide this time, boss, since you've been running around a lot from earlier." Then the Death Knight spoke, "Leader of this alley, you've picked the wrong people to steal from. If you want to politely return our things, it's not too late, understand?" The leader immediately retorted, "How can I guarantee you'll leave after getting back your stuff?" The Death Knight replied, "Hong Nguyen is right." The leader kept thinking, strange even following Rosalina's trail. It's so dark, yet they found us so fast. Unless these two are demons, that's impossible. The leader thought further. It must be true. Then he confirmed, "Are they dark mages?" The leader slowly said, "You are you, creatures of the shadows." The Death Knight replied, "Indeed, the cave is quite dark." The leader realized he was right. They are dark sorcerers. The leader held the rib bone near the voice. "This rib must be very important to you." The Death Knight answered, "Of course, it is my body." The leader grinned wickedly. "So you mean it's as important as your body?" The Death Knight said, "No, it's only a part of my body. More importantly, don't waste time and give it back." Suddenly, the leader tossed the rib bone into the air, then shouted, "Rosalina, get those who can't evacuate out of here!" The Death Knight rushed forward to catch my rib. The Death Knight held the rib, and the leader approached, saying, "Nice catch." Then before the Death Knight could react, he punched him hard in the head, shouting, and some dirt and rocks scattered around. The leader was stunned he wasn't hurt at all. At this moment, Swallow yawned and approached. He said, "Did they just use a rock as a weapon? The situation here must be bad." From behind, a guy rushed in to stab him, but the blade shattered when close. He punched him in the face, then lifted him up with one hand. "What's this? You actually have a proper weapon, too?" Nearby, the Death Knight asked, "What should we do with this guy, Master Boss?" He grabbed the struggling guy by the collar, shouting, "Stay still." The Death Knight replied, "Maybe just knock them out for now." He asked again, "You want to keep them alive?" The guy nearby who was trying to run was also caught by the Death Knight. "I never said to keep them alive. I mean, we should finish this quickly." "I don't know either. I'm so tired." "Not sure if I can control my power," Swallow added. Suddenly, a force pierced through the Death Knight's shoulder, pinning the guy from before to the ground. The Death Knight sighed, "Well, if you give it your all, everything will probably be fine." Meanwhile, inside the room, two girls were talking. "Is Lord Swallow still okay?" "Of course. Mr. Swallow left half a day ago." "Oh, so it's only been half a day," Melji was saying to Rhine. At this moment, Rhine spoke up. "I guess Mr. Swallow's work is going smoothly, right?" Rhine was just wondering if it's okay for us to rest alone like this while Swallow might be starving. Melji replied, "Hey, Rhine, you're worrying too much. Someone of such greatness would never skip a meal." Then she thought to herself, how many more times is she going to say that? Rhine continued, "You're right, it seems my worries were completely unnecessary. Mr. Swallow and Patch would never suffer in a human village, right?" Melji thought silently. Enough already. Then she said, "Anyway, those two are ancient monsters standing at the pinnacle of all things, and Death Knights who can control death." The scene returned to the small alley. At this time, the Death Knight said, "There really is no greater suffering than this." Swallow picked up his shirt and muttered, "My shirt." The Death Knight quietly said, "You're human, yet you impress me a lot. You even surprised me with that sneak attack earlier. I thought they were bandits and would have maps or something similar, but it turns out they had nothing. We better not waste time and just finish this quickly." The Death Knight turned and said, "Right, boss." He looked at the frowning Swallow lying down. "Please, don't just lie down already." Swallow replied, "You lie down too. Patrick here is more comfortable than you think." At this moment, Rosalina trembled as she stepped forward. "I'm sorry." Stammering, I'm sorry. I'm the one who stole." She knelt down, crying, "The others have nothing to do with this, so please, please." Instead of the others, she cried heavily, then stood up to leave. "Little Rosalina, did you think that just by doing that I would let them go? But those bastards have no intention of doing so." Mr. Swallow laughed and said, "Oh, everything's clear now." He ordered, "You two deal with this quickly." The Death Knight replied and left. The two of them and Rosalina trembled and then shouted, "If you dare come close, I will kill you. I'm serious." Rosalina then held up a crucifix and prayed. The crucifix emitted strange, magical power. That made the Death Knight stunned. The Death Knight charged forward, looked into her eyes, and asked, "Tell me." He emphasized, "Where did you get that?" He looked at the crucifix, pondering, a phoenix-shaped crucifix that looks like an inverted T. Moreover, mana is flowing out of it. He confirmed it was supervisory mana. Rosalina stammered, well." The Death Knight still thought silently, "Supervisory magic emanating from someone who is not a civilian but one of the destitute." Then he shouted, "Boss!" Swallow responded, "What?" He rushed strongly to where Swallow was lying. "Someone is watching the residents of Hastings." Swallow barely reacted. "Hey, you're kicking up dust everywhere." Then he said, "Right after the girl held it and prayed, supervisory mana radiated from that crucifix, which means that crucifix only activates under certain conditions." He continued, "If we can understand those conditions, maybe we can uncover what the owner of that crucifix is plotting." Swallow said softly, "Haston isn't even a magic village anymore. Last time it was magic stones, and now it's a magic-tainted item." He replied, "For now, we'll change the plan to cooperate with humans, so please cooperate, boss." He said, "Is that really necessary? How do you plan to handle this?" He pondered and said, of course." His eyes lit up. "I've come up with a super great solution, boss." Meanwhile, the two knights suddenly turned and said, "We sincerely apologize. We're sorry for what happened earlier. It's not because everyone was stealing. The leader was helped up by another man confused by Patrick's 360-degree change in attitude." Patrick explained the situation to Toth and Rosalina. We received a royal decree that no traces should be left on people we conflict with. Toth was surprised after hearing Patrick speak. He curiously asked about the royal decree. The man and the doctor immediately shared information about their organization with Toth and Rosalina. Honestly, we are a secret organization taking direct orders from the royal family. That is Roano's Mist Squad, the Dark Knights. Toth was really surprised to learn about this secret organization. Toth exclaimed thoughtfully, "The Dark Knight Riders." The doctor laughed heartily and advised everyone to relax, not to worry too much or be overly cautious. He said yes, and we have no intention of harming anyone, so everyone can relax. Someone among the people surrounding outside hesitated and asked why the gentleman was at Haston after hearing the doctor's words. Then the Night Batman began to answer, pausing for a moment before stating his purpose. It turned out it was to save Haston. Batman shared more information with everyone and explained why we oppose the royal decree. To help people survive because we need information from everyone. Batman continued saying he needs to understand the situation quickly and analyze it to send manpower and necessary supplies to Haston. Meanwhile, the leader was thinking about something looking pensive. Batman called for unity and support from everyone. After all, aren't we all joining forces to restore peace in Haston? I need everyone's help. People began to chatter excitedly about this issue. A royal knight said he came to save Haston. The king will not abandon us. People told each other to help the knight. Finally able to escape this life. Patrick met Swallow Deaver and informed him that the mission to gather human support was completed. I think the negotiation is done. Humans are still as easy to negotiate with as always. These commoners are really good at taking what others give them. Dever asked Patrick when they would return to the dungeon. The doctor told Deaver it would be a while longer. Of course not, we're just getting started. I'm starting to notice many odd things here. After hearing Patrick, Swallow Deaver began to fall into thoughts, seeming to complicate things further. Ren, I really appreciate your efforts, but I feel like things are getting more and more complicated. Everything is getting more troublesome because of him, right? Then Deaver focused deeply and suddenly exclaimed, "No wonder they say watch your enemies around you." This surprised Patrick, who asked Deaver what he just said. Dever, startled, held his head and denied it was nothing. The doctor told Deaver to start carrying out his mission. By the way, get up. Don't lie in the road. Since things have reached this point, you should start working, no more laziness. Those words made Deaver wide-eyed in surprise. He suddenly seemed so enthusiastic today. Can't you do everything yourself? Batman said, annoyed. Are you serious? Batman assigned the task to Deaver. I will watch the most suspicious leader of the thieves, so you stay close to the people and try to befriend them. That task shocked Deaver. It was truly unexpected for him. He asked Patrick again, "You want me to befriend humans?" Patrick explained to Deaver about the identity and appearance of the two. "We have no other choice, boss. Between a knight in full armor and a boss who looks like a beggar, who do you think will be easier to befriend?" After hearing Patrick call him a beggar, Deaver immediately asked, "Did you just say I look like a beggar?" The doctor wants Deaver to complete the mission of befriending humans before returning. I'm just making a well-founded guess based on the current situation. Remember to befriend them before I come back. Try to blend in by doing what they do. Then Deaver started seriously thinking about what humans usually do. He thought to himself, act like a human. He continued thinking first they probably spend most of the day sleeping. Most of those awake are drowsy. Even when working, they slack off. Deaver thought humans have zero motivation. He didn't see any drive in them at all. Honestly, he shouted, I just need to do what I usually do. First, Patrick told Deaver, I don't understand why you came to that conclusion, but it won't be easy. And Patrick reminded him of an issue Deaver needed to investigate. The religion that spread to Rosario's also needs to be investigated. Don't forget that. I need you to extract information from those people. It's best to get the boss. The faster we finish, the sooner we go home and rest, right? The doctor advised Deaver to stay calm when interacting with humans to avoid conflict. Also, I'm telling you this just in case the humans are a bit rude, you have to remain calm. The doctor emphasized the mission of befriending humans. Befriending humans isn't easy. Someone in the crowd asked Patrick, Sir Knight, right? You said you belong to the Roano Mist Society, right? If you're a royal knight, then you must be from Rias, right? He continued. I heard that place is full of milk and honey. Is that true? Another curious girl asked Sir Knight, why do other knights have to wear armor, but you only need to wear clothes? Someone else answered the silly girl, he's undercover investigating. Do you think he would really wander around investigating wearing armor? Everyone agreed that made sense and spoke up. Sir Knight, when will we? Have you ever felt that befriending humans is damn difficult? Befriending them is so hard I can barely breathe. It's giving me a headache. He thought to himself that if he could, he would just swallow them all whole. So Deaver realized he had to be really friendly to get the job done. Yes, I have to befriend them to finish the task. Be friendly now. A boy approached Deaver and it seemed like he had something to say. Deaver asked the kid, what are you curious about? The boy wondered if Deaver had met his two idols yet. Have you ever had the chance to see Lord Van and Lord Gwyn in person? Deaver answered, no, I don't even know who they are. Dever thought to himself, those two sound too much. Suddenly, a red-haired girl appeared and called out to Dever. "Yes, Sir Knight." She was Rosalina. She stammered, admitting her guilt. "That was your stuff. I'm sorry for stealing it. I apologize for stealing it." Dever didn't take it too seriously since he had recovered the items. "It's okay since I've got them back anyway." Suddenly, someone claiming to be Tot appeared and said he was authorized by the leader. "Everyone calls me Tot H. I'll be responsible here while the leader is away. The leader ordered me to follow your requests." Tot talked with Dever and confirmed Dever's purpose here. "You said you came to rescue Haston." Dever confirmed yes. Tot told Dever that if he wanted to know the village's current situation, seeing it firsthand was better than just hearing about it. "Right, I'll take you to where you want to go. If you want, I'll lead you there immediately." Dever didn't want to go, but wondered why this guy was so eager to help. Dever thought, "But if I stay, I'll keep getting questioned right. That's a headache." So Dever decided to go along to avoid annoying questions. "All right, then let's go. It's getting dark now." Tot led Dever to a street, and Dever was surprised because the street was completely deserted. "Where is everyone? Why is the street so empty?" Tot brought Dever to a wooden door and said, "You'll know the answer once this door is opened." The two opened the door and stepped inside. They saw two people lying on the floor. They were starving to death. Regarding the life of the people here, Dever realized that no one could even steal food from their neighbors because no one had any food to steal. Even the living didn't know when they would starve to death. These words made Dever think starving to death. Dever's thoughts continued to pile up. "I was curious about some things from the start. Usually when a village faces famine, anger falls on the Lord and the people rise up in rebellion. The Black Disaster is similar to famine, so why did the people of Haston choose to starve instead of fighting back?" Tot revealed to Devar that the Black Disaster had reached Haston over a month ago. Tot continued asking why the village was so quiet or why no one was rising up against you. Curious, level 26. Night. The space around them is dark with details like rough stone walls creating a mysterious and gloomy atmosphere. At this moment, there is a stone table in the middle of the area. Rhine and Melgezalymph Agria are sitting together there. They sit together drinking tea. Melge's face looks full of boredom. She tiredly says, "I want to go to Haston with you, Lord Devar. How boring it is in the dungeon." Hearing that, Rhine beside her looked down, then replied, "You can't think like that, Melge. Lord Devar has entrusted us to guard the dungeon. Nothing is more important than that. Lord Devar has placed his full trust in us." As she spoke, she secretly thought with jealousy toward the other. "Of course he trusts me not. Mayo-J, that petty thieving cat." Hearing Rhine's words, Mayo-J let out a sigh. She quickly changed her mood a full 360 degrees. She slammed her hand on the table with a cheerful tone and said, "Really? That's right, I should have realized that, Rhine." Raising the teacup, leisurely smelling its faint aroma, she said, "The thieving cat. No, Mayo-J, you also need to stay alert all the time because we don't know when the humans will attack here." Hearing that, Mayo-J turned her face to one side and said, "Don't worry, I'll check whenever I get the chance. I just scouted 10 minutes ago, but since we're here, I'll check again under the ground." Melge's magical inscriptions are moving on the ground. Mid-level magic. Observer's eye. "Interesting, I'll take care of it." Just as Rhine finished speaking, suddenly an observer's eye moved toward Melge. Seeing this, she exclaimed, "Huh, that creature!" Then said firmly, "Hearing what that creature said, she spoke up, Corinne, we just mentioned it, and now it really happened. Someone has infiltrated." The observer's eye slowly crawled up the pillar columns around that area. The observer's eye showed no major reaction, so the chance of just one intruder is probably low. Hearing this, Mayo-J immediately stood up, slapped the edge of the table, and said, "Please get ready, Rhine." Hearing her say that, the other was confused and exclaimed. Tiny red lights appeared all around the tea table area. Rhine's voice sounded, "It's coming." Suddenly, a red power surged from somewhere. It burst up from beneath the ground. Seeing this, the two got into a ready fighting stance. Their feet stepped lightly on the ground. A voice rang out. "Oh my. What's got you all so panicked?" Seeing someone appear, Rhine exclaimed, "Huh?" Melge asked, "What's going on?" At this moment, a girl with long, fiery red hair flowing down appeared, giving a strong and alluring impression. Sharp eyes and a confident smile. The boss of the evil dungeon castle, the great Elizabeth Bathory, appeared. She stepped forward and said, "Are you okay, Rhine?" Red birds flew everywhere inside the dungeon. A voice sounded, "We don't have much. Sorry, if you had informed us before coming, I would have prepared some dishes." Hearing that, Elizabeth Bathory said not to worry, "You don't need to trouble yourself like that. After all, I didn't give any notice about coming." At this moment, Rhine shyly brought a teacup over to her. Elizabeth Bathory winked at her and gently said, "Rhine, if you really want to prepare something, you could give me some of your blood." Hearing that, Rhine fearfully said, "No, that's not allowed." Elizabeth Bathory turned to look at Melge and said disappointedly, "Yikes, but who is this a newcomer?" Hearing her say that, Melge replied, "You want to ask about the great me?" Mioj smugly raised her face, closed her eyes, and said, "Just so you know, I am the Demon King, ruler of the demons, the 17th descendant of Asmodeus, Mioj Zelimphoria. Hearing that Rhine, standing nearby, shyly spoke up. Oh, I forgot to introduce you to Mioj. This person is the boss of the Bathory Gentleman's Castle. Hearing those words, Mioj immediately froze, unable to believe what she had just heard. Seeing this, Elizabeth Bathory spoke up. Oh, so you're the young demon lord. No wonder the energy around you is so fascinating. Mioj, timidly sweating profusely, ran over to Rhine and whispered, Miss Rhine, if I stay here permanently, can I meet the boss of all the dungeons? Hearing this, Rhine quickly covered Mioj's mouth with one hand, lifted her up, and said, Miss Mioj, you're talking nonsense. Aren't you shameless to always talk about mooching off us? Seeing that, Elizabeth Bathory ordered her subordinate, Black Roy, standing nearby, pour me a drink. Hearing that, he respectfully obeyed, and she said, You say she's mooching off us, so does that mean she's not a member of the Ancient Corps? Hearing that, Mioj fearfully replied, No, not yet. Black Roy then transformed into a handsome butler and respectfully poured tea for Elizabeth Bathory. But where are Patrick and that slow-witted guy? They left a while ago. Hearing that, Elizabeth Bathory showed a displeased and troubled expression, thinking it was unexpected that they would choose this moment to be absent. Hearing her say that, Rhine said, Has something happened? The nearby villages around the gentleman's castle have all been destroyed. The humans must be dead because the village is drowned in blood, but there isn't a single piece of trash anywhere. Hearing that, someone spoke up. I don't think this was caused by humans. The blood on the ground flows in one direction as if a path was marked out, and at the end of that path is this. What could it mean? After hearing what they said, Melissa silently thought all the bodies disappeared. Unexpected indeed. She then spoke up. Could they be zombies? Hearing that, Elizabeth Bathory raised her teacup and replied, but not many can do this. Most zombies have no intelligence, but those who do are given a special title, anti-aging. On a higher level, if a horde of zombies moves as a group, it means someone is controlling them. The lord of the zombies, the immortal king Ervos, is the most likely suspect. Hearing that name, Mioj asked uncertainly, Ervos. Elizabeth Bathory turned to Rhine and said, I don't have concrete evidence, but I still have to inform that slow-witted guy. Do you have any monsters that can send messages? Hearing that, Rhine shyly lowered her head and replied, No, the dungeon is currently empty, but there must be some way to communicate, right? No, but I trust Lord Davar's decision. Seeing her like that, Elizabeth Bathory sighed helplessly, believing in someone like that again. Poor girl. Luckily, Patrick is very resourceful. Don't worry, someone will notify him. Suddenly, Mioj slammed her hand on the table, her body shaking uncontrollably. So what should we do? She said confidently, placing her hand on herself with a smug look. Exactly. Isn't it time for the great me to take action? Well, it has to be that way. The Black Disaster is the beginning of everything. Meanwhile, inside the room, Devourer stood facing a long-haired man by the window. The man said, Shortly after the disaster, Hastings' fields were set on fire. The fire spread so fast that the crops that were about to be harvested all turned to ashes. During that time, a harmful rumor began to spread. People said that food in the area affected by the Black Disaster would get infected and once eaten would cause pain and suffering. Hastine became a cursed land like that. Devourer stood with his arms crossed, attentively listening to what the master of the magic tower said. People said even the emperor abandoned this place. Everyone here fell into despair. But even in despair, hope remained. A wealthy commoner couple stepped up to help. Luckily, many of their crops were untouched by the fire. They opened their food stores and distributed to the people. Some even saw the couple as a symbol and center of cooperation to help each other. Just when everyone began to hope and trust again, someone found the bloody bodies of that couple in their home. Probably some greedy person wanting more food killed them. After that, no one trusted each other anymore because no one believed in anyone else. So cooperation was impossible. People cooked in secret to avoid food theft, and in the end, they starved. The man sadly continued, Those living in the slums could only survive because of the rumor that the food was infected. Hearing that, he spoke up saying, It's not like the rumors. After eating the food, you all are still fine, right? Hearing the question, the master of the demon tower turned his face outside and replied, So far, yes. Hearing those words, he silently thought that the food hadn't been tampered with, so it couldn't be contaminated. Someone with ill intent must have spread the rumor. Let's move on to the next place. At this time, they had arrived outside the city gate. 2 guards sensed someone approaching and immediately paid attention. The 2 of them moved to a desolate area where there was a massive mountain of trash and corpses. Looking at what was in front of them, the master of the Devil Tower said that at first, Everyone thought we could quickly get through this disaster, and this is the result of that confidence, corpses lying everywhere, flies buzzing all around. The master of the Devil Tower continued saying that if the corpses were left on the Thunder Road, they would gather, so we directed and began piling them up like this. Hearing that, he asked, "Aren't you missing some?" The master of the Demon Tower said, "Among them, these people lost their families, so many still can't let go. It would be more accurate to say that no one wants to take on this troublesome responsibility." Here, Devor stepped forward and asked, "Can't you do it?" The master of the Demon Tower replied, "I didn't tell you before, but that couple has a daughter." "So what? What I mean is Rosalina's parents are somewhere in this mountain of corpses." Hearing that, he responded, "I see," turning to look toward the city. Devor asked, "Are those soldiers just going to stand guard forever?" Hearing this, the master of the Demon Tower replied, "Yes. They are split into 2 zones to guard. They're not protecting, but controlling." He looked toward the soldiers. He thought to himself, "Gatekeeper soldiers controlling in this situation must be following the Lord's orders, right?" "Exactly." His eyes suddenly lit up. "The Lord here is very suspicious." He thought, in this situation, it's best to meet face to face. Using ordinary methods won't uncover their plans. At this moment, Patchy held an orange egg in his hand. Proudly, he said, "For that reason, I chose the happy egg. The happies will probably chase this egg, right? Then you will appear and defeat them. That gives you an excuse to meet the Lord." Batching knocked his head proudly and said, "It's a perfect plan. I really am a genius." Suddenly, he became gloomy and said, "That's the plan, but damn it, I didn't expect so many of them to come." Hundreds of happies flew over. They rushed toward them, making a loud noise, against 27 weak candlelights in the dark night. A figure hovered in the air. The trembling, weak voice of a woman seeped through the silent darkness. "It's okay, brother." The rope swayed. The other opened his eyes. His lifeless gaze looked at the girl. His lips moved and said, "La la." His eerie voice rang out, "You must survive." Approaching the frightened girl. His eyes serious, he said, "Don't forget, you must survive." The girl named La La suddenly sat up screaming. It seemed like it was just a nightmare. She held her face, gasping, "It's coming again." For a moment, she couldn't tell if it was real or a dream. The housekeeper outside heard her scream, opened the door, and came in. She bowed respectfully and asked, "Did you have another nightmare, Lady La La?" Staring blankly at the housekeeper, she forced a smile. "No, it's nothing." "She is the Lord of Hastin Lala Sinvia Itak." Seeing this, the housekeeper said nothing and asked, "Would you like to sleep a bit longer?" Lala slowly got out of bed and said, "I want to get some fresh air." Lala slowly stepped out onto the balcony. The cool morning breeze made her instinctively hug her arm. Looking outside, she thought, "I have held this title for a few weeks now. I can still clearly remember the day my brother died." She glanced down at the city below. Her heart was filled with sorrow. Her family members fled with the fortune without bothering to reclaim Hastin. To survive this situation, I only have one choice left. A light breeze blew, making Lala's hair flutter. Her eyes full of determination. "That is to rebuild Hastin." Early morning, Lala summoned that mysterious person. She tried to speak sternly, reproaching, "You promised to save us." Worried, she rubbed her hands. "You said you would protect me and my territory." The mysterious person nodded and replied, "That's right." Hearing this, Lala angrily waved her hand and shouted, "Just look outside. Is this the salvation you promised?" The mysterious person calmly said, "I never break my promises. Soon I will resolve all the difficulties the people of Hastin are facing. So you don't need to worry too much." Lala frowned. She pursed her lips, thinking, this one never reveals his exact plan. But right now, apart from trusting him, I have no other choice. The mysterious man bowed his head and said, "The plan is going very smoothly, so please continue to enjoy your luxurious life as always, madam." Then he silently smiled with delight. He implied, "All worries will soon disappear." Lala, tired, held her head and sat down. "All right. I will trust you and wait a little longer." At that moment, the butler opened the door and said, "Madam, I have news to report about the security situation in Hastin." Lala frowned. "What is it?" The housekeeper said seriously, "According to the guards, we were attacked by a group of happies, but an unexpected knight appeared and stopped them with just one strike." Lala was surprised. She tilted her head in puzzlement. 10,000 wise? Just one strike. "Who is he? Which night squad does he belong to?" The butler replied, "The guards at the north gate asked but received no answer." Lala said, "I will ask him myself." "Where is the knight now?" The butler respectfully said, "I have led him to the guest reception room in the castle." Suddenly, the mysterious man spoke. Madam, he asks you to reconsider your decision. You cannot rule out the possibility that he is an assassin disguised as a knight. Lala firmly said, we also cannot deny his heroic deeds in saving Hastin just because he seems suspicious. Rewarding his contributions is what the Lord of Hastin should do. Without more words, she ordered the knight to be brought here. Shortly after, the butler brought the knight before Lala. The doctor knelt solemnly and said, I am a wandering knight requesting an audience with the Lord of Hastin. Batchich bowed deeply in respect. I have endured great hardships to reach Hastin, but just being able to stand before this noble lady makes all the difficulties worthwhile. Lala said firmly, I have heard that thanks to your courage and honor, Hastin was protected. On behalf of all of Hastin, I thank you. Batchich said, it is truly an honor for me. Meanwhile, he silently evaluated Lala. Just by looking, I can tell she is not fit to be lord. Judging by her age, she is probably the younger sister of the previous lord. Lala looked at him and asked, so which family's knight are you? A moment of silence among the four. Lala awkwardly asked again, then what is your name? Batchik answered. I'm sorry, but I cannot tell my name to you, please understand. Lala frowned, feeling insulted. She said, why do you hide so many things? If I asked you to take off your helmet, would you refuse as well? The doctor calmly replied, my face is full of scars from fighting. Half of my face was slashed badly, so it looks very ugly, but if madam can accept it, I will remove my helmet. Lala shivered, exhaled, waved her hand, and said, forget it. I'll let it go. I don't have much to offer you, but I still want to reward you. Batchik looked up and said, if so, please give me some food. He thinks the most important thing in Hastin right now is food. Through her answer, I will know the current condition of the castle. Lala immediately told the butler, all right, it's not difficult, go prepare it. The butler bowed and obeyed, yes. Batchich said nothing and bowed again. I sincerely thank you. The doctor silently evaluated, wow, she answered without hesitation at all. So that means the castle is not lacking food. He recalled the condition of the people of Hastin when he first arrived. If so, then why did the Lady Lord let the people of Hastin fall into such hardship? Batchik looked into the mysterious hooded figure beside him, puzzled, because as an undead, he could sense this energy. That person gives me a very familiar feeling. Batchich bowed his head and said, Madam, may I ask you a question? Lala raised her eyebrows. What is it? Under Lala's and the other two's focused gaze, he said, there is something that has been troubling me since earlier. Batchik side-eyed the mysterious man. Who are you? Sometime later, that was how Batchich talked up to now. SVP rubbed his belly and said, don't tell me that lady just sits around doing nothing. Batchich continued, when I said I was just asking out of curiosity, she let me go. SVK gasped, wow, that's so lenient. SVK board said, if you feel familiar, isn't he an undead? But then you just let him go like that. Uncle Chich slumped down as if saying, do you want me to fight there or what? Besides, just because I feel familiar with him doesn't necessarily mean he's a zombie. You recall the dark aura emanating from that mysterious person. I would feel the same way about a necromancer. Humans using dark magic, depending on the amount of magic in their bodies, can also emit the energy of a zombie. SVK muttered when hearing Patrick say where to find time to check everyone. If it were me, I would have dealt with him right on the spot. Patrick got annoyed, saying we came here to clean up the mess you caused, not to make things worse. You really want me to resign? SVK struggled, apologizing repeatedly. Uncle Chick sighed. Forget it, boss. Did you find anything? SVK blinked, thinking, well, it seems the people here believe the food was contaminated with disease. People wondered why the village was so quiet. Turns out the villagers refused to eat the food and starved to death. You recalled the pink-haired kid running away as soon as she saw you, and that thief's name is Rosalina, right? It's hard to get close to that kid because she just runs away every time. Batman said if there's mind control magic, then great, I should have brought Male D along. SVK heard that and gritted his teeth. Now you're saying that. After dragging me here when you didn't even want to come in the first place. The doctor said this while handing you a bag. Well, looks like we're not out of options yet. Look, this is food I received from the Lady of the Lord. SVK smiled eagerly. Oh, you want to eat first before we discuss further? I'm starving. Uncle Chick immediately denied it, no. He raised a finger suggesting, let's try using this to earn Rosalina's trust. Lena, take 28. Right now, Rosalina is cornered here. The kid was sweating, scared, stammering what? SVP glared and stepped closer to Rosalina, pulling a cake from the bag and asking, why are you so surprised? Rosalina looked behind, no way to escape, and stuttered, it's because SVK raised the cake and said, take it, eat with me. Rosalina blinked in surprise, her eyes shining brightly. Rosalina took his hand excitedly, saying, isn't this the holy cake from the priest? SVK asked, puzzled. But Patrick was the one who gave it to me. He dumbfoundedly asked, who is the priest? Rosalina eagerly said. So the knight also believes in that person, scratching her head, not sure how to answer. Well, Rosalina led him out of the village. It was pitch dark, but she still walked cheerfully. I didn't expect to meet someone who shares the same faith. I'm so happy. No one around me believes. Rosalina puffed her cheeks and pouted. Isn't it strange everyone's so foolish? Just give unconditional faith and you can be saved. Then Rosalina excitedly turned to SVK. Do you agree, Knight? SVK indifferently said, yeah, to a place. The kid said, we're here. They arrived at a cave entrance covered with moss and vines. Rosalina said, I don't know why, but every time I come here, I feel angry. The girl jumped down the steps and warned him, it's very dark in here, so be careful where you step. SVP replied calmly, got it. Just as he stepped down, a voice echoed throughout the cave. Disaster has fallen upon Huston. It is a trial for humanity because of their evil deeds. A person stood on a high podium and declared firmly, this being is powerful enough to overcome the current situation. He added, as believers who have gained his trust, we should be praised as the chosen ones. The devout congregants clasped their hands and loudly said, yes, Father. Rosalina happily pointed to a seat for SVK. You sit here. SVK slowly sat down. The priest above continued, never forget the sacred message we received. Then all day today he squinted and added, we will enjoy the blessings granted by that person. SVK propped his chin looking at the priest thinking it's nothing special, just brainwashing. Then suddenly everyone stood up at once. It startled him. Rosalina laughed, he. It looks like we arrived just in time. Now it's time for the Eucharist ceremony. SVK asked, what is this about? Rosalina explained, I think it's when the priest distributes the holy bread. SVK looked up. The priest was handing something to the people. He squinted. That looks exactly like what Patrick received from Lord Haston. Why would something like that be in the Lord's castle? Rosalina stepped closer and whispered, Sir Knight, this is a secret. I'm only telling you. When that person came to save Haston, I heard that those who truly believe in him will receive eternal happiness. SVP raised an eyebrow, confused. Eternal happiness. Rosalina gently kissed the little girl's necklace. That's right. He will come closer to possessing that power. They say if you do that, you'll receive an even greater blessing. SVP asked further, what's an even greater blessing? Rosalina said innocently. I'm not sure either, but it has to be something better than a bun like meat, maybe. Before the little girl finished, the priest approached and said, you're here today too, Rosalina. The girl startled and froze as the priest handed her the holy bread. This is today's blessing. Hold it tight. Rosalina happily held out both hands. Thank you, Father. SVP crossed his legs, watching them thoughtfully. After giving the bread to Rosalina, the priest turned to SVK. This is the first time I've seen you. I hope you'll come here more often. SVK stood and reached out. I'll consider it. The priest chuckled heartily. Seeing you here will surely make that person happy. Suddenly, a faint purple aura swirled toward SVK's hand. He sighed. This damn guy. His eyes gleamed bright in the dark as he looked down. What is this about? The priest startled and stepped back in panic. He dropped the holy bread, which shattered on the ground. Fear showed on the priest's face. SVP put a hand on his shoulder and whispered, you're standing right in front of me and still trying to fool me. Maybe humans can't see that mana, but that trick won't work on me. He stepped closer and whispered into the priest's ear, I don't care what you do to humans. But he recalled earlier when the priest was spouting nonsense. Strange auras radiated from him, connecting to everyone sitting here, including him. SVK's tone turned threatening. Don't try to investigate me. You're crossing the line. The priest panicked. You're not human. SV said, my memory is poor, but I will remember you well. Rosalina looked worried at the two. The girl didn't understand what was happening. Is something wrong, Sir Knight? Hearing Rosalina's voice, SVP put his hands in his jacket pockets and turned away. Nothing. I was just thanking him for giving us food. Let's go. Returning to the village at this hour was already midnight. Not a single person was outside on the street. At this moment, Rosalina bowed her head and said, Thank you very much today, Sir SVK Knight. Waving goodbye to the girl, SVK said, Get home safely. SVK strolled off alone. The tall man was so suspicious that I probably didn't need any solid evidence at all. He compared the aura emitted from the two suspicious people here. The cult leader who came to the isolated land of Hastine using mana from an unknown source, brainwashing and supervising them, along with the one radiating undead energy next to the Lord. Everything fits so perfectly that even I can't overlook it. There must definitely be someone behind them. SVK summoned Melji. The bright-eyed girl exclaimed, Wow, how do you know that? Truly worthy of the great devil. Seeing her excitement, SVK got goosebumps along his spine. Melji tilted her head and asked, Why is that? SVK sighed. My troubles just keep increasing. The streetlights brightly lit up the village. Melji said, "You said you already destroyed it, so I was wondering how bad it could be." The two were standing on the roof of the tallest house in the village. Melji exclaimed, "Wow, the view from here isn't too bad." SVK sat down. "You didn't come here just out of curiosity about this, so why are you here?" Melji raised her hand to hold back her hair, blowing in the wind. "Lady Batory stopped by the ancient core. She said Haston will soon face the undead." SVK was surprised. Batory said that. Melji replied, "Yes, she said she found traces of abnormal phenomena around the castle, all pointing toward Haston." SVK muttered, "So that's how it is." Melji added, "She also mentioned that the person most likely behind this is you naming someone Aerosmith." SVK said with frustration, "Aerosmith is probably the culprit, but that's just speculation, right?" Melji kept looking down intently. She raised her hand to summon her staff. "I've thought a lot about this. Isn't it normal for a place conquered by the undead, overwhelmed by their numbers?" SVK sat for a while, then felt a sore back. He leaned back and replied, "Probably." Melji turned back and added, "Haston's situation isn't good either." SVK said indifferently, "So what?" Melji raised her magic staff. A brilliant purple light glowed around her. "Aren't you curious why he didn't choose that way? If my judgment is correct," Melji struck her staff down and continued, "he should have used the flow of mana." She summoned a magic circle at her feet. At low-level magic detecting mana. Melji closed her eyes to feel the mana being drawn into the circle beneath her feet and flowing up her body. She murmured, "I knew it just as I suspected." Chapter 29. In a desolate land where black crows, symbolizing deep darkness, flew all over the sky. Where the trees were lifeless, only bare branches remained. On the barren red dirt road, a massive figure stood before a small mountain made of piled-up corpses. His face appeared extremely grotesque. Black crow feathers fell softly around him, completely unlike a human face. Suddenly, he knelt down on the ground. From his two hands emitted eerie purple energy. From his mouth flowed the dark liquid like a waterfall. His eyes were pitch black like the embodiment of death itself. He was the toxic hell, the gatekeeper of the deadly land of the undead Lich Simon Magus. In the vast sky, a circle of energy gradually appeared. Around it, crows flew scattering. Magus knelt on the ground with utmost reverence. The figure emerging from the center of the energy circle looked incredibly mysterious. His entire body was covered in black and blue lights. He spoke with a powerful voice. "Magus, you have finally arrived, my loyal servant." Magus bowed deeply, his head barely inches from the ground. He cautiously spoke with reverence, "Lord Erebos, ruler of all undead gods, I come to report the situation one last time before you depart to Haston." Magus whispered, still not daring to look up at Erebos. When Erebos spoke to reassure him, the undead face of the man became even clearer. "I will not forget the hardships you have endured. I only fulfill my duty because I understand your vision." Magus carefully responded to Erebos's acknowledgement. He knew this about Magus, so he calmly said, "Of course, if you want to report something, go ahead." Only then did Magus dare to slightly lift his head. However, his eyes still dared not look directly at the powerful lord before him. Magus hesitated slightly. "There was an unexpected intruder." Erebos was not very surprised. "Uo also reported the same to me as if to confirm what I was thinking." In his mind, Erebos asked again, "The one you met, was he wearing armor that emitted the aura of a corpse?" Magus recalled a bit, "Forgive this unworthy subordinate, but he was not wearing armor, nor did he emit the aura of a corpse." He paused briefly, then added, "But he has a connection to the deep darkness." After hearing this, Erebos repeated once more. The narrow-eyed man seemed to be pondering, "Someone connected to the darkness." "Sir, do you have any idea who that person might be?" Magus Togan asked a question. Erebos bluntly replied, "No, that guy would never dare to act." He glanced sharply at Magus, raising his tone as a warning before disappearing into the energy vortex. "No matter what variables occur, we must control Haston first to seize the Empire. Remember where this is, and before acting on greater goals, always be extremely cautious." After speaking, Erebos's entire body vanished inside the pitch-black vortex, leaving only his head outside the swirl. After he slipped inside and the vortex slowly closed, Magus quickly responded to Erebos before he fully disappeared. "I feel ashamed for failing to fulfill the responsibility you entrusted." Looking toward the distant sky stained with night, Erebos reiterated his orders to Magus. "Yes, I already requested reinforcements at the Lord's castle, so I sent Masam to the underground dungeon." He added, "Do you need reinforcements to deal with the intruder?" He looked up, facing Air Boss, carefully declining the offer. "Not at the moment, sir. If I find it necessary later, I will send word to you, Erebos." Without lingering, he completely vanished into the energy vortex, leaving only one sentence behind. "All right, you decide for yourself." Margus remained respectfully, "Yes, sir." After Erebos left, Margus also stood up from the ground. A deadly wind blew past him, causing his tattered coat to flutter wildly. Margus thought silently, soon enough the undead will rule everything on this earth. His undead face was surrounded by a stream of purple energy. The undead form manifested clearly, with joints replaced by a living human face with flesh. Margus thought, no matter who comes, they can no longer stop us. Whoever it is, just so that monster doesn't come here. The scene shifted to another place. On a high-rise building. Arya was standing on the rooftop. Streams of pink energy radiated from her feet, weaving tightly together like a net. Beside her, Swallow was lying back with his hands behind his head. He asked her, "Mans, can you find out who cast that spell?" Arya touched her chin, thinking for a moment, then answered, "No, there's no way to be sure. But for most large-area magic like this, usually they choose a method that can continuously maintain the mana flow to the ground." Swallow hummed softly and said, "Another way is if they want to maintain it, the caster must be nearby." Swallow sat up. He slowly drew a conclusion. Arya next to him added, "Maybe so, but it's not guaranteed. They could also use a medium to stabilize mana direction." A blue gem like shards of ice appeared in each of their minds. She added her thoughts. "This is just my speculation, but a medium that can withstand such large-area magic covering all of Hastin would definitely require a huge amount of mana, right?" Arya raised the staff in her hand, her gaze shifting elsewhere. If they didn't intend to redirect the magic, they wouldn't have buried that huge mana stone underground. "So if they want to hide the medium, it's probably over there." Her staff pointed directly toward a distant castle. "That place is the most suspicious." Arya frankly shared her speculation. Swallow thought quietly. "The Lord's castle." He yawned deeply, the corners of his eyes slightly watery from sleepiness. Arya paused briefly, then added to correct if mistaken, "Of course we can't be sure. It's all just speculation." He thought to himself, "Even if we don't know what they plan, if we stir everything up, surely someone will come to investigate." Swallow stood up from his seat, hands in his jacket pockets. He said, "Batman is also over there." "Meow, you're free right now, aren't you?" Arya laughed heartily. "Of course." He stood proudly on the rooftop. The night breeze blew past, causing his coat to flutter. Swallow spoke up. "Then come to the castle with me." She asked suspiciously, "The castle?" "Yeah," he answered calmly. Agria's face suddenly changed color. Her whole body trembled slightly, either from fear or sheer surprise. Swallow's face appeared in the dark night, looking extremely sinister. His eyes flashed with a deadly amber glow. He threatened slightly. "It's time to replace one of the lone eyes." The scene shifted once again to the lavish lord's castle. Against the pitch-black sky, the bright moon hung, casting a gentle silver light on the scenery below. Just as I suspected, this is the most suspicious place. Swallow stood before the castle's towering door like a monster. He thought silently. His eyes narrowed slightly. Through his armor, Swallow thought irritably the stench rising from below was much stronger than last time. This smell is definitely suspicious. Given the current situation, the underground dungeon seems useless. He stepped leisurely inside the dungeon. The only light came from the faint glow of torches mounted on the walls. The deeper he went into the dungeon, the clearer the chaotic sounds became. Swallow thought suspicious sounds are coming from this dungeon. He walked to the end of the corridor. A large figure blocked his path. Before him stood a huge undead butcher. He raised a bloody cleaver high in his hand. Below was the flesh of some animal chopped to expose the bones. Swallow felt annoyed inside. No wonder the smell was so awful. It had been a long time since he'd seen a cleaver. He looked at the large cleaver stained with fresh blood on the table, thinking silently. Swallow approached the butcher, cleared his throat a few times, then politely greeted, "Sorry to interrupt your work. Who's your master?" The butcher's gaze left the corpse on the table. A moment later, he was startled by the uninvited guest immediately spinning around and stomping loudly. The butcher said nothing, swinging his arm toward Swallow. The air around them was forcefully pushed aside by the shockwave of the blow. Swallow spoke seriously. "You're big, so that strike was strong." The butcher was stunned, dumbfounded. He couldn't believe Swallow could still speak after his own attack. Swallow, clad in armor, firmly grabbed the butcher's cleaver with one hand, barely using any strength. He said, "But with such a slow attack, there's no way it would hit." "You stopped with both hands, and that's all the power you've got, pathetic." Despite the butcher's effort, he couldn't pull the cleaver back from Swallow's grip. Swallow calmly added, "But if this kind of thing happens in the castle's dungeon, does that mean that guy and the Lady Lord are in cahoots?" He asked slowly, his finger pressing on the blade's surface, causing cracks to appear. Moments later, the sharp blade shattered into tiny pieces in his hand, Swallow added. Well, if that's the case, there's no need to act in secret anymore. Now we know for sure. Swallow quickly jabbed his hand between the butcher's grim jaws. Then get lost. After he calmly said that the butcher's body was split into 3 parts. His body was broken beyond repair. He died so quickly it seemed he felt nothing. Too slow. Swallow muttered slightly. Behind him, the torch on the wall suddenly changed to purple from some impact. A shadow dashed back and forth. Just as Swallow sensed something and turned an attack came dangerously close. With a loud clang of metal striking metal, his helmet was knocked off and rolled several times in mid-air. Whoa, what a surprise, Swallow said, sounding amazed. After rolling a few times, the helmet fell to the ground, revealing his white skeletal back beneath the armor. Swallow whistled. Even Durahan has appeared, he exclaimed as a headless knight appeared before him. Swallow asked irritatedly, what exactly are you all preparing for? At 30 seconds, Patrick the Death Knight appeared and asked, Hey, you who ordered you to guard this place? The zombie remained silent after hearing his question. A moment later, he lunged straight at Patrick the Death Knight. Startled, Patrick defended himself. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and carefully began to assess the blade. Its name was the Evil Sword. It could corrode an opponent's weapon, so defeating it wouldn't be easy. Patrick the Death Knight was struck on the head, cracking his iron helmet, revealing a skull. He felt a bit impressed. This one's pretty strong, not like a typical Durahan at all. Then Patrick calmly asked, We're both undead, so how about we sit down and talk? But the zombie continued charging at the Death Knight. He leaned back to dodge the sword swings coming at him again and again. With a grunt, he thought, he's an intelligent undead, but refuses to speak. I need to find out why you're here. Suddenly, the Death Knight seemed to have an idea. The lord of this place should be able to answer all my questions. Then he slammed his hand down on the ground. He cast a low-level magic spell, Ice Slide. Immediately, the ground beneath him began to freeze and spread. Patrick quickly grabbed the hilt of his sword. The zombie kept charging at the Death Knight. Without turning around, Patrick raised his sword behind him and used a powerful weak sword technique. Then he coldly glanced back and said, If you don't want to talk, I won't waste any more time. I'll finish this quickly. Instantly, he beheaded the zombie. The zombie's head looked at the Death Knight in shock. He grabbed the sword hilt and said, Let me borrow this sword. I don't think you're using it anyway. Then he immediately swung the sword powerfully. With a few strikes, the Death Knight chopped the zombie into many pieces. He dropped down in a striking pose that looked very impressive. At that moment, someone appeared at the door of a room. The Lord of Hastin nurse, Lalasin Abe, was sitting on the bed covered with a blanket, sighing. It's so cold. Suddenly, a voice startled her. Did you sleep well? A shadow appeared before her, blocking the light. She panicked and exclaimed, How did you get in here at midnight? Shouting Lalasin. Abe clutched the blanket tightly to cover herself. The Death Knight appeared again, now wearing his helmet. He replied coldly, Isn't it obvious? I have matters to discuss with you. Then he raised his sword and asked, Your name is Lalasin, right? Honorable Lord Lalasin, I will give you exactly 5 minutes. He then called the man who had been standing beside her earlier to come quickly. Lalasin Abe was sitting in the living room facing Patrick the Death Knight with a man in a blue cloak standing next to her who had just appeared. Patrick politely said, Sorry for calling you here this late, but while I was taking a night walk, I accidentally found this. He threw a pouch on the ground in front of Lalasin Abe, startling her. She couldn't help but ask, What is this? The Death Knight asked, You really don't know what it is. This is the helmet of a Durahan. He answered calmly. His eye glowed brightly through the gap in the helmet. In a cold tone, he questioned the Lord, no, Lalasin Abe. Why are you cooperating with the undead? She looked up in fear, either out of ignorance or pretending she asked, What are you talking about? What undead? The Death Knight remained calm but disappointed. Are you really going to pretend all the way? Then he continued to expose her. If you're not pretending, then do you really have no idea who you're conspiring with? Well, I'm not surprised at all. Because you're an incompetent lord who doesn't even know what's going on in your own land. The cat-loving man who had been silent until now spoke up. My lord, you don't need to listen to these baseless words any longer. Call the soldiers and arrest the undead doctor. He immediately interrupted him. I personally killed that Durahan in the dungeon beneath this castle. Nurse Lalasin Abe was startled and asked, In the dungeon beneath the castle? The undead doctor drew his sword and replied, Yes, in the dungeon beneath the castle there are countless corpses. Let me give you another hint, the one standing next to you is also an undead. Then he pointed his sword at the cat demon. But Nurse Lalasin Abe didn't listen. She stubbornly tried to play dumb and argued, I don't believe what you're saying. Do you think just saying that is enough for me to believe your accusation? She stubbornly thought of herself as noble and shouted, You promised me you would save Hastin. If you accuse this person of being undead, then you're threatening Hastin's safety. Ed gave up. His comrades didn't understand, but Patrick the undead calmly sneered. You already know who's threatening Hastings' safety, and you still say that? Lawless and Abe listened and then put on a dumbfounded face, unable to say anything more. At this point, the cat demon started acting like the good guy trying to mediate. Now, both of you should calm down first. Hey, Knight, you're saying this is Dunlahan's helmet, right? Dunlahan are not common beings like that. Suddenly, Patrick the Undead began to feel proud of himself. Flowers bloomed all around joyfully. You see it too, right? I'm really surprised too. I can't even believe my own eyes. Such a high-level undead appearing here. Above all, that Dunlahan is a bit strange. It's the elder among the undead species, so it should have enough intelligence to speak, but it hasn't uttered a single word. The way it moved during the fight was also unusual. So after burning its soul, I investigated a little. Look here, it seems that there's a magic circle used to control minds inside its armor. Next to it is the owner's name. The Dunlahan's name is Masam. This seems to be the name of the deputy leader of the Second Strike Force, comrades Masam and Hada. That force was assembled to eliminate a violent undead 35 years ago. I heard he was a pretty strong knight, but after that raid ended, he disappeared. Then he said to play a Q&A. Who do you think is the violent undead they wanted to eliminate? Lalas and Abe still had a dumbfounded look and couldn't say a word. Who is it? The undead hunter didn't wait and pointed his sword again, saying, Then this time, I'll ask you another question. I hope you can answer me yourself. She panicked and looked at the tip of his sword. The undead hunter coldly asked, Where is the violent undead named Aerosmith, sir? The undead cat demon appeared with a stupid, despicable look, seeming like he was too drunk to open his eyes. C-31 in the chaotic scene. Lalas and Abe sat trembling on the sofa, watching the cat demon being held at knife point by Patrick. Lalas and Abe panicked and asked, I don't understand what you mean. Why is the name of the prison boss? Before she finished, a loud laugh interrupted her. The cat demon smiled slyly, revealing white teeth. He laughed wildly and continuously, making Lalas and Abe confused. What? At this moment, Lalas and Abe suddenly realized she had fallen into his trap. She shouted loudly, Didn't you say you would keep helping me in my territory? The cat demon still wore a mysterious smile, his eyes glowing a frightening red. He softly said, Of course I will. Fear clearly appeared in Lalas and Abe's eyes. Her pupils contracted deeply and a tear flowed down. The cat demon spoke coldly. The plan has changed, but it seems there's no other way. The cat demon glanced at Lalas and Abe and said in a dark tone, We can no longer solve things peacefully. Hearing this, Lalas and Abe suddenly felt chills. Stammering, she asked, What do you intend to do? The cat demon dodged sideways, avoiding Patrick's sword. Then he raised his hand forward. With a light flick, he hit Patrick's head, twisting it to the side. He warned both of you better stay still. Patrick's eyes lit up. Perhaps he had been too careless with this guy just now. The zombie stood in front of Lala Chinevia Itachi, wearing a cold expression that scared people. Lala Chinevia. Itachi fell off the sofa in fear, lying flat on the ground, stammering, Are you a Mao zombie? Slowly lowering his hat, he introduced himself. He is Mao Zombie. Dark blue, dark power radiated from his entire body. Lala Chinevia. Itachi trembled, sitting frozen on the ground as he threatened, I will kill you along with everyone in this territory and turn it into a land of death. Humans like you have a chance to be saved like this. You should feel honored. The dark power spread stronger and stronger everywhere, enveloping la 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 la. The doctor asked him, at first I couldn't even imagine. Zombies are a race that usually use numerical advantage to fight right before the terrifying Mao zombie was threatening them. The doctor praised, I didn't expect they would come up with such a thorough and organized strategy to invade others. Looking at Masam's head lying on the ground, the Mao zombie coldly said, When I first met you, I already had my eyes on you. I must commend you. You even exceeded my expectations by defeating Masam. Patrick tilted his head amused and replied, It's the first time someone praised me for killing his subordinate. Patrick's attitude made the Mao zombie a bit interested. Interesting. I'm even more curious about you now. You're also a zombie like me, so why don't you serve Lord Erebos? Lala Chinevia Itachi and Patrick looked at each other silently for a moment. Lala Chinevia Itachi was completely speechless at this point. A zombie like him! Patrick gasped inwardly, caught red-handed. Patrick tapped his sword on his head a few times, thinking, we still need a lord to take care of the territory and cooperate with us. I don't actually want to kill her. Patrick's eyes flashed coldly. Suddenly, I feel a bit annoyed. The Mao zombie suddenly roared and stretched out his sinewy hand with sharp claws toward Patrick, but that hand was chopped off by Patrick flying far away. Then he pressed his sword to the zombie's neck as a warning, You'd better obey my orders. The Mao zombie shouted at him, Do you think that threat will work on zombies? Patrick calmly replied, Of course not. But you've already done so much, aren't you afraid of losing everything? 08. Chick reminded him. If you've investigated, you probably know the person with me is much stronger than you think. Strong enough that he can easily ruin your plans. Swallow Devar probably sneezed a few times because he was being called out while doing nothing. The Mao zombie laughed foolishly and replied, "Interesting, then it will also affect the humans." Nurse Lala Chinevia sat silently without daring to say a word, especially more frightened hearing his threats about humans. "Oh, wait." Chick responded, "Sorry, but since we're on the human side, instead of wasting time like this, you should just explain everything already." Patrick exclaimed, "Of course you should also tell me what your superior Erovos plans to do." The Mao zombie was silent for a long time, then suddenly spoke, "Fine, I'll give you the answer." The Mao zombie asked, "Do you know what it takes to become an elder?" "Oh, wait." Chit snorted coldly. "Don't just be asking questions there. Let me continue." The Mao zombie had to slowly tell the story. A human or an elf who wants to become an elder needs a rare supernatural phenomenon, or a great amount of hatred that surpasses that phenomenon. The reason they're considered elders is because each of them has the power to fight 1,000 zombies alone. Lord Erovos is a powerful being who can use his magic to create elders like that. Patrick asked him, "So why did you isolate yourselves and create a cult?" The Mao zombie immediately understood Patrick's meaning and replied, "Exactly all to create an elder. We need humans with living bodies but soulless." He looked at Lala Shinevia Itachi, who was trembling and sweating coldly, and said, "That's the perfect place for zombies to gather. We isolate them to starve and weaken their will. The reason for creating the cult is similar." The doctor nodded and said, "I understand a little now, but what about the mountain of corpses in the underground dungeon?" The Mao zombie said, "That's to create even more elders. We will destroy the Empire." Patrick was a bit surprised. "Wow, that's nasty." Patrick only briefly thought and could understand. If the Empire is destroyed and all humans turn into zombies, then Erovos's goal, those who will gain greater power, are the Seven Hells. Yumeo spoke coldly. "The truth is always realized too late." Yumeo recited a high-level magic curse of darkness. Immediately, the space here darkened as if about to explode. Thousands of invisible hands clung to Patrick, surrounding him. Yumeo spoke challengingly. "You think cutting off my 2 hands means I can't cast spells? How foolish." But Patrick was not afraid and laughed loudly, praising him. "Ha ha ha, you're pretty good! Just using words to cast spells." Yumeo's hands gradually recovered. He asked Patrick, "Do you think I will reveal the truth to you?" "No existence can resist Lord Erovos." Patrick's whole body was held tightly by thousands of hands unable to move. Yumeo said, "The only existence that can do that is the ancient monster. But after teleporting, that monster has fallen into a deep sleep." He crazily controlled those hands to attack Patrick. Yumeo arrogantly feared nothing anymore. Therefore, nothing can stop my lord's plan. Though surrounded by thousands of hands, Patrick still sarcastically asked, "Is that so?" Patrick clenched his fists and said, "Then let me ask you this." Yumeo worried silently. Is he breaking the bindings with his own strength? Indeed, the dark power from the hands surrounding Patrick gradually faded. He said, "To sum up what you just said, is that right?" Patrick's iron head was slowly freed. "No matter how great your plan is, if that monster awakens, whether it's a human or Erebos, your plan will vanish into thin air, right?" Yumeo trembled briefly and stammered, "What nonsense are you talking about?" And a loud explosion happened. In an instant, outside all you could see was the building shrouded in thick smoke and dust. Patrick arrived and mocked, "Honestly, you came just in time." Looking back from the rubble, Swallow Devar was sitting proudly on C-32. Lala Sinevia Itak coughed a few times, covering the thick smoke in front of her with her hand. While Lala Sinevia Itak was tearfully helpless, she heard Melgazalymph Agria shout, I got hit on the head. La 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 la. La 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 la. Bat Chick turned and said to Swallow Devar she was timing it pretty well. Swallow Devar said nothing, just glared at him coldly. Bat Chick nervously said it was nothing, boss. Swallow Devar asked how much he had found out. The doctor replied, basically, I already know everything. Melissa Lymph, Agria next to him, kept complaining about a terrible headache. They all began to look toward Lala Sinvia Itak, who was trembling and quietly sobbing. Swallow Devar looked up with no change in his expression. A dark arrow was flying straight toward him. Swallow Devar calmly sat still and waved his hand to dodge. Another violent explosion occurred right in front of Swallow Devar's group. Melgazalymph Agria asked in panic, what was that? The image of Swallow Devar was just a shadow sitting proudly above. Everything around him flew up in a cloud of dust after the explosion. Yumeo struggled to stand firm on the ground amid the scattered rubble. Yumeo stared blankly ahead. Could this power be Batman? The warning voice said. Didn't I tell you? The person with me is much stronger than you think. Fear was clear in Yumeo's eyes, but he tried to stay calm. Swallow Devar sat above majestically and asked, "What is this?" Yumeo's thoughts were chaotic, unable to be sure no news had leaked out. How could that ancient monster? Yumeo stood still, eyes looking up at the stone above the castle. I also can't sense the energy of the stone on the upper floor of the castle. Yumeo stared intently at Meo Jezebel Agria. Based on the energy he probed from her, she must be a demon lord. He silently calculated that he had to try to buy as much time as possible and pass this message to Lord Erebos. After a moment of silence, Yumeo broke the quiet with his voice. "Ancient monster, why have you come here?" He cleared his throat a few times, then hesitantly asked, "I heard you disappeared after the incident in Rias." Suddenly, a fierce flash of light sparked right in front of Umeo. The castle seemed to shatter and everything flew wildly away from it. Umeo was also thrown out, falling flat on the ground. Coughing, he slowly opened his eyes and spoke coldly. "You all have arrived too late." Meo Jezelimf Agria struck Umeo with a spark of electricity, beating him badly. She was impatient and scolded him, saying he talks too much. Swallow Devar was bored watching the scene, yawning so much tears flowed. "Swallow!" Devar looked at the weak Meo and asked in surprise, "Oh, look at him, he's smiling." Megazalymph Agria replied, "Maybe because he's undead, he's pretty stubborn." Yumeo still tried to sit up, gathering some strength to say, "Kneel before our lord who has set foot on this land." Batman lazily called out to Boss Swallow Deaver, saying, "Yeah, I see it already." Batman clicked his tongue, criticizing him, saying, "Even just an avatar can be so flashy." At the place where some men were playing chess, they suddenly shouted, "Look! Doesn't the sky look a bit strange?" A man asked Strange how the sky turned pitch-black dark clouds gathering in large masses as if a storm was coming. Strong wind blew fiercely through every corner. A skinny foot was running along the road below. It was a girl with orange hair named Rosalina. She was rushing away when a voice called out Rosalina. She stopped when she saw the person calling her was Tho. "Oh, Tho, you're still awake," Tho replied. "I'm the one asking you that." "Where have you been?" Rosalina hesitated, answering. "I just took a little walk to relax, walking around Jabez Square." Rosalina suddenly realized she had lied blatantly. She covered her mouth right after the words slipped out. Thinking, why did I mention a place no one even visits anymore? Because of the epidemic, Uncle will get mad at me again. Looking anxious, Rosalina quickly apologized to Tho. But Tho laughed loudly, surprising Rosalina a bit. Tho sighed and said, "Kid, really?" Rosalina was stunned, thinking Uncle isn't angry. In a dark alley, Tho told Rosalina that after the leader and others made a decision. Rosalina asked decision about what Tho replied, "Tomorrow night we will all leave Haston." Tho turned away, telling Rosalina, "I don't know what you're thinking, but the leader doesn't trust those knights." Rosalina was startled by that statement. Tho told her to follow him, and he would explain as they walked. The two of them carried torches, lighting their way to a pit piled high with bodies like a mountain. Behind his face mask, Tho frowned, thinking Rosalina's parents were buried under this deep pit. Tho spoke, "Rosalina, once we leave, it will be a long time before we can return here. Of course, the choice is yours. You can do whatever you want." Rosalina stood silently for a long moment, lowering her head in obvious disappointment and saying, "You know, Tho, I don't understand why the leader wants to leave Haston. Isn't Haston going to be saved? Can't we wait a little longer?" Tho replied, "Rosalina, I won't try to convince you because you chose to believe in that cult. But do you want to wait for salvation that may never come while your parents are trapped in that dark place?" Tho's words made Rosalina frown, pondering deeply. Tho looked at the pile of bodies and said, "The God you believe in isn't the only one who can grant salvation. What you do can also bring salvation." Rosalina was a bit confused, repeating Tho's words. "What I do can bring salvation." Rosalina clenched her fists, showing determination, then looked up at Tho and said, "You're absolutely right, Tho." Tho remained silent, seemingly quietly pleased that he had persuaded Rosalina. Tho handed the torch to Rosalina and asked, "Do you think you can do it?" Rosalina took the torch decisively and said, "Of course I can." Rosalina walked closer to the pile of bodies. A tear rolled down her cheek. She raised the torch toward the pile when suddenly a hand stopped her. That man spoke up. "Oh dear, I was wondering at this late hour who would still come to this place." Thought was startled when he saw the man grab Rosalina. Thought asked, "Who are you?" Rosalina also turned her head to look back at the man and asked, "What are you doing here in a place like this?" His terrifying face in the shadows spoke in a hoarse voice, calling Rosalina. C-33. Rosalina panicked when a man tightly grabbed her hand. It was the priest. Why did he squeeze Rosalina's wrist so hard that she cried out in pain? "Ah, Father, what are you doing?" The torch's flame caught fire on his arm. Rosalina panicked. "Father, the fire." Seeing the chaos, Thought quickly spoke up. "Hey, priest, let go now." Thought suddenly froze as a familiar feeling rose as if he had met before. "That smell," Rosalina anxiously said. "Father, you should put out the fire first." The torch was thrown far away by Rosalina. Thought grabbed and pulled her back, ignoring the priest with his burning arm. Thought and Rosalina fell to the ground. Thought completely supported her on his body, so Rosalina wasn't injured at all. Thought angrily cursed the priest. "You bastard!" The priest didn't put out the fire, but let the flames blaze fiercely. In the burning flames, he transformed into a disgusting zombie. Thought trembled and sweated, saying, "A zombie." Rosalina was also stunned, unable to believe her eyes. The space suddenly darkened around the priest. The zombie spoke in a silent voice, "Mouths, humans, you should stay quiet to welcome his arrival." Thought held Rosalina tightly. Both were very scared. The corpses lying on the pile began to move from hands to feet. They opened their eyes as if just awakened, their gaze glowing red and terrifying. Rosalina was so scared she trembled and sweated. Thought shouted in panic, "What's happening?" The zombies stood up and walked toward Thought and Rosalina. Thought hurriedly grabbed Rosalina and pulled her away. "Damn it, kid, why are you just standing there? Run!" The zombies were just inches away. Thought urged quickly, "Come on!" The two ran inside a house. They hurriedly used tables and chairs to block the door so the zombies couldn't get in. Thought, panting heavily, looked at the door barricaded with furniture and said, "This should be enough to hold them off for a while." Rosalina gasped, "But I don't think I can run any longer." Thought tried to calm down. "We have no other choice. Although it's better inside than out there, the first floor isn't safe either. Let's go up to the second floor." Rosalina replied weakly, "Okay, but my legs." She clearly couldn't go any further because of the pain in her legs. Thought knelt down and turned his back to Rosalina, telling her to climb on his back. "We have to hurry." Thought carried Rosalina up the stairs to the second floor. Rosalina hesitated and said, "Thought, you must be very tired too. Thank you." The two stood by the second floor window looking down at the zombies gathering at the door. Thought was sweating heavily, doubting if the two of them could survive. He pursed his lips, thinking, "If we can survive." Suddenly, Rosalina called out to Thought. They were standing in front of a dark room that smelled of death. Rosalina asked, "The smell here is awful. Is it because of that room?" Thought carried Rosalina into the room where there were corpses inside. Rosalina sat down leaning against the wall and asked, "So we're safe now?" Thought looked around and replied, "No." He stood up and turned his back to Rosalina, saying, "It's just as dangerous here. If you want to live, you have to be very alert." Rosalina was confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Thought went to a corpse, still clutching a sharp weapon in its hand. He grabbed both sides of his scarf and pulled it apart, blood splattering everywhere, frightening Rosalina into asking, "Thought, what are you doing?" Thought's eyes were cold as he removed the scarf from his neck. He took the knife and approached Rosalina, making her scared and sweat coldly, calling out to Thought. Thought swung the knife in a quick slash like lightning. Rosalina trembled, closed her eyes tightly, and frowned. At the moment she opened her eyes, a little tears welled up and flooded the corners of her eyes. Thought pulled out a strange object in front of Rosalina, grimacing as he said, "Now I finally have a chance to tell you, but this thing has been bothering me for a long time." Though cautiously reminded Rosalina, "From now on, if something is worth trusting, you should believe it." Rosalina, still scared, stammered, "At least you should have warned me. You scared me half to death." While they were talking, a loud noise outside caught their attention. The zombies were flooding inside. Rosalina panicked, saying, "They broke the door. What should we do?" Thought stood up and said, "What else can we do? We have to fight them." Rosalina said, "I should find something to use as a weapon." Thought didn't respond and silently walked away. Rosalina anxiously called after him. Thought, where are you going?" Rosalina desperately wanted to follow. Thought turned back, looked at her, and smiled softly. Rosalina's eyes widened, anxious and fearful. Rosalina struggled to stand and said, "Thought, wait." The door outside echoed with the loud noise of the zombies. Thought went to open the door, stepped outside, then locked it tightly. Thought threw down his blood-stained, bloody cloak. He thought that if he did this, the zombies would be misled by the smell of blood and wouldn't find Rosalina. Rosalina panicked beside the door, pounding on it and screaming, "What are you doing? Don't leave me! Thought, I'm so scared! Please don't leave me here!" Thought stood quietly outside the door and said, "Kid, how long are you going to rely on others? You've been a burden long enough." The zombies were climbing to the second floor to find them. Thought, holding a weapon ready to fight, instructed Rosalina, "Listen carefully. No matter what you hear, don't make a sound." Thought gritted his teeth, telling the girl not to speak or act recklessly. Rosalina immediately covered her mouth to keep herself silent. Thought smiled quietly in satisfaction. "Finally you listen. Good." Thought this was better than both of them dying. He sacrificed himself to fight the zombies to protect Rosalina. The zombies were very close to Thought. They screamed fiercely when they saw their prey. Thought held his weapon tightly, fighting fiercely. The zombies charged wildly, ignoring their own safety. This was probably the last thing Thought said to Rosalina. "I'm sorry for being so harsh with you all this time, Rosalina." In pain, she knelt down behind the door, helplessly crying like rain tears streaming endlessly. She couldn't stop them herself. C-34, the zombies were ordered by the female leader to attack Thought and everyone else. They rushed in holding torches and weapons. This terrifying red sky was definitely caused by that female leader. She knew something was strange since she hadn't appeared even once in weeks. The sky above the castle blazed bright red. Everyone ran there holding torches. They thought heaven must be angry. A loud scream startled them, making them turn around. A trembling guy yelled out. Everyone felt confused. "What's that?" The severely injured young man struggled to say, "It's dangerous." Everyone anxiously asked each other, "What's wrong with him? Is he hurt?" A blue-haired guy approached him and said, "Let me check your wounds." The brown-haired guy asked, "Are you from the Magic Tower?" The blue-haired guy replied, "Yes, I'm an intern at the Wind Demon Tower." The injured companion struggled. Zombies. The blue-haired guy used magic to check. He really was unusual. He was injured but wasn't bleeding. They looked at the blood stains on him and asked, "Then where did this blood come from?" The man frowned and said, "These zombies." "Here they come," said the bald man, then ordered everyone. "Those still able, prepare to fight." The blue-haired guy used magic on the injured guy's head. The injured guy screamed wildly, "Zombies!" Everyone panicked but tried to calm him. "Calm down." The zombies rushed toward them. Everyone urgently said, "The zombies are coming." They clenched their teeth and sweated as they faced them. A crooked zombie stood in front of them. "What is this?" Its eyes turned red, staring intensely at the injured guy. It screamed and lunged at him. Everyone panicked and moved aside. Like a gust of wind, Bok Chich rode his iron horse and with one swift plastic knife strike severed the zombie's head. Bok Chich turned around and sneered. "Zombies aren't as strong as they look," he told the frightened crowd. "So you all need to decide run and wait to die or stand up and fight." The blue-haired guy from earlier heard this and spoke determinedly. "We will fight to the end." Bok Chich asked in surprise, "Who are you guys?" The blue-haired guy said, "We're interns from the Wind Demon Tower, and this disaster was caused by that black calamity. We were outside on a mission, so we were lucky to survive. We hope to help out a bit, even if it's a little late." One person raised his hand and said, "I will fight." Others followed, raising their hands. "Same here." "Then I'll fight too." Bok Chich nodded approvingly. "Good." He ordered everyone, "Those who are healthy pick up something to use as a weapon and stand on the front line. The rest form a defensive line." Everyone shouted in unison, "We will protect Haston until our last breath." The zombies were getting closer. Bok Chich urgently reminded, "They're coming." They roared fiercely as if mad and furious at humans. The intern group from Wind Demon Tower was ready with magic fire attacks. The zombies were easily blown back about 10 meters. Explosions blasted debris far out from the castle dust, filling the air. In the blazing red sky, Countess Itak was outside. Seeing this, she cursed under her breath. "Damn it, what's happening out there?" He gritted his teeth angrily and muttered, "Thought Rosalina, where did she disappear to now?" Suddenly, he looked right and saw a girl with orange hair leaning against the wall, motionless. She looked a lot like Rosalina. Approaching closer, he saw her face clearly. Countess Itak called out in panic, "Rosalina!" Hearing her name, Rosalina struggled to open her eyes. She was happy to see her leader. Countess Itak hurried over and asked what happened to the girl. Countess Itak took off her coat and draped it over Rosalina. Rosalina said, "Thought told me to stay here." Countess Itak was a bit surprised. Just mentioning Thought, Rosalina began to sob. Between tears, she said, "Thought told me to wait here, but I ran all the way here because I was scared for the leader. Thought blamed me." At this point, Rosalina choked up and couldn't speak anymore. Countess Itek frowned worriedly at Thought, but knew she had to stay calm in front of this fragile girl. He reassured Rosalina, "No, nothing happened." Countess Itak corrected her. "He's not that kind of person." "Rosalina, it's not your fault. Thanks to Thought, you're still alive now." Rosalina panicked, remembering the priest who turned into a zombie and attacked them. She said, "Leader, these aren't ordinary zombies. We need reinforcements." Countess Itak suddenly looked shocked and asked the girl, "What are you talking about?" Rosalina said firmly, "Sir Knight, right now they need Patrick's help. We need him." Countess Itak fumbled and replied, "Those guys are probably inside the Lord's castle now." Seeing Countess Itak take out a vial, Rosalina asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" Countess Itak handed it to her and said, "You don't have the strength to go anymore, right? Drink this, and then run." As he stood up, Countess Itak emphasized, "I am the leader," as if reminding Rosalina to obey his orders. Countess Itak wanted Rosalina to run because he thought the inside of the castle would be safer than here. Countess Itak turned and smiled lightly at Rosalina. "I can't abandon my teammates to fight alone." In his heart, Countess Itak silently promised Thought, "I won't let Rosalina, whom you sacrificed your life to protect, go into danger again." He ordered Rosalina, "Go get those knights here. We'll hold them off here." Inside the castle, the atmosphere was still gloomy, and a voice said, "They're making a mess here, boss." Come check it out. Now it's trouble. Swallow Devolver calmly lay down, waving a hand, saying, "Why bother looking? It's none of our business." Batman is confused, seeing Swallow Devolver's indifferent attitude. Is he just lying down to sleep? It's related he secretly criticizes the habit of running away when things get complicated. Batman watches everyone fight and compliments them. It seems humans now have a slight advantage. They're not bad at fighting, huh, Swallow? Devolver breaks people's hope with his voice. How long do you think that defense line will hold before the zombies overturn it? Batrick seriously replies, "Not long. They have some offensive and defensive ability. But if that's all, they'll quickly be exhausted by thousands of zombies." He responds bluntly. Got it, Doctor. No need to say more. According to Waimio, there will also be an Elder Lich disguised among the zombies. Boss Batman curiously asks Swallow Devolver. Looks like Everose prepared quite a lot. Should we return this favor? Boss, Swallow. Devolver, lying still, is attracted and answers back. Huh? Wrong, huh? He smirks slyly and says, of course, but we have other things to do before that. Batchit speaks up to stop him. Whatever you're planning, don't do that. Swallow Devolver stands up and replies, didn't you tell me to do something? They look over at Nurse Lalasinevii, trembling and scared, sitting on the ground. Swallow Devolver stands authoritatively in front of her and asks bluntly, what's your name? Lalasinevia Itachi stammers, Lalasinevia Itachi. Swallow Devolver impatiently interrupts Lala, huh? All right. He sits down in front of Lalasinevia Itachi and introduces himself, I am Devolver. He lifts her chin, making her tremble and sweat nervously. Swallow Devolver strokes Lalasinevia Itachi's face and asks coldly, you want to live, don't you? Amidst 35 chaotic scenes, broken stones scattered on the ground. I am Devolver. Itachi grits her teeth angrily. You, Devolver. Using sharp, dark eyes staring straight at her. You want to live, right? The doctor behind looks shocked and says, hey, boss, what are you saying? We need to kill her. He still holds her chin threateningly. I initially planned that, but I changed my mind. The doctor asks curiously, what are you thinking? Isn't Hastin already out of control? Devolver looks back at the horde of zombies, disappointed. Think about it. Batman isn't the reason we abandoned Hastin because of the zombies. You sweat recalling it, exactly. He glances back at you. If all the zombies disappear and we control Hastin's Lord, there's no need to abandon it, right, Patrick? Still hesitant. Patrick says I thought the nurse was shocked and grimaced with tears. Patrick narrows his eyes sharply. You'll probably say some nonsense again, but this is worth considering. He already has a clear plan. Using the Lord instead of killing her isn't a bad idea. But aren't humans very untrustworthy? Agria, standing nearby, finally speaks. That's right. There's no way they'll keep quiet when they learn the secret. Devolver slowly stands up. I don't think all of them are like that. He glances down at the person below. I believe this person has a reason to survive. Itak is so scared she's sweating profusely, trembling with tears streaming down. Though very afraid to see me, she doesn't avoid my gaze. And even after seeing my true form, she still seems useful. Batman, standing nearby, agrees. That's right for an ordinary person. That's remarkable. Devolver silently looks at her, thinking, does she have something special? He recalls the images of those heroes compared to Itak sitting scared on the ground. He analyzes all the heroes I've met had something special, something not achievable by effort alone. For the Lord, she has a strong enough spirit to face me. Now the nurse dares to stammer out, yes, I have a reason to live. Devolver smugly leans back, facing Patrick. See, I know a person like this doesn't seek death, right? You angrily asked back, is that all it takes for you to decide to spare her life? He acted cool, smirking arrogantly, plus having good intuition. The two people next to him each had completely opposite emotions. Arya's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at him like Devolver predicted, while Patrick was angry and annoyed. Please rely on something more reliable than your intuition. He sighed and stopped arguing. Even if it's not very reliable, the boss is so determined, what else can I do? The doctor turned away, waving goodbye. Still, if things go wrong, you deal with the consequences yourself. Devolver confidently replied from behind. I'll think about it later. He turned back to the main issue. Now you get to choose, pick one, say, please save us, and everything will be resolved. Itak worriedly asked, and then what will happen? Devolver calmly pointed behind him. It's simple, the zombies will be driven away until Hastin regains peace. Patrick would try his best to help. Hearing his name mentioned, he startled and turned around, glaring, shouting, Boss, are you betraying me? He was sweating. Choo-Choo was about to avoid responsibility. Itak bowed his head, kneeling on the ground. In exchange, what do I have to do? Devolver thought for a few seconds. Probably keep it as simple as possible, right? Right hand over everything she has to me. The nurse was startled, raising her head, unable to hide her calm. She looked at the scary group of mysterious people in front, handing everything over to him. The nurse kept trembling as she said, In her eyes, Devolver looked like a demon baring his teeth at his prey, ready to devour it. She was sure she would die if she dared to refuse, whether by this monster's hand or being torn apart by zombies. Conversely, if she accepted, she would survive but lose everything. She clenched her hands tightly, pressing down on the floor, asking herself countless questions. If the black disaster hadn't appeared, would her brother have committed suicide? If he were still alive, could she become the leader of Haston? If she wasn't the Lord of Haston, would she even be in this situation? Seconds later, the nurse finally uttered one word. I, the doctor, stood watching on the side, bored and impatient. Just kill her. Where did I put the sword again? Suddenly, loud footsteps echoed down the hallway. Devar heard it and reflexively turned toward the noise. Huh? Is someone coming? Arya approached him and asked, Sir Devar, how do you want to handle this? I can block it with magic. He calmly glanced toward the door. Just open the door. She obeyed, swinging her staff. Got it. A red-haired girl appeared through the door, rushing in. Is this the girl? Lady Rosalina smiled brightly and quickly ran to him. Really here, Sir Knight, please help us. The girl was out of breath. Zombies are flooding into the village. Everyone is trying to fight back, but there are too many. We need your help, Sir Knight. Rosalina's face darkened as she recounted the situation. Thoth is gone, and the captain said he would wait for me. Everyone is barely holding on, so please. Devar heard the girl's plea and remained silent without saying more. Help us! Didn't you say you'd save Haston? No one spoke. Rosalina looked up at the knight in front of her. Was Devar's lazy posture. Patrick stared intently now. The girl clearly saw a skeleton around her. Patrick joked, Yes, I am a skeleton. Unfortunately, the current situation depends on human choices. Over there, Rosalina looked confused and turned to the nurse who was mentioned feeling awkward and not daring to look the girl in the eye. Are people in Haston dying gradually? The doctor turned to Agria and recalled, It's about time they reached their limit. Miss Mioj, I need your help. She excitedly cast magic. Of course I'm curious, too. A large eye appeared inside the magic circle. Devar saw it and found it somewhat indescribable. What's that eye go, According to the summoning, go and carry out the mission. Arya kindly reminded, Don't scream, just go straight, Kiki. The giant eye flew high, observing the whole city. Agria created a large screen displaying what the eye was seeing. Beneath the city, humans and zombies are mixed together, hard to tell apart. People are running away from a horde of zombies chasing them. There are places over there that are completely infected with no human presence left. Rosalina panics, sweat dripping down. No. The nurse beside her isn't much better. In complete contrast, Patrick and Devar seem like they're just out shopping and watching movies, even with the demons around. I don't like them because they smell disgusting. Oh, looks like they can't hold on much longer. Rosalina, seeing the horrific scene, can no longer keep calm. Tears stream down her face. She recalls the joyful moments before, but now her friends are surrounded and torn apart by zombies. Stop! Don't kill me! Rosalina grits her teeth and opens her eyes wide, powerless, as she watches the scene ahead. A furious scream behind them makes them turn around. How can you just watch with your eyes closed when you have the power to stop them? Aren't you strong? Please kill them all and save us. Rosalina suddenly remembers something, turns to the kneeling figure and yells, What are you doing while the people outside are dying slowly? She stammers, panic-stricken. Rosalina screams back, I'm asking what you're doing. The nurse seems to find courage and forces herself to say each word, Save us. Devar's eyes glow coldly golden. He glances at the crying nurse, who bows her head. Save those still alive in Haston. It's still the same ruined space, but something has completely changed. Footsteps echo as Devar's group strides forward with authority. He leaves them with a line amid their stunned amazement. What's so hard about this? Why not? The three of them calmly and confidently head out into the chaotic city. Let's go. Scene changes over 36 frames. The view shifts outside the village, shrouded in gloom and silence. A man falls hard to the ground. Heteker covered in wounds, sweat dripping down his face, staring ahead. Damn it, who said these monsters are weak? Before him is a pile of zombies fighting over a meal. I didn't expect us all to be defeated so easily. A zombie lunges at him. Heteker braces himself. Is this the end for me? Suddenly the zombie's face is crushed underfoot. Arya jumps down from above, pinning the ugly zombie down. Ugh, so gross! She disgustedly lifts her foot. Ugh, I should have landed on the roof. So disgusting. The zombies around are also drawn to the loud noise. A swarm rushes toward the prey. Arya irritably glances. They're too noisy. A pink butterfly appears, flying toward the zombies. Boom boom, large flames burst out, burning the zombies en masse. Another butterfly keeps flying forward. Behind it, where there was once a horde of zombies, now only large flames remain. Arya happily enjoys it. Heteker saved shines his gaze on her. Hey, Angel. Arya shows obvious annoyance, gritting her teeth as she turns around. You useless human. What nonsense are you talking about? She kicks him in the stomach. Hey, get lost, Heatecker. He flies back a good distance. If you value your life, then get lost. He runs away terrified. Ha ha ha! Arya is still angry behind him. How dare you compare me to an angel, you damn human? She looks toward the Lord's castle. Never thought I'd end up helping humans. Suddenly, something appears in her flames. Magus? Stepping out of the big fire. You're not human but a demon, aren't you? You have a human form and possess a huge amount of mana, so you must be a demon lord or a dragon. He frowns, puzzled. But why are you on the human side? Arya, impatient and disgusted, looks at him. Do whatever you want, zombie. Don't question your demon lord. He shamelessly laughs. Heh heh, after I tear you apart, I'll find out the truth, you fool. You overestimate your strength. Marius waves his hand, chanting, Give up your human body and become a zombie. What do you think? You'll definitely become a powerful type of zombie. Arya glances at him, bored. I don't really understand what you're talking about, but I know for sure you're the most talkative zombie I've ever met. Such a hassle. He swings his arms, controlling those dead zombies tightly. We are the subordinates of the Magus, the undead leader. Summon your staff, radiate the dark evil aura. He gathers his strength, preparing to duel Agria. How could I, Simon Magus, ever lose to a demon king like you? Horrifying mutant monsters from all corners of the city respond to the command and head back toward Agria. Surrounded from all directions. Strange, I don't understand what you're saying at all. She turns around to look at him. Your opponent isn't me, Margus. Confused by this, he suddenly feels pressure from behind as if a pair of eyes are watching him. Suddenly a hand touches his shoulder from behind. Found you, bastard. I told you I would remember you. Devar pulls him back, the other hand ready to punch. Magus doesn't have time to prepare, wide-eyed, panicked, you are, but can't finish the sentence. He's hit by a strong punch straight to the face. A bunch of Magus's men fly back, crashing into the wall amidst thick dust. Devar puts his hands in his pockets disdainfully, smiling brightly while keeping his fist clenched. Feeling the thrill, the earlier sensation wasn't bad at all. Margus, having just been punched, can't move and lies flat on the ground. If I'm not mistaken, the one lying there is the gatekeeper of the undead army. That means he's the gatekeeper of the seven-hell devour Ophiophagus. With my pocket fist, one punch isn't enough to kill you. Get up and check those mutants, seeing that people tremble and keep their distance. Agria feels the same. Just one punch took down someone like that, and it seems he hasn't even used his full strength yet. Did I miss? She runs to him. Lord Devar, it seems you have a personal grudge against him. Do you know him? Devar clenches his teeth angrily. A few hours ago, he tried to transfer mana into someone to scout without my permission. I just don't like him. I should punch him a few more times. A boss defeated so easily, no one would even notice. Enough staying here longer won't help. Mayo J, do you think Ervos is in this village? Arya glances at him. Probably not. She just points to the sky. That's a barrier created to imprison those inside. Devar seems to understand. Ah, so it's a fence. I thought the sky was red. Arya looks embarrassed and uneasy. That means the spellcaster is outside, but I don't know what he plans to do. Unfortunately, I don't think I can break that barrier. Are you powerless to enact a contingency plan? Then forget it. I was planning to handle this myself anyway. Devour calls those monsters Mioj from now on. Can you deal with those bearded things? Are you talking about the undead? Then he turns to Agria. Yes, if you can minimize human casualties, that would be best. Although it might be a bit late. This village needs a certain population to survive. She confidently crosses her arms. It might not be perfect, but I think I can handle it. Devar pats her head in praise, as expected of our demon king. You're amazing. I'll clean up here a bit before going to face the Air Force directly. Arya is praised and full of energy. Leave it to me. Lord Devar, far ahead, the unmistakable sound of zombies is echoing. The heavy footsteps of a group of people running. Arya suddenly asks, Lord Devar, may I ask how long you'll be gone? He thinks for a moment. About 15 or 20 minutes. She's happy. If it's only 20 minutes, I can hold on. Devar nods lightly, reliable indeed. She flies up to say goodbye. Take care, Lord Devar. All right, Devar turns back to Magus. Now I should finish things here. He lies motionless under the rubble without moving. I have my suspicions. But he stares at him like a wild beast eyeing its prey. Are you an ancient monster? Devar replies. Well, how should I put it? You guessed part of it, right? Magus looked up. So who exactly are you? I imagine myself being led around by Patrick. Yeah, probably Patrick's slave. He's full of nonsense. Magus set up a magic circle right next to him. Ancient monster, do you think I'm stupid enough to wait here unprepared? Tremendous power. A huge beam of light shot straight at Devar. I, Simon Magus, am one of the pillars of Lord Ervos' army. So far, I haven't disappointed him even once. Wherever the light went, it swept away all obstacles. A row of houses collapsed. Magus stood up proudly, laughing and slurping. I need to take this chance to get to Lord Ervos. He stared ahead in shock. Magus was slapped mercilessly. Devar was still here, neither disappeared nor seriously injured. Yeah, that bastard. He changed shape, his golden eyes shining brightly through the thick white smoke. I aimed straight at him, angry. You keep provoking me. Chapter 37. At this moment, the zombie Simon Magus stood there surrounded by the chaos caused by the battle. He cursed silently inside. Damn, the Devourer suddenly struck powerfully, leaving him stunned. And with a fierce Devourer voice, he felt his opponent was very strong. He felt uneasy and thought, this is bad. Simon Magus saw the situation was bad, so he immediately fled. I need to quickly get to Lord Aravos. He ran while urging himself to hurry up. He tried to speed up, mumbling to go faster, but it seemed too late. Sharp teeth of Devar were waiting there. The last stand of Magus behind the house. A giant beast appeared, revealing the true form of Devolver. A pure white skeleton appeared wearing tattered clothes like rags. Devolver squinted and looked to the other side. So this Magus had run at full speed and escaped successfully. He dodged Devolver's deadly bite. I followed the zombie's back and muttered, that bastard runs fast, that Magus. He ran like a dog was chasing him in the air, then created a portal to another dimension to escape. Behind seeing this Devolver immediately transformed back into human form, I muttered with effort I planned to swallow him in one bite, but he escaped. Losing my prey like this is a bit disappointing. He scratched his head, thinking, it'd be annoying to waste time looking for him now, but I can't just leave him. At this moment, Mel J happily ran up and said, Lord Devar, how long will you be gone? 15 or 20 minutes, he replied. I'm sure I can hold out for 20 minutes. Hearing this, Mel J cheerfully responded, please be careful. Devar looked at her figure and thought, I'm a bit worried about Mel J, so I can't waste any more time here. Saying that, he raised his hand to the sky, and a dazzling light appeared from his palm. That bastard probably ran to my mother's place already. Eros is probably outside the village, so I guess I can figure out that Magus is rude if he wants to leave here. He must stick to the castle wall, right? I don't really know. Thinking he had escaped successfully, he hadn't yet rejoiced when he was immediately stunned. A purple light from Devar blocked right in front of him, leaving him speechless. And the person standing in front of him was Devar. He looked at the zombie with one eye and a sly smile. If I blow everything away in this direction, I'll definitely hit that pest. Devolver looked around and said, yeah, this is good. The basic structure of the villagers' houses is still intact. Then he put his hands in his pockets, walking helplessly, and said, already hearing Patrick's complaining voice, seems like I'm hallucinating. His cool appearance lasted only a moment. Right after hearing Patrick's complaints, he quickly made a hand gesture, then suddenly saw a figure lying there. It turned out to be Magus. That guy was lying motionless there. Seeing his corpse, he wondered, found the body. Wait, if you kill something already dead, can it still be called a corpse? He grabbed the head and lifted him up, then scolded, forget it. This village being destroyed like this is that guy's fault. How do you plan to take responsibility? Saying that, but looking at this disgusting zombie, he internally criticized, gross. Devar dragged him away while saying, you tell me not to blame others. If you think it's unfair, you should try to survive. If you want to explain anything, go talk to Patrick. After a while, a red barrier appeared before his eyes. He exclaimed, so this is the barrier. He looked up at the barrier in front of him, his face unchanged as he said, a barrier that even Mel J's power can't break. Seems so. Devolver touched the barrier and wondered, so this barrier isn't bad, but how strong can it really be? Devolver effortlessly passed his hand through the barrier, but then a red lightning surrounded his hand. But the god's face did not change at all. Wow, that power quickly deformed his arm. Seeing his arm twisted like a spiral, but this god felt no pain and even showed excitement, he said, oh ho, it's really strong. Devolver's hand began to recover. He glanced at Magus in his hand and thought, I might be able to get through it as long as this zombie can endure it. Thinking of Patrick, he started to worry. If this body is destroyed and can't maintain Patrick's form, I'll definitely get scolded. Well, no choice but to use dirty tricks. He carried the poor zombie and calmly said, all right then, if anything goes wrong, I'll blame you. Counting on you. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked around. It was all zombies. He quickly confirmed, right, there are no humans in this area. Ignoring the zombies around, he dragged Magus's corpse inside. His steps were very steady. Suddenly, Devar's expression completely changed. Next, a wild beast appeared. Its eyes glowed golden and sharp, accompanied by roars that echoed through the sky and earth. Devolver quickly approached. The scene was extremely chaotic. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared at the barrier along with purple lightning bolts that looked very powerful. Thanks to that light, a large hole was created in the barrier. At this point, the zombies noticed him. They screamed loudly in overwhelming numbers. Despite this scene, he calmly walked forward without hesitation. Even though he was alone fighting hundreds of zombies, he still boldly advanced without fear. Moreover, he casually said, as if it was normal, Wow, you guys really are a lot. Seeing the prey ahead, each one let out a terrifying scream one by one. Then they charged at him one after another. Facing hundreds of filthy zombie hands, Devolver showed no fear. Suddenly a beam of light appeared. Poor zombies nearby were blasted away and burned on the spot. The zombies who witnessed the destructive power of that light were stunned. Devolver coldly said, "You're welcoming your guest." The zombies on the other side only dared to stand and watch him. Before the chaos he created, the zombies were torn apart and no longer intact. Devolver stood there with a disdainful gaze, truly pathetic. Suddenly, a zombie raised its hand to command. He also spread his legs, ready for battle. It started marching towards him. A squad of zombies then advanced to stand before the horde. Devolver casually said, "Yeah, I should have done this from the start." They looked a bit confused after hearing that. It seemed a pair of eyes glowed brightly in the darkness. He raised his hand and continued, "Here's a gift for you." But they remained silent. Suddenly, he spoke softly and cryptically. As if wanting to have a quiet talk with these zombies, "It seems we have a lot to discuss." At this moment before him was a glowing skeleton, its eyes extremely eerie. It seemed to be the leader of those zombies. He looked at him and exclaimed that Erebos ignored the countless zombies and skeletons around. Erebos sat majestically with chains wrapped around his body, his entire figure glowing eerily in the night, an ancient monster. Beside Erebos were mummies and knights with blue flames. He began to speak loudly. "You mean to abandon those races and let humans oppress them without care?" Devor stood silently, his face quite thoughtful. Erebos fixed his terrifying gaze on him and reasoned, "Humans are arrogant, rude, and selfish. Even though they have a stable life, they always crave more, desiring the lands of other races." Devar, feeling annoyed, spoke bluntly, "You talk too much, get to the point." Hearing that he made his decision, humans must disappear. He narrowed his eyes, silently tempting him to join his purge. He recalled the brutal war of the past and said, "I once thought defeating the Empire was impossible unless we could defeat Rias, until I heard about the black disaster that attacked Rias." In front of Devar, he continuously tempted him with sweet words. "If you voice the desire to wipe out humans on this continent, all demons will rise and sacrifice themselves to follow." Devar, a bit simple-minded, completely didn't understand the intentions he had laid out, and scratched his head, sighing, "Why do you talk so long-windedly? Just get to the point, please." Erebos seemed very helpless, but still tried to patiently explain again. "I'm saying if you don't step in and watch, many demons wouldn't have to die like that." Yet Erebos proudly concluded, "We could even wipe out those lowly humans." After all the efforts to enlighten this simpleton, he finally understood. Devar rubbed his neck and said dryly, "So you're saying all the things you're doing are my fault?" Erebos admitted, "Yes, you are the root of the problem." Before he could finish, Devil hurriedly interrupted, "Got it." Standing among the undead, he boldly continued, "I will wipe out humans, that's what you mean, right?" Erebos' voice dropped heavy and full of disappointment. His tone was filled with danger now. As soon as the disappointment left his voice, Erebos immediately opened a summoning portal above Devourer's head. Seeing this, he looked up, blinking in surprise, and exclaimed, "Oh!" From the other side of the portal, a beast's paw slowly appeared. Erebos said, "The creature." The giant shadow of the monster slowly emerged, enveloping Devourer. He looked up, wondering, "What is that?" But Erebos shouted, "Stinking boar!" Immediately, a boar came out of the portal and charged at him at lightning speed. Seeing this, Devar was a bit surprised, but then regained composure and removed the power-suppressing bracelet. At that moment, the giant monster slammed directly down, pinning him beneath its weight. Meanwhile, Meo J was still focused on using magic to deal with the remaining undead inside the town. Although these were just minor pests, they overwhelmed in numbers impossible to count. Seeing this, she helplessly complained, "Oh my god, there are too many!" She cast magic attacks toward the zombies, causing them great pain. Her magical flames grew larger, burning them to ashes completely. But the fire only covered a certain area, so she could only burn those above. Many others below kept advancing closer, making her very worried and constantly calculating, "If they keep coming like this, there's no choice but to keep moving to dodge." Then Meo J looked up and thought, a magical barrier covering the sky, careful level. She recalled the moment Devar patted her head and said, "Meo J feels depressed." Suddenly, a panting man was dragging himself toward Meo J. She heard the noise and turned to look. The man was seriously injured but still tried to ask Meo J. Meo J pointed at the burning zombies and told the man to be quiet. The man's eyes began to close, knowing he wouldn't survive. He tried to ask again, the man explained. Meo J understood. Although Meo J said that her thoughts were all written across her face, the man's eyes started to blur. Meo J reasoned the man asked again for confirmation while still conscious. The man then thought of Rosalina. Exhausted, he lowered his legs and looked at the wound on his stomach. The man's eyes closed almost completely. Mayo J continued speaking. The man made his final plea. Mayo J's eyes showed no goodwill as she looked at the dying man. Looking into her eyes, the man realized and exclaimed. Mayo J's gaze was full of power as she looked at the man. Seeing this, the man thought to himself and knelt before Mayo J. The man whispered. Mayo J thoughtfully looked at him. Meanwhile, the man was struggling to breathe. Suddenly, a spear tip fell in front of him. Standing before the spear, Mayo J had to give the man a compliment. Without hesitation, the man grabbed the spear tip tightly and ended his own life. After finishing, Mayo J flew up high and saw the battle between Devil and the stink-snouted pig. She exclaimed, "The trees and rocks are all tossed about!" The stink-snouted pig suddenly stopped and then wildly charged forward. But before it could attack, it was knocked away. Evolve sat calmly in one spot watching and commenting. Suddenly, a skeletal monster blocked Devourer. Evolve guessed this zombie was shooting slime towards Devourer. Since he was currently in a giant state, of course, he couldn't avoid it. Immediately, the slime clung tightly to his legs. But Devolver showed no fear and lifted his head. His eyes glared fiercely. The zombie then swung an attack at Devolver. Seeing this, Ervos exclaimed Ervos' profound knowledge. He speculated the zombie's attack was like drills aiming at Devolver. A collision erupted, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Aerosmith, disdainful of the 39th scene, moved toward the pile of zombie beasts stacked on a skull field. He turned back and glanced behind. Behind was Aerosmith, exuding a cold breath. Finally, he looked back at what he had done. He looked at his subordinates around him. One was severely injured, sitting on the ground. "I will kill that ancient monster." The other side knelt, struggling to stand, filling the entire land with zombies. Aerosmith released his power and became a transcendent entity ruling over death. Ice spikes appeared in the sky, aiming straight at Devolver. The ancient monster roared. The ice shards radiated outward. "You should feel lucky to die at my hands." After wandering aimlessly for thousands of years, the ice spikes shot down at incredible speed. Devolver was still fine. The next moment, he opened his eyes wide in shock. A huge explosion sent rocks and dirt flying around. The spikes cracked and shattered into pieces. Aerosmith stood still, watching the falling debris. Devolver suddenly appeared behind him, staring at him wide-eyed. "Ugh, it hurts. It hurts so much I can't let you hit me anymore." Ervos turned and slammed right into those giant yellow eyes. "Let me hit you." Could it be the great windy forest? The trees swayed as if about to fall. Ervos stood on a hill, launching attacks at the trees. He stood surrounded by a cold aura around Devolver, confused and sweating nervously. Why suddenly is he venting his anger on the trees? He didn't care much. Devolver tilted his head up and saw 2 large ice blocks falling one after another. "Whatever, that's the strongest magic you can use, right? Is there nothing stronger?" Ervos frowned and clenched his fists. Could it be he's letting me fight just to test the power of god-level magic? He hurriedly decided to cast a spell to escape. "I can't defeat him. Time to retreat." To Ervos, Devolver was nothing less than a terrifying giant beast. Staring at him, too impatient, the sound of shattering echoed through the space. He had to create some space to run. Devolver took large steps forward, closing in. "I'm talking to you, Ervos." But Eros was overwhelmed by power, sitting on the ground. "Don't think of any strange ideas." He frowned and looked ahead. The huge monster's golden eyes fixed on him. "Use the stronger magic you have." The Eros group stood motionless. "Why are you all silent?" A Devolver bared his teeth and spoke. "So that means you don't have any stronger magic, right?" Eros didn't want to pay attention. He gathered energy and then launched an attack at that monster. Devolver flicked a few of those black things like playing around. Those 2 big clusters of light were like mosquito bites to him. "Just hit me if you can." Why do you all act like you're following the exact same script? The approaching undead soldiers were also knocked back by a devil shield strike. Anyone who got close was sent flying. A long streak appeared through the horde of undead. Eros tried to fight back using all his strength. Devil was wrapped around by chains. He calmly said one word. The things on the ground merged together into something terrifying. "Ugh, I really hate this kind of spell." The skeleton that had died earlier now had awareness. It opened its eyes, jumped up, and screamed loudly. "Oh, is this one of those god-level spells again? Why does this thing look so tough to break through?" Devolver turned around in surprise. He didn't understand anything and wasn't prepared. He stared motionless, but then it fell straight down onto Devolver. "Ugh, so gross." He transformed back into human form. Annoyed, he complained, "Oh man, this is so irritating." Around him was a disgusting pile of slimy goo dripping and squelching at this size. Devolver, focus your eyes seriously. Looks like I have to get serious now." The filthy monster endured great pressure. A moment later, it exploded, creating a large blast with gusts spreading around. The more Devolver looked, the more distorted it became. The head in monster form now looked like a tree, no matter how you saw it. Eros silently looked around at the chaotic ruins. It was nothing but bones. Looks like Devolver transformed back into human form. Aerosmith looked at him solemnly without showing any expression. He swaggered with hands in pockets looking at him. It's time to replace one of the 7 ancient hells. The scene changed to some town, where Rosalina and Itachi were. A voice echoed. What are you thinking, boss? Bakchit held his head restless. No matter how excited you get, don't forget you're a walking disaster. Or maybe it's because he doesn't realize that he's still the boss, huh? But wouldn't it be better if the boss calmed down a bit? That guy doesn't seem to be able to fight him. I'm sure later the boss will ask me to clean up the mess again. Should I start writing a complaint now? Aerosol's skeleton is really troublesome. Oh, right, I'm a skeleton too. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew in, causing the two to shiver slightly. Itak wiped sweat off his face, wondering what was happening outside. Laughter rang out. Bakchik is sitting on the side, holding his face happily, saying the boss is causing chaos again. Meaning he's taking good care of the undead army. Itak grabbed his shirt tightly, standing aside, wondering. So Haston will be saved now. Is that what you mean? He answered hesitantly, unsure how to explain. No, everything will be fine soon, so don't worry too much. Also, could you speak normally, please? My bones are getting goosebumps. Seeing this, she sweated more, feeling uneasy. Outside, the sky was gloomy and dark. Purple mist still silently hovered overhead. Fortunately, it seemed there were no undead left in the village. That's the feared demon king Mio. Suddenly, thunder and lightning struck from nowhere. Arya collapsed onto the ground. Ugh, I'm so tired! The doctor turned his attention. Oh, she arrived just in time. Agria comfortably lay down on the floor. I finished all the tasks you gave me. It's been a long time since I used so much magic. He exaggerated tears on both sides. You've worked hard, Miss Mio-J. Without you, who knows what would have happened? She looked up in wonder. Didn't Lord Devar do almost all the work there already? Patchett answered without hesitation. No, you did better. Arya lazily stretched out on the ground. Oh, that day isn't over yet with that guy. Batman, as you can see, the boss is still fighting him. Outside, a bright corner lights up the night. Everyone stands from afar, admiring that power. It truly is a spectacular scene worth watching. Even more amazing when she thinks about how terrible the consequences will be. The city also suffers a bit from the smoke and haze blowing in. And the truth is, whenever he goes out to deal with something, he actually causes even more trouble. Rosalina looked confused as she saw the familiar doctor sitting there complaining, surely after this, I'll have a lot more work to do in this village. He frowned, silently bad-mouthing his master all he needs to do is crush them. Why does the battle have to drag on like this? Clearly, he doesn't care about me, the one who has to follow behind, cleaning up the mess he creates. Rosalina stood high up, gazing into the distance. Rosalina, is that you? She saw someone calling and immediately turned. Yes, now Patrick raises that sharp sword. The Lord is the only one whose life we promised to spare. So he used a scary look, glaring as he raised his sword. I should clean everything up here first to avoid trouble later. Except for the Lord leaving the others alive is pointless. The Lord of Hastin Lalasin Vi. The nurse stammered. Also, wait, Sir Patrick. Okay, she's also one of my subjects. Patrick heard that, stood silently for a moment, then smiled happily, looking at the Lord in a friendly way. Of course, there's no reason to kill the girl. Ha, dang it. Rosalina was still sitting on the ground looking helpless. Patrick thought to himself that the girl alone couldn't do anything since all the robbers living in the dark alley were already dead. More importantly, with her mind like this, there's no need to take action anymore. If killing her affects the lord of this place, then we lose more than we gain. So let's consider this side's affairs settled. After thinking, he called out, Miss Mayo-J, sing a lullaby. Can you make others fall asleep? That's easy, but who are you talking to? I want to speak privately with the Lord, Miss Mayo-J exclaimed. The kid is going to sleep. The doctor raised his voice and said, then let's get started. As you can see, we've kept our promise and saved Haston. So you should keep your promise too. What do I need to do? You're not allowed to reveal anything you've seen. I believe even if I don't tell you, you already know this. Now I will tell you a story, so listen carefully. This is the story of a brave lord who bore all insults to protect her territory. The lord realized the zombies would take over her land and was determined to protect it along with her subjects. But ironically, she was under the surveillance of the zombies, and the territory didn't have enough warriors. Her only choice was to ask for help. But before help arrived, the people in the territory began to get angry, insult her, and blame the Lord. While waiting for reinforcements, many civilians died at the hands of the zombies. The Lord had no choice but to hold on to her faith. After a long wait, reinforcements from the Empire arrived, drove off the zombies, and saved the territory. Truly an amazing story. The doctor then continued speaking. You are not a cowardly lord who only knows how to run away. You are a lord who sacrificed herself to save the subjects in your territory. Hearing this, the lord questioned skeptically, Are you telling me to deceive my own people? The doctor pointed toward the castle and said, Didn't you say you wanted to live? Seeing the lord helplessly close her eyes, he continued, You go distribute food in the castle to help those still alive. Aid from other cities will arrive here soon. Hearing about aid, the lord looked up and asked, How do you know for sure the aid will come? Batman replied, "It's not that I know for sure, but that I will make it happen. Because we will take on the task of turning the young Lord of Hastin into a hero. If it's this quiet, the boss must have already handled everything." Then the doctor turned and said, "We should go to the boss, Miss Mio Ree. If you can teleport us, that'd be great." The miss replied, "Oh, I'm out of mana, so I probably can't use teleportation." At that moment, the Lord spoke from behind. May I ask you something? Why do you go through so much trouble just to save Hastin?" Hearing the Lord's voice, Doctor and Miss Mayo J turned around and saw those two. Looking at the Lord, they thought to themselves that these must be monsters from the dungeon. There's no way they would save a human without demanding something in return. The doctor exclaimed, "Biff, didn't you say you wanted to survive? Then know your place and don't try to dig too deep into things." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Swallow Devar muttered to himself, "Wow, it's time to replace one of the 7 prison demons. I feel sorry for you. If you had kept silent, you could have avoided all this. Why is it that one after another never leaves me alone? I've been stabbed so many times my back is itching. Hey, ancient monster, I'm amazed again by your power." Enough. I don't care. Let me ask you one thing. Why does it have to be Hastin? If you had taken over this place, I wouldn't have needed to come here. The monster pondered, then replied, "Hastin is the most strategically advantageous location to invade the Empire." Swallow Devar cut him off quickly. "No, I'm not talking about any of that." He thought to himself, so this guy knows this is my territory, but still came. Then the monster shouted, "What do you think the reason is?" and started going crazy. Swallow Devar's eyes also turned fiery red as he stared at the monster. The monster screamed loudly, "Ki-ki-ki-ki, ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha," surrounded by white smoke. Suddenly noticing something, Swallow Devil exclaimed, "Huh, what's that?" So he wasn't planning to use teleportation magic. Whatever, it doesn't matter. He's going to die anyway. Let's see. Then he turned around and saw the surrounding scenery was desolate. He exclaimed, what should I do? This place won't be usable if it's not repaired." From afar, 2 people ran over calling out, "Boss, H-U-H, boss, boss. Stop there, I'll come find you." "I miss you so much, you miss me too, right?" Swallow Devar helplessly said, I'm done for." Despite the rain pouring like a waterfall down the narrow alley, the white rain blurred everything. The sound of raindrops pattering with some laundry left out uncollected was all soaked. The rain kept pouring down on the uneven road, filling the gaps with small puddles of water. 2 figures walked in the rain, their reflections cast on the water, seemingly drunk. Raindrops splashed the water surface, scattering everywhere. A simply dressed figure sat curled up in a corner. The rain kept falling, his eyes filled with tears, nothing left inside. He bowed his head, sobbing uncontrollably. What kind of help is this? I'm the only one left alive. He sat in a roadside shelter, the rain still pouring non-stop, his cries blending with the sound of the rain. He cried endlessly, saying through sobs, "I hate it. It seems like something terrible has happened. I hate it so much I hate everyone." Suddenly he wondered, whose fault is this? His eyes turned fiery red, full of resentment and malice. Who killed everyone? A white teacup with gold-trimmed handle and rim cheered joyfully, "Welcome back, Lord." Ever Swallow Devar, with Patrick standing dejectedly behind. His slow, weary voice left the other 2 speechless. "Yeah, I'm back now." The 3 stood before the maid Riney, who remained cheerful and innocent. Riney had been very obedient, quietly waiting for the Lord. Something on the ceiling seemed about to break, catching the attention of the undead and Melgezalymph Agria. Rhine had just been bragging about her achievements when the thing fell. While waiting, I even tidied everything up nicely. Then the girl happily ran up to Swallow Devar. He patted her head, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Slow down!" Rhine hugged him tightly. He happily praised her. "Well done." The girl laughed happily, heh. Then, to her confusion, everyone else suddenly collapsed, exhausted. Melgezalymph Agria collapsed and groaned. "I'm so tired. The undead aren't any better. I feel like I'm about to die." Rhine looked shy, but maybe had a new trick. She whispered to him, "Lord Devar, you must be very tired, right?" He was tired, sighed softly, and sang mournfully. The cunning little girl gently asked, "Sir, would you like to have dinner first or take a bath first?" Swallow Devar was so tired that he spoke sparingly, sighing, "I'll just drink water and take a bath." The Death Knight's eyes were suspicious as he thought silently, "What the hell is going on?" Rhine was happily smiling. The Death Knight frowned, turning back with a scolding look at Express Battery. "What the hell did you teach her while we were away?" She only made a small sound, seemingly too afraid to speak, clearing her throat. Boss Batory smiled and chatted warmly with Swallow Devar. "Ho, ho, ho, so did everything go smoothly?" He didn't respond and wearily shooed Batory away. "You can leave now, Doctor." She sighed and said to Uzbeth Battery, "Yeah, if we count everyone who died from starvation and those killed by the zombies, it's probably around 3,000 people. And don't forget that damn boss caused the whole town to blow up." "Besides that things went smoothly," she said, surprised and spitting out water. Hey, Devolver, what exactly were you doing there? He responded, I was just cleaning up the zombies. Why? She still doubts it. Are you really just cleaning up the zombies? He lowered his head. I cleaned up extremely thoroughly. She was getting impatient and annoyed. I mean, what exactly did you clean up thoroughly? A nasty head was pulled out and placed on the table. Suddenly it spoke, Don't bother me anymore, I'm going to sleep now. Earth Battery held it in surprise and stammered, Evos. She was speechless, just looking at it. While he was lifting the whole basin to drink, everyone around laughed hysterically, but the voice kept echoing, Wait, what else? Earth Battery was a bit irritated. Isn't this just the outer shell? The Death Knight, huh? Ryan was also curious. In a deep hole where only the black sky and bright moonlight could be seen, a slow voice of the Death Knight and a black dragon were talking inside the cave. The dragon lay on its back growling, and at the end it used magic. The other nodded. No matter how you look at it, this isn't good at all, boss. What kind of cleaning is that? The other muttered. You spared the life of that Lady Lord who knows everything. That's already a problem. Now even Aerosmith is still alive. What exactly have we done in Hastin? The tired dragon bared its sharp teeth and whispered, Batory said Eros has lost at least 70% of his strength. But the Death Knight still seemed a bit worried. That's right, but he recalled the scenes of conflict. After all disputes have happened between the prisons, you have to be more careful now. The dragon relaxed and hummed in agreement. For now, Aravos won't be able to cause trouble, so we'll be fine. Don't dodge your duties anymore. He tiredly closed his eyes, but still hesitated a bit about that matter. I already said, though, I can handle the aftermath in Hastin. If you want to add more monsters to the dungeon, you still have to be the one to do it. Then the Death Knight opened his eyes, seeming to realize something was off as he said, Are you listening to me? The dragon had fallen asleep without anyone noticing, leaving him speechless and a bit angry as he cursed, Damn it. Under the large bare tree hung about 10 corpses. A figure stood at the tree's base, face covered, looking at the corpses. A group of people sat whispering, We have food for 3 days straight. Filling our stomachs like this, what does it even mean? My wife and children are all dead, thank the Lord. What? As long as we're full, everything is fine. One man holding a sack said despairingly, I'd rather follow them to hell than keep living like this. Another replied tiredly, Even if we follow them, we should at least eat until we're full. He turned to look at the other and asked, Why are you planning to give up too? Before you go, you should fill your stomach first. He calmly replied, Where else can I go? Of course, I'm also suffering. I want to run away, but why should we be the ones to flee? What did we do wrong to deserve death? His voice continued echoing in everyone's ears, surprising them a bit. You should think about it. Who is truly at fault? Who killed everyone? He ground his teeth in anger and thought to himself, This is so unfair, extremely unfair. Then he declared resolutely, Don't let anger direct you. The others stood up listening to his passionate words. Dying meaninglessly won't accomplish anything. He stood proudly and confidently declared, Since we're going to die anyway, let's take revenge on those who put us in this situation. Those guys with bloodshot eyes looked toward the other man as if agreeing, What do we need to do? He calmly said, You all know. His eyes reddened, his face extremely tense as if about to burst. We have to kill all the zombies. Bowing his head in exhaustion, the armored guards stood still while someone approached him. He knelt on one knee, bowed his head respectfully, and saluted, Your Majesty, I am here. His Majesty sat solemnly on the throne and spoke. I called you here because my speech was long and you didn't lose focus. He responded, Yes, Your Majesty. His Majesty trusted him very much. The lives of the entire Team 5 rest on your shoulders. He still bowed his head, listening to His Majesty's instructions. I have high hopes for you, evil Ethelbrake Esgin Livingston. Yes, Your Majesty, I will obey and definitely not disappoint your expectations. The majestic imperial capital, strange creatures appeared in the sky. Today, Homunculus is flying in the sky carrying some kind of container. In a small room, a man and a woman were discussing something. Garrod asked, So you have full authority to lead the dungeon raid team now? Ethelbrake. Esgin Livingston gently rested his hand and replied, Yes. You said the arrest order was for Pai Mua, right? He continued. Though he is currently on the run, he was once a wealthy nobleman. He will definitely have help. That order probably won't mean much. Just knowing he is wanted is enough. She stared at him without saying a word. Behind the splendor and grandeur was a scene of ruin and desolation. The black disaster has lasted for a month in Rias. Debris and animal fur flew wildly. The men behind sneered wickedly. This matter has caused many scandals among the Empire's elite. Accusations were thrown everywhere. Those who couldn't resist him have all been swallowed whole. Many changes have occurred. Homunculus landed in front of Ethelbrake Esgin Livingston's castle. Garrot walked across the large courtyard. You keep asking. Surely you know there's a meeting in 2 hours, right? If you're late, what should I do? He walked ahead of her, replying wearily, Then just wait until I get there. Actress Liv Tyler stopped and asked, How is she? She calmly answered, She should be in here. The door seemed to push open by itself. Actress Liv Tyler burst in loudly, I'm coming in. Gwen Historia was devouring a few cakes, her eyes wide lookings in that direction. M. He smiled shyly. Are you resting well? He asked again amid her joyful laughter. Gwen Historia giggled, Hey, watch out for those who follow us carefully. We will retreat immediately if we detect even the slightest sign of monsters. The leader at the front warned, Don't lose vigilance. This is the deepest part. We'll reach the first room soon. He sweat, hoping they would arrive. A door glowed as if pointing toward what they needed. The information we received is accurate. The closer we get, the more what we seek appears. So it's true. He was a bit worried. Burn His Tails stood behind listening to the info that monsters hadn't reappeared since 2 months ago when Hisu Eltan's team arrived here. The leader turned back and told those behind, There must be something here we can take. Let's go further inside. That guy seemed very happy. We're going to be rich. Darkness engulfed the cave. The second room was the same. Then an image of a tower gradually appeared. The third room as well. 3 men approached a beam of light, causing one to exclaim, Oh, can't see anything here. Something seemed wrong. One asked irritably, Are you sure this news hasn't leaked? Maybe other teams have already raided this place and taken all the valuables. It should be, Burnhill stammered. It can't be, it just can't. The leader just calmly said, Is this really the ancient core or not? If we've gone this deep and see nothing, then there's probably nothing here. One guy pointed straight to one side and confidently said in the next room, The 5th room has an ancient plant monster called Anthophago. The 3 stood in an area full of colors. The leader explained it's a wood-type monster with leaves and roots full of sharp thorns. Legend says if you treat its remains with a special method and cast it, it becomes as hard as metal. Even a part of its body can sell for a fortune. Looking at that old building, just getting that would break even. Someone still worried and suspicious asked again, but what if the 5th room is empty too? The tied-up guy anxiously kept saying loudly, Scared, what if there's a monster there? We're just a C-rank squad. We'll die from a single hit by the weakest monster here. The leader turned back annoyed. So you want to come home empty-handed? While the other 2 stood frozen, the leader kept moving forward. So whoever wants to turn back, go ahead. I won't stop you. But from here on, if you find anything valuable, don't expect a share. The deeper we go, the darker it gets. So have you seen anything yet? The 3 stepped inside to find only dead plants scattered everywhere, leaving them stunned. The leader sat down holding a small knife, then looked at the others. Wow, lucky we didn't turn back. Let's take these and get out quickly. The spear looked sharp and shiny, yet he was sweating nervously in fear. 2 guys wearing helmets called out to the captain. Captain, what do you say? I see a giant mouth with glowing teeth wide open as if ready to swallow them whole. The captain shouted to run. His knife and gloves lay still on the ground. Rhine and the warrior looked at the scene, then felt discouraged. Just as expected, nothing valuable here. They could have survived if only they had stopped earlier. Just now, human selfishness and greed were truly limitless, he said angrily to Swallow Dever. I hate humans the most. The warrior seemed to have found something interesting. This might be worth quite a bit. He asked Swallow Dever, what do you think, boss? He sighed, clearly better than the zombies. The warrior sighed. The answer was just as I thought. These guys don't seem to be from the Empire. Based on the emblem on their clothes, they appear to be from the kingdom of West Grantel. The maid found a piece of cloth or something, huh? It must have been a long journey. Swallow Devar looked slyly and smiled toward that direction. Who would have thought the local specialty would be delivered right to the door like that? This world is getting more and more convenient. The warrior was speechless at him. How did you come to that conclusion? Then suddenly he smiled slyly. But it seems we can't delay reinforcing the dungeon any longer. Rumors that this dungeon has no monsters spread too fast. He kept mumbling while Swallow Dever laughed until tears ran down his face. We're talking about your dungeon, and yet you act like it's none of your business. Even I'm getting used to it. Warrior, you probably figured out what I was going to say, right? Are you coming down here before I submit my resignation? Swallow Devil scared Yue, I know I'm coming down. As he was jumping down, that guy turned and greeted the girl. Luckily, I have Mayo Ray here as a guest right now. Mayo Jezebel Agria smiled shyly when asked to help. We could quickly find the intruder thanks to her magic. Swallow Dever suddenly realized something surprising the maid. Yeah, really reliable? The girl got angry. El Rinai also knows magic. He patted her head to comfort her. Yeah, you're great. You're the best. This scene left the other 2 speechless, glad to have helped the respected ancient core. The warrior suddenly happily asked for help. Of course, thanks to her, we saved a lot of effort. A red light glowed inside the building. A prepared subordinate had finished. The subordinate under Iruba Ba smiled with satisfaction. We should start marching to Judecca. Ayuba, tall and intimidating, was listening to the 2 others. One subordinate said, Your Majesty, Ayuba. Under the 43-night skies, Melje sat on a high rock looking up at the full moon. Melje's eyes were sorrowful. My future looks very bleak. As a demon king without wealth or a place to call home, it's truly sad. Melje thought he should decide quickly as the demon king's meeting was in a few days. Melje's gaze was filled with melancholy and sadness. Patrick appeared. "The air today is so fresh," Melje asked in surprise. "Patrick, are you out here breathing some fresh air too?" Patrick wasn't Batman standing next to the rock. "No zombies or jokes here." Melje was speechless. "Just kidding, Batman! What are you doing here?" Melje's eyes gazed into the distance. "You see, I'm just sitting here breathing the air." "How about you?" Batman also looked far away and replied, "I don't need to sleep, so I spend all my time training." Melje wondered, "You still need to train." Batman explained, "A swordsman's hand will weaken if he doesn't hold a sword." Melje understood, "I see." A silent moment passed between them. Batman thought to himself this was the first time he had a private conversation with her. Batman cleared his throat. "Nothing serious, but the doctor said your tentacles seem to be almost fully recovered. Even Ryan is waiting. Do you want to go with us?" The tentacles moved slowly. Ryan sat on them. Melje observed and assessed. They don't look recovered at all. The doctor thought this was probably the best it could be. Recovering this much is already a miracle. Ryan was counting 6 at 8. She told the other two that a bit was still missing, but the recovery rate was very slow. Ryan said, "I don't think it'll regrow 5 more tentacles." Melje, holding one tentacle, asked in surprise, "You said it fought against the Hisuta Trade Guild." Patrick spoke up. "Ah, Miss Melje, your Demon King's castle is near Rias, right? If you don't know that, it's strange." Patrick thought that Melje's Demon King castle was only 2 routes away from Rias, very close in distance. Melje lowered her gaze and admitted, "Yes, I know." She thought of those prestigious figures who were the strike team of the greatest hero Vuong Hai Sutin. They were also the strike team that killed my father. Melje looked at the tentacles on the ground and thought about how strong those tentacles must have been to survive such a battle. Watching the tentacles move slowly, Melje thought if it were her, she would have gone with her father. Melje was overcome with despair. Perhaps the dream of staying in the ancient core was just a dream. Batman looked at Melje and then said, "Now that your tentacles are almost healthy, I should persuade the Master to recruit new monsters." Ryan suggested, "Only recruit males like the golem guarding the 4th room." Thinking of the golem, she said, "Hello, I am Golem here." "Hello, I am Golem." Batman felt uneasy. "No, Ryan, that's a bit—" Melje suddenly called Ryan, "Patrick, Patrick." And Ryan stopped talking. Both turned their eyes to Melje. Melje's eyes were full of determination. "I think I should go to Judeca." At night in the castle, voices could be heard talking. "How's your wound, Guin?" Guin replied, "I'm fine, perfectly okay." Garot sternly reminded, "You should act like you're recovering. Showing fast recovery isn't always good." Win avoided eye contact. "I know." While she wandered around, Ak opened a cabinet and found it empty. "I have an afternoon snack. Do you want some tea?" Gwyn answered, "I'm ready." At the meeting, Ak calmly responded, "Oh, right, there's a meeting." Ak asked Gwyn, "Did the servants come here today?" Gwyn thought, then answered, I don't know, I went outside to buy snacks." Ak's eyes darkened a bit. "Is that so, Garrett?" "Gwyn and Garrett, can you two get to the meeting room first?" Gwyn asked. "What about you?" Ak replied, "I still have some documents to handle. I'll come later." Garrett urged, "All right then, hurry up." Gwyn waved goodbye. "Remember to come early." Ak stood watching the door close, then asked, "Do you know who the servants serving tea here are?" "Under the subordinate's orders, I will find out as soon as possible." He ordered, "You don't need to report the process." He thought that there were thousands of secret documents in the office, and clearing the desk when he was not there meant they had already gone through them. He exuded a terrifying aura. Those servants eliminate them within 4 days. The night sky and the castle were illuminated by the moonlight. At the meeting table, he sat in the main chair. "Thank you all for taking the time to come here. I called you to discuss the Black Disaster, the destroyer threatening the Empire's peace." Captain KRTE sat with folded arms. "The Royal Council declared the Black Disaster is not the destroyer. Are you denying the royal announcement?" He answered, "No, Captain KRTE. I declare that only to reassure the people." Captain KRTE wondered, "If it's true, is there any evidence?" He recounted, "I saw him with my own eyes fought directly with Hero Gwyn, causing Garros Azazelja to lose an arm." Those at the meeting spoke up. "How dare you lie? I have never heard any report about that." Garrow stood beside him. He coldly confirmed, "The evidence is right in front of you." Captain Carote glanced at Gwyn, pressing his lips in irritation. Captain Carote also gradually believed, "It seems to be true." He thought inwardly, "I didn't expect Gwyn couldn't defeat it." He continued, "The key point is the destroyer appeared without any warning signs. We are here to prepare countermeasures because we don't know when it will show up again." The others fell silent, each sitting attentively listening to him and asking questions. "So what's the plan? How do you intend to stop it?" Rhine crossed her arms, sitting seemingly thinking that preparing a defense wasn't wrong. "Isn't doing that in front of the destroyer meaningless?" he agreed. "You're right." Duke Rontos had another question. He looked up. "I want to remind you of Masterpiece number 36. Have you all gone searching for Masterpiece number 36 already?" Everyone at the table thought Masterpiece number 36 was not easy to find. "We've been tracking it for a while, but he thinks even the newly appeared brachycephalic fell into the destroyer's hands." He closed his eyes, thinking how many of us could fight against him. Even the most outstanding talents of the Empire gathered here would be useless. He looked at Green standing beside him. Except for Green with his frail human body, no matter how much he trained, he couldn't make a scratch on the destroyer's body. He opened his eyes. His gaze was eager and determined to overcome that overwhelming existence and close the power gap. He must have Masterpiece number 36 to find it. He was silent. His face darkened, then he spoke again. "Recently, there's been too much activity. The Pope is very strange." He sat resting his head on his hand, looking displeased. He spread rumors that the destroyer is God's punishment on the Empire. The Pope's girl immediately rebutted, "That's ridiculous." "What punishment from God?" he said. Hearing those stories is not surprising. The Empire has always suppressed religion for generations. That girl looked very angry. "Watch your mouth. Suppress those words, make people think you intend to betray the country." He smiled. Then the girl's expression turned fierce. "Is this a joke?" Tremendous power was unleashed. The girl grabbed his collar tightly. He calmly said, "I'm just telling the truth." Meanwhile, the girl gritted her teeth. He gently spoke. "It seems you've overestimated your own strength, Defender." He appeared behind her, his arm pulling away from her shirt. He said coldly, "I do not take this matter lightly." Two images symbolizing fire and water were merging together. Damn, he thought, among the 36 masterpieces, the Pope's faction holds 3 fragments and calls them sacred relics. His eyes were cold and ruthless. To get them a war, a great holy war, is inevitable. Meanwhile, at Patrick's place... Really, Patrick looked at Davar lying lazily on the ground. "Is that all you can say?" Davar calmly asked. So what? Patrick was extremely angry. "I'm telling you that Maori has left. 44 doctors must patch up boss. Mioj has already gone," Davar replied. "Yeah, I heard that." Then the doctor was stunned. The doctor couldn't stand it and grabbed Davar's hands tightly. "Boss is that hand of yours just for decoration, even if you have 2 pairs. Do you hear what I'm saying? Boss Melge has already left our dungeon. Is it because of those decorative ears of yours that Rhine and Melge left? Because they can't communicate with you." Devourer curled up using his unbeatable defense layer. "No way, didn't you just say they went to Judica?" "So what? What's the problem?" "The Demon Lords are having a ball." "Demon Lords like that are pretty normal." Batman grabbed Devourer's foot, clutching it tightly, using a super-level scolding technique. "Maybe the problem is they won't come back." Devil complaining in pain, they said they won't be coming back. Imitating thinking back. "Oh, now that you say it, I do remember that's true." Davar looks at his hand sadly. "This guy always uses his strength at the wrong time and place." Imitating touching chin. Honestly, Mayo J has been acting strange even before mentioning going to Judica. Behind Rhine is carrying a huge pot. That chit thinks of Mel G's determined look back then. Instead of saying, "I'll come back later," she said, "I guess I have to go." Well, maybe I'm overthinking. Rhine also added that it was very strange. Batshit guesses maybe Mel J is posting plans to form her own force again. Rhine opens the pot lid. Inside is a purple smoky liquid giving off vapor. Dever curious. "Hey, what's that?" Rhine cheerfully. "Ah, this," Rhine brightly explains. "You look a bit tired, so I prepared this stew for you." Devourer hears this like a lightning strike. "You want me to die?" Patrick, standing nearby, comforts. "But it's nothing serious. You heard wrong, but either way the result is the same, so if you think that way, fine." Then Patrick gets slapped in the mouth by Rhine. Devourer still holding the pot. "Okay, we get it." Melge left. "But is there a reason for all of us to gather like this? Do you guys have something to say?" Batman, lying on the ground, replies, "We can't keep delaying the monster reinforcements, boss." Green smiles. "That's exactly it, sir." Devourer asks again. "Why do you guys keep trying to push this onto me?" Patrick objects. "Who's pushing who?" Devourer lies back flat on the ground. Whatever. "I won't leave here anymore, at least for now." Devourer notices Rhine and Patrick happily chatting and realizes, Come to think of it, isn't that strange? Aren't you a guardian? Isn't it your job to handle all this stuff for your master? Patrick agrees. You're not wrong. Devar turns surprised. Oh, really, Patrick confirms. Of course. Then Patrick coldly adds, but no, you can't. The doctor reminds Devourer, didn't you forget? You handed over everything related to Haston to me. You must have estimated how much resources that would require. I have a lot to do. Devourer glares. I was wondering why you agreed so easily. Then if you can't go, I'll go. The doctor looks at Rhine. Of course it's Rhine. Devar's eyes widen. Rhine excited our demon lord? Don't worry, just leave everything to Rhine. Devar thinks of all the times Rhine got scary and breaks out in cold sweat. Devourer politely declines. Rhine still hasn't dealt with her eyes yet. Besides, won't people be suspicious of her? The doctor reconsiders and agrees. You're right. The doctor's eyes glow. Just leave it all to her and get some rest. It's easy, boss. Devourer sighs. Doctor, do you remember something? But boss, do you know Devourer asks, what now? The doctor says maybe Maori.